May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start this phone discussion today. There's no much friends joined today, so I'll start the discussion. So we worship Paramount's and we always talk about this no self dhamma. I actually heard today morning Aranman's sermon, which was very beautiful, and I think everyone should listen to the part he was talking about how this perception is not actually existing, and it can be scary to actually understand this in the beginning, but once you get hold of it, once you get used to that, it will be okay. And I can say the topic also that in this Zoom discussion today, that it's all about, does a thought exist? I can see Surangika has joined as well. Not sure whether she's in a position to talk, but did you listen to today morning Zoom discussion by any chance, Surangika?
Everyone Sanai, Dr. Kokila, homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Yes, Dr. Kokila, I agree with you. That was exceptional, I mean, as always, but exceptionally enlightening talk, isn't it, by R.N. Mahansa about perception in anger.
That was so beautiful.
Exactly.
And we can elaborate on that. It was so beautiful. I mean, if someone has not listened to that, I would, invite if someone can understand Sinhala language. It is very, very nice. I invite everyone to listen to that, but we'll try to give it in this English language as well. And we'll try our best. I mean, we are not that best in communication as like R.N. Mansi sometimes. But he was talking so beautifully about how none of these perceptions are true, and that was groundbreaking, I would say. I mean, we know all this. I mean, definitely you can't really feel the non-vibration if you don't understand this. But I think it will open up everyone's curiosity to understand this, how the perception, even if we think about Dhamma, we have talked about this a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Surangika, what do you think? How did you get it? How can you explain in your words how you got it? Because sometimes we get different aspects, like, yeah. So I think it's really beautiful to talk about that today.
Yes, so I can't actually recall the start of the question that was raised, but
that's okay.
Definitely
Yeah.
The question was around sanya or perception, and I think I can't remember actually. So I think they were basically, I think essentially they wanted to know that if something is telepathizing in this very moment, say, the person has learned to do something, say, last year or something, and then a thought occurs for it to happen now, or I don't know whether it was a smell. Maybe it was a smell, I think. And when there is a smell, automatically it telepathizes that smell came from, I don't know, now I'm hypothesizing, a smell occurred from maybe a flower or something, a fragrance. And then the question was, so if that fragrance came as the fragrance of jasmine now, and if it is, the past perception becoming the new perception.
Yeah, actually now I remembered, because I was trying to understand what you were trying to say. Now I remembered when you said that. Actually, she was asking, Vishnu was asking, Aranmansa, we can think about a fragrance and we know it is a sanya, but when actually it is happening, isn't that again the same thing that is happening? And
Yeah, isn't it again a
very beautifully,
perception? Isn't it? That's
yes,
what he
yes.
said. Yeah.
And because, you know, the same thing you have asked again and again, you know, like when you go near a waterfall, that you feel actually you are near the waterfall. Yeah, like you have asked the same question. And I think she asked it in a different aspect, like with the smell, because the alive feel we get when we are actually exposed to something. That was beautifully explained by Arana. So you can continue. I just remembered the scenario. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of think it's slightly different, but anyway, let me elaborate a little bit. So the example that we've spoken of several times in these English Zoom discussions was, I suppose it's good for our listeners to get two different aspects.
No, Arana caught it in Arana talked in a slightly different angle.
Yes, it wasn't the exact thing that
Question is similar because Krishna was asking, actually, if I'm now getting the smell, but when you think about it, it is a different thing. But because you know, then it is a perception anyway, that it's not real. But then actually, when you are exposed to it, isn't it the same? Aranasa? She was telling the same thing. She understood that, but she was elaborating on that too. Aranasa caught it really nicely.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Gogla. I thought she asked. I thought she asked something like, okay, there's there was a smell now, and she recognized it to be something. And then, of course, we know that the past perception is the new perception telepathizing in this moment to give her the name, for example, Jasmine. But then she said that very first perception, which synchronized or telepathized to this moment, when that very first perception had to occur for it to telepathize. So then she was saying, in that very first time that smell occurred to her and the recognition of it as Jasmine, wasn't that also a sanya?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where Aranvas then said that you are the way you are describing it, you are taking the sanya or the perception to be real. And then he started the explanation, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that was so beautiful how he started it. It was groundbreaking in that, from that very moment, how he started that, because the question was put in such a way that he felt that whatever perception is taken as true. That is the thing that we are trying to say. Whatever you know, we have talked about this in different ways. Any perception in the word any, even the word we are talking now, any perception, it includes everything. Then when we kind of feel it, it's kind of you know, like makes our, you know, the whole thing to like have a shock like thing, because to be in such a mirage, to be engulfed in such a mirage, isn't it?
Yeah, and you don't realize it when Aranvase gives an explanation, almost, you know, minute by minute, or incident by incident, or fraction by fraction of every movement, every action that is being taken is based on a perception, isn't it? Starting from that traffic light signal. And I suppose you also recall, Dr. Kokila, he has explained the traffic light. And there was a talk, I think maybe even a year ago, maybe, of why do we stop when the traffic light goes red? You know, what makes it, what makes the action, what makes the body react, or, you know, the actions react to the color red? And how did we associate the color red with stop, isn't it? How did that perception come about? I remember him explaining that also. That was also a bit of a groundbreaking revelation a few years
even
ago.
Stand up, stop, sit down. sleep, all these actions are a perception. And when you say breathe or walk, they are all perception. So this, you can't get around this in our, like, we have like a very narrow-minded way of looking at these things. We have to really widen our horizons to understand what Aranhanse is saying, isn't it?
Yes, and I mean, it's just a case of the way the human being gets accustomed.
Widen our horizons to understand what Aranhanse is saying, isn't it?
Yes, and I mean, it's just a case of the way the human being gets accustomed to all these, as if, they don't realize that these are all as a result of various perceptions that have then, the volitional formation, the Apasankarana has happened to a certain extent, and then they have become so ingrained that it is being done. I think yesterday or day before we talked about Chitta Rupa, or mental objects.
And I will just remind you, for this discussion's sake, another point that he highlighted, I thought was so beautiful, was actually that the perception that we have, that these are there. You know, how did
yes,
he say?
Even that perception is a perception.
Is a perception, yeah. That is the thing, itta sanya, actually. I mean,
exactly.
he told that
That's
in
right.
a different way.
Yeah.
And even Atma Sanya, the perception of self, is the same thing. We talked about this a lot of the time. But I thought that his wording so matched so nicely that it was so beautiful. At that particular moment, the explanation was so good. I mean, because we try to tell these things. We actually talk about these things, but I couldn't. I mean, I was so mesmerized about the way it came out. I mean, it was so beautiful to understand. This is the way to understand the self-vibration, actually, self-perception. Because self-perception is similar to every other perception. To understand this, and, like, even understanding this, let alone feeling this. I mean, feeling this is the challenge, yes, but at least understanding is I think paving way to the become the tree. We say Lord Buddha has said, tree, if a tree is slanting towards the river, it will definitely fall to the river, isn't it? Like, at least if someone can wrap around this idea, how this dream, even the dream of the light, dream of the sound, dream of the touch, whatever we feel, even for Vedana, this can be taken as the same example. He talked about that in the end kind of thing, that how Penapin
Rupang, yeah.
And how these things are the same way. The Vedana is the just before thing before perception. Vedana is, what is the
sensation?
Vedana? Sensation. So all these sensations are constructs, sankata.
Because of the speed. Otherwise, there's nothing.
No. And the beauty is, the Lord Buddha has told, if someone understands this, the sensation properly, that is going all through to the, like, Nibbana. That means the Vedananupassana, somewhere I have heard, like, Vedananupassana goes in directly towards an arahant. That means the path is there. So the understanding that all these are constructs, like whatever, even if I say whatever, that has some meaning, kind of. But when we voice anything, I mean, because of this, Aranwansi was saying, even Dhamma has to be, understood in such a way after some level. Usually, when we understand that actually outside is just a perception in this system, a lot of the defilements are really, halved. But then when we understand even none of these perceptions are true, they are all constructs. What is there to? There's nothing. There's nothing. It's as if you don't have any sensory organ, isn't it? Because you have sensory organs, that's why you get the sensation. And whatever all these 5 things are actually one thing. No, why Lord Buddha has explained these 5 things is for someone to actually understand that this is a he has actually broken down this the consciousness, because finally what happens is the consciousness. But he has broken this down so the sake of understanding that it is the rapid vibration, how this vibration occurs, because you have to feel it, you have to have a kind of a perception, then it has to happen so many times very fast for that to feel like it is there. That is what Lord Buddha was explaining. So none of these things are actually true, even though this is an example, like a way to what do you call it? Like not a protocol, like a pattern to understand this. It's a simile kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other thing he was saying was a key point was the basic fundamental feature of sanya or perception is those are subject to evolution or evolving. Evolving meaning viparinama. Sanya viparinama. So that itself, so can you even take that perception to be real? Because that was also a point, the key point that he was trying to make. I think he gave an example of if the face is slightly, if the mouth is curling upwards, we call that person to be having happy thoughts. If how even we draw just a picture on a very basic picture on a piece of paper and we draw a smiling face and a unsmiling face.
And how many times all these actors are actually unhappy but having a smiley face?
Yes, exactly. And then, one hand up means, or, you make a gesture and that gesture means to come. And you make another gesture with the hand that means, okay, go away, or it's okay, you can now go kind of thing, like getting dismissed. So how did this, one flick is another sanya or perception, another flick of the hand is a different perception. The facial expression in one way is a perception of happiness, sadness, depression, whatever you call it. So how did we even do that? Isn't that also something that the mind constructed on its own, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
every facet, as you said, yes.
Yes.
There is no, I mean, when he went on and on and on and said everything is like that, everything is, you take something and then that's also perception. This, you take another example, I forgot so many examples he gave, and he said that's also perception. This is also perception, but what was true and that you took to be real in the last moment, this moment you say it's not true because of something else. Now, isn't that also perception? And then he went to the basic consciousnesses, and he said the light is also a perception. But then what you mentioned a few minutes ago, the fact that the light is there is also a perception. But then we know that in the perception of light, there is no light. In the perception of sound, there is no sound. Then so too, if you have the existence of light as a perception, then that perception of existence too, isn't that also not real? And then he said that if all these perceptions came about through vibration, and this perception is subject to evolution, subject to being evolved, subject to changing constantly, can any perception be taken to be real? And if every perception arose from a vibration, And these perceptions, whatever perception comes about is not real and they stem from a vibration, then can you actually consider any vibration to
Yeah.
be real? And if every vibration is not real, then can you not think that it is only non-self vibration that is non-vibration, or non-self vibration that is the only thing that is stable?
It was so beautiful.
That was amazing.
That was so amazing. As soon as I heard how he started saying that, oh, that means you have taken the perception as real. I kind of felt, oh, now, and actually it went on the most groundbreaking way, and it is. I mean, I felt as um, everyone in this world. I mean, I know it won't happen, but I felt everyone in this world, any human, should hear this bit. I mean, I know, no, I mean, not everyone will understand this, but at least, someone who might feel this would be there. I mean, it is so beautiful if someone can actually get around this idea what Haramanse is trying to say, because I'm kind of almost sure no one talks about this consciousness at all. No one. They kind of have no idea. And for all of the physicists, all of the scientists, the basic they know is the consciousness. And to say that there's nothing like that is groundbreaking, isn't it, Saramika? I mean,
yeah.
How can one say that?
Yeah. It's and I think you're quite right, Dr. Kukla. If anybody is fortunate enough to listen to it, they might not have even heard of Buddothpado talks before. But just listening to this talk on its own, you don't even need to know the history of Buddothpado discourses. You don't need to know anything of that sort. This is basic. Everybody knows about. I mean, even in the Western style, basic English language perception alone is enough to kind of get some semblance of, oh my God, kind of feeling, right?
Yeah.
That what are we doing with all this type of thing? Because it was so simple that it was, I mean, it's for people who are ready to listen to something like that. I think there's enough to grasp for them to.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish everyone would feel this. Actually, we would try to tell that again in more because we are actually having so much gratitude for Aranhanse for revealing these things to the humankind. But I will try to tell that again. So it is all about perception. Friends, if you can try and understand this. So living is actually all about perceptions. So we kind of pass from actually it is one stimuli to other stimuli. That is what we call living. And in the living, when we live, it is actually perception to perception is keep changing. So the perception happening very fast, it would feel like it is happening here, and it would give you the feel of like consciousness. It can be related to the light, it can be related to the sound, it can be related to your the feel in the skin, it can be temperature, hardness, liquidity, kind of these things that can be felt in the skin of a human being. And all about the tongue, where you can feel the taste, and all about the nose, where you can feel the smell. So these are the 5 basic sensory organs a human could have. There's nothing more. But when these things occur, we even have no idea that these things are actually just perceptions, because when light happens, we feel it as a real something happening, that we feel it as a real thing. And that real thing, that when we feel that it as a real thing, that is a consciousness, you know, we feel that we are conscious. How does that happen? The consciousness do occur due to the fast vibration of the sensory organs, yes. But then, why do we feel that we are conscious? And when it is not there, we call the other person is unconscious. So how do we say this? How on earth with this whole phenomena of me, mine, my mind has come? How did this happen? And in the way we to understand, when we try to understand this whole phenomena of perception should be understood, must be understood to understand why this self-perception is so important. How did this self-thought is so engraved? Because self-perception is a thing. How self-perception is a thing is because we feel as existing because of the feel of existence that happen in the sensory main 5 organs. So when the sensory organs work, it gives a perception, yes, but the actual groundbreaking part is light, which is a perception. Is it actually there? It is not. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I have talked about this before, like in a, you know, when you are actually inside a long, big tunnel, we have a perception of darkness. But if you are in a like a open area with sun, we have a perception of light. But then, is something actually there? Because if there's another animal who has night vision, that night vision animal can't feel it, because the person now is in the open area, feeling the sunlight, so having light, the perception of the light is there, but the the animal with the night vision is also there in the same place, same moment, but that animal can't feel the light. So what does that mean? That means this is actually not a thing happening here. It is a perception. And when a perception is there, it can appear at any time. It can appear when you are even thinking about the tunnel, it will be there. But even if you are inside the tunnel, it will be there. And how did the darkness is a perception. Light is a perception. Smell is a perception. What smell? It can be, even if you're thinking about something like jasmine, that is a mind perception. Why? Because you never smell jasmine anyway. That actually can be understood, because, I mean, not easy, but it is somewhat clearer than usually, because we know the smell didn't have the jasmine anyway. We called it jasmine. That part is a bit easy. This Manovinyani part, he actually talked about that too today. Like that, how these mind sensor works. He elaborated on that really nicely. Mind sensor has the jasmine. Mind sensor has the, roses. But when it comes to actual smell, even that is a perception. That is even not true. Why? Because it's just a production of volitional formation or sankhara, or due to the speed of the vibration of the nose only you can feel this perception. So it's not true. It's not true. And the problem is these all the things that are not true is happening, yes, because of the ignorance. We kind of any animal, not only humans, any animal, any being actually feels as existing. And this brings another problem, another new, not new, actually this is old, this self-perception. That when things happen, when the consciousness is happening, it can be just one organ. Because we always talk about this worm. Worm has only kind of one sensory organ. So even with that just one sensory organ, you get the kind of one type of perception or two types of perception, because you can, with the skin, you can feel the liquidity, the temperature and all that. So there can be two types of perceptions there. So, but these perceptions, that animal have no power, no way to understand that these perceptions are actually perceptions. Just perceptions, which are not true. They are just constructs. This word constructs is so important to understand that none of these perceptions are true. So whatever the basic smell, with no mind consciousness attached to it, even that is just a perception. Just due to rapid vibration, you feel something is happening here. And that one, when it happens, you get a new kind of perception that it is there. That is the feel of existence. And that's another perception. And is that there? No. And this evolves into self-perception. Is that there? No, it is not there. So whatever we believe in, that me, I, me, mine, is that true? This thought is based on what is actually not there. So what can we base on? So there's nothing. So is this something to be sad about? No, this is something which we feel so happy about, actually trying and understand how there is no self. There's no self. There is evolution of sensory organs, yes. There is some perceptions, yes. There is some sensations, yes. There is some consciousness, yes. There is some volitional information, yes. But is there a self here? Is it actually existing? No, there's no existence. Even though you feel it as like that, it's only the sensory organ. Isn't it, Surangika? Do you want to add something anymore? I think it's so...
Yeah, in one of the old talks also, I remember he said, sometimes you can't even, it's the angle in which you look at it and the way you explain, depending on the question also. But at a certain point also, he said that, you can't really say that it's not there. You can't say it's there, neither can you say it's not there.
Yeah.
Because you can't go to any extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, actually they are there. The sensation is there now. Because you can't really say sensation is not there, but the sensory function is there, yes. But it's a construct. And when we know this, what happens is the value, that feel of existence that we had, the value we have given, because what dissolves is this ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
What dissolves is ignorance, nothing else. And when the ignorance is not there, it's okay. Let alone the sensation to happen, let alone the consciousness to happen, let alone the perception to be there. There's no problem. So none of these things are problematic. It's only understanding. There's nothing to be taken to be granted for. Actually, there's nothing there. But someone looking at this in a different angle might feel depressed. If you feel depressed, that is because you're actually thinking with yourself in it. That's where people feel a bit, hazy sometimes. When you listen to someone like this, you might be like, oh, okay, so is there nothing? Oh my God, what am I going to do? Like that kind of attitude, that is because you are actually still in that mindset that I am here and that I'm going to be useless. No, that's not what we are saying. That what we are trying to say is this I, me, mine is a baseless thought, and the base was the perception, which is actually again baseless because it's not actually perception is just a construct. We can't say it is not there, but it is a construct. It is a construct means there's no actual basing because it happens when you taken when you feel, when you know that it is a construct. Actually, the power which runs this whole samsaric journey is going to get reduced. Definitely going to get reduced. 100%. There's no problem in that. And Lord Buddha has guaranteed if someone feels this, someone actually feels this, that these perceptions are actually what is left is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ. The whole, I think we have to elaborate on here much bit more on how light you might feel with understanding this, because if someone is feeling so concerned about this, then that means you are with the view, self-view. But if someone actually has broken the self-view, you will feel much lighter, much happier, not in a sensual world way, in a very different way. So because this so much burden you had, thinking that I'm here, I'm there, I have to do these things, I am the one who is suffering, I am the one who is happy, the whole thing breaks down. And the more you understand that perceptions are actually just constructs, the lightness you might feel, the tranquility you might feel is unbelievable. You can't even fight about it, have an argument about it, because it's something to be felt. And if you feel it, you definitely is going to understand how lack of suffering is, or zero suffering, how it feels. That's the moment you feel the non-vibration, there's no zero suffering. Zero suffering means zero self-vibration. So this is the beauty of this Dharma. You can add something, Surangika?
Yes, sir. So I think understanding those sensors, because as you said, Dr. Kokila, depending on what stage a person is on the path, there can be that initial sense for a person who hasn't listened to it much or really understood the Dhamma. They can take it to mean or have a bit of a defeatist attitude, isn't it? Saying, oh, then what's the point in living? What's the point in having a house? What's the point in the family and this and that? And we have heard even on the Zoom talk and with our experiences as well, depending on what stage one is on the path, you can get this feeling as if, all this is useless and, job is useless, this is useless, that is useless. And then there is a time where one wants to get away from all this because, to that extent, there is an understanding that these things are not going to, these things are just perceptions and ultimately they don't mean anything. And everything is a construct, so on and so forth. So then what they want is they want to they get so disgusted, probably so depressed not in a conventional depression kind of thing, but at least, just depressed about all these being just sanya and everything is a construct, that they want to leave everything and go to a monastery or go somewhere to the jungle and, lead a monastic life. So that also is a stage. And I think we've heard Naren once explaining to people like that so many times on the Zoom, that's of course, that's just a stage. There is a stage where one gets a bit fed up of everything, but that too will pass. And the more one understands the true Dhamma, then and actually links up the fact that because there is no such thing and everything is a construct, so too does the self-perception. That because in that early example, there will still remain a person who is disgusted, isn't it? A person who's still depressed, a person who still wants to get away and understand the liberation quickly, or get to the liberation quickly, or get away from the family obligations, because that person will think these things are tying me down to samsara, these things are making my journey to nirvana longer, harder, and so on. So then to that extent those things have become real. So that too, there's not much to worry about, but because that is also a stage one has to pass. And then, so as the progression happens with the true Dhamma getting more and more understood, or gets clarified, one then goes beyond that point and understands that if there is no self even here, there comes that inner transformation and the lightness, as you said, Dr. Kokila, because it is, as you said, the first time you said that when you heard that this whole self-perception is a lie, this whole self-perception is a facade, how relieved and, how you felt about it. So when one kind of gains that understanding that if there is no thing, then so too chakung nichang vanichang bante and so on, and then on Atma, is there a Atma here or not? And then one comes to the understanding that there is no self. It was always just a misconception alone and nothing else. Then with that comes the liberation, isn't it? With that comes that lightness, and that lightness only increases through that awakening in the different stages of awakening that we hear of. Starting from the stream entry, but right from the very beginning, when we talk about ignorance, it is ignorance that is starting faded little by little. I mean, if you think about the 10 factors, though there is ignorance
Actually, 10 fetters also feed each other because of the ignorance, there was mana udacha. I don't know the English words for that, but they feed each other as well. Like they feed the top one, like the below one feeds the top one, because you have to have the liking for formless that is in the basic consciousness level now. So that you feel that it is there, then you feel like maintaining that, and then that leads to actually to have the form level, and form level, that is the dream level or the thought level. The thought level, then there is a desire to maintain that level. Then when you try to maintain that level, then it comes to the sensual level, because now you have son, daughter, mother, father, family, job, trying to kind of, you feel like they are out there and I'm trying to, I need them to survive, kind of thing. And this feeds, this goes on feeding. And
because it is those, if you come back to perceptions, it is through ignorance right from the beginning. Right from the beginning, it's ignorance that is getting cleared away, isn't it? And,
in that rapid talk, even Aranahanse told one or two sentences about that too, like the Paticcasamuppada. It was so beautiful that he put kind of everything everywhere in that talk. Even Paticcasamuppada, he discussed how avidya starts this original formation and goes on and on, how this happens, and he also talked about how the main 5 sensory organs function, and also that leads to the mind, the formation of mind, and then in that how this complete thing keeps happening again. And Yeah, it's so beautiful to hear. I mean, I think Sinhala people who can listen to Sinhala language is um, so lucky that they can actually listen to that and understand. Isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, I think it's becomes it's I think it's very inspiring in Sinhalese. I think I'm sure probably we might be biased, but there is something in the Sinhalese language that is able to, and even the noble spiritual teacher and Vansa also explains this that there is something in that language which kind of is able to give them true meaning
Yes,
of
yes,
the Buddha's word and the essence of the essence of his teachings, and
yes.
it
Even
not
the
only
same talk,
yeah.
if it was transferred translated to English, it might not look as that beautiful.
Exactly,
The
yes. So
yeah,
it has that thing. I mean, even the Pali words, and even without the Pali words, the simplistic nature of the words, and also there is some kind of directness also in the Sinhalese language, which
directness.
yeah,
Yeah,
which I mean, and that is even manifested through Aran Mahansa's teachings, the way he speaks to us, the way his conduct, and so on as well. That directness as well as the compassion, everything is there, and even whilst words are only words, and words, we have always been told not to be hung up on words. Still, in order to give that meaning across to the followers and for them to be able to take that and really do the vidarshana, really do that penetrative insight, that language helps. But of course, that's not anything to get discouraged for our English speaking listeners. What we are trying to do is trying to give it to in simplistic terms as much as possible through this word perception that we used here,
yeah,
through understanding these five aggregates and how this perception has driven this whole existence is the crux
existence.
of the
Yeah,
crux of our advances discourse this morning. And if we think about it, I mean, if you ask someone to describe themselves, they will say, I am so and so's daughter, or I am so and so, my father is so and so, or I live in this big house, or I have this job, I have a car, I have a wife and family, or I'm from this caste system, or I'm from Sri Lanka, or I have, can that person ever say anything which is not connected to something else?
yeah,
Isn't it? It's amazing. And then how did and then you turn to the Dhamma, and then you say, if that is not there, then are you here? It must be sati idang hoti. If that is there, then this is
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's I mean, I think words are not good enough to give this sensation. So I think the best thing is for you to feel this. I know there is a challenge in feeling this, but at least understanding this bit is so beautiful for you to actually feel relieved, as we said, like because we had such a drama, like to like look after myself, safeguard yourself, like myself, safeguard, or kind of, so many things, like so many things, the what are the other words we can use, Surangika? So many things that we try to avoid happening, or because we don't like it, kind of, I don't like it, um, or I like it, in the other way around, I like it. So there's so many things revolving around the same, that phenomenon of I,
Yeah.
and we even didn't know what we are talking about.
Yeah. And we have, through that ignorance, not only cast this personality and persona and I self here, and revolving around that is the I need something to be this way, or I want this to be this way, or this chair should be like this, or this is my plate, this is my cup, and if somebody uses that cup, then I remember somebody saying to you on one of the other Zoom discussions, he had gone and stayed with some friends, and everybody had put their clothes into the washing machine. And there was a sense of aversion, slight aversion that went through his mind at that point. So, even these little things, it doesn't have to be even that. Even in your day-to-day activities, if you don't want something like this or something like that, everything is something. Everything is a drushti. Everything is there is a concept that something has to be done this way, this has to be done this way, and so on and so forth. If we think about our day, you can imagine millions and millions of things.
Yes.
That is a fixated idea or a perception of things revolving around the self, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the self-perception actually. So this self-perception, what we keep understanding is self-perception itself is a mirage. And then when we keep understanding this, the power is going to die down anyway. This power, because the power is which is driving this force. So the power, what is the power? Power is the power which actually give fuel to this samsaric journey. And that is a bit that no one can actually understand, but one can understand this moment. If someone understands this moment, then you will understand how it is linked to the next moment. If this moment is not true, how can the next moment be true? But then
yes, that's right.
But we want to maintain the next moment. That's why we don't want to die. Even the worm doesn't want to die. Kind of wants to maintain that feel. Whatever the feel, it doesn't matter. Even in Lord Buddha's time, we talk about this niri. I don't know what to say in English, but niri sattva. In that sense, they kind of describe it as fire. In fire, kind of the organism is in the fire. But then when we talk about that, even that organism doesn't want to do anything.
Doesn't want to die or whatever.
Yeah, that vibration, it would like it to continue because that's all they know. The perception of being perception of existence, perception of existence is giving this trouble. How did this happen? Is because of a vibration which actually is there. This vibration to become so. How would this vibration come to zero? Is this ignorance? When the ignorance is when the ignorance is not there, in the sense when you actually understand the science of this, the wisdom, actual wisdom is about science of this, how a mirage actually kept us driving. Mirage usually drives all the deer to the water. They keep walking, thinking that water would be there, and they die on the way. And the same way, humans, all the beings, there is a driving force.
Yes, I think we discussed it a little bit yesterday or day before also about the self-propelling nature of the vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, that driving force is due to the ignorance. It
continues to bind each other like a glue, and unknowingly, there is a getting caught up in it, isn't it? It's like a vortex. The bumper kind of thing, the turning top thing, which creates its power while spinning.
Yeah, but when a noble friend is telling this, there's like a, you break. You suddenly break because kind of this break is the beginning of the path, I think, because you turn. Kind of you just break and then slowly you turn, and there's no turning back again if you actually feel the non-vibration, because this propelling was due to ignorance. And when ignorance is actually there is a fight between the wisdom and the ignorance, and when the wisdom is there, when you understand, when the ignorance is getting weaker and weaker, in the sense you understand the science of this, how every being
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Hanse at his feet, Hirosarna Aryan Hanse, for being our spiritual guide and spiritual teacher, showing us the correct pathway. May our friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. This is a continuation of the Buddothpado PeoTV English sermons from 9 name to 11 name. As you know, this is something that was started within during at the beginning of this year, with the intention of conveying this message, true Dhamma message, to the people, to the friends who are looking for the true Dhamma facts, what was disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. So this is an attempt to convey a little bit from that message within the capacity of our understanding. Aran Vahansi, our noble friend, has been explaining this Dhamma for the last 6 years. He has been doing the Zoom discussions for the last 5 years. And at the beginning, it started in a very simple manner, like telephone discussions, and that was followed by the Zoom discussions, which have gone up to 8 per day, each day. And there are altogether 3 channels. English channel is one, and there's another one where Dhamma sermons done by R.N. Vahanse, as well as other monks, nuns, and other friends who are doing the sermons are conducting throughout the day again. So it's like a huge tree now with so many branches spread all over the world. There are listeners all over the world, and also our team is composed of many friends from so many parts of the world, and we work as a group to convey this message to the world. As you know that quite a lot of friends are helping with the technology component. Some are helping with the sermons itself. Some are coordinating the Zoom discussions, and some are translating this Dhamma to English medium or writing it in Sinhalese medium. And the book printing is happening, and also recording our noble friends Deshana, and then preparing them in the form of small recorders, and printing a monthly magazine. And not only that, helping quite a lot of poor people in different ways, providing school books and bags for the children, and providing these Dhamma books to the temples free of charge, and also to the prisons, libraries. All those places have been handed over the set of books written based on the sermons done by our R.N. Hansi. And also we have helped to build up houses in some areas. And the most important thing is giving this important Dhamma to the remote areas, which is mainly done by R.N. Hansi. He's traveling from village to village, the remote areas, the mothers and fathers who are mostly coming from the farming community, who do not actually have a chance of listening or joining to these Zoom discussions. They are actually having hard work with all kinds of farming activities, going through lots of hardships. So Aryan Rahasi is reaching them, going up to them and then trying to explain this Dhamma, which is so beautiful, like what Lord Buddha did those days. Lord Buddha traveled long distances. That time it was by foot actually. So he traveled long distances and then uh, uh, went up to the specific groups of people and then explained this Dhamma. And we know even Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha with his super wisdom will recognize the people who can understand this Dhamma, who have that skill of understanding Dhamma. And he will travel long distances by foot, reaching those places. And he will sometimes focus mainly on that person in the audience, even if the audience has several hundreds of people. He will address mainly to that person. And also he advised, or Buddha advised to the Arhants, that two people should not go in the same way, same path, because same road, because he wanted to spread this Dhamma to as many as possible. Those days, the technology wasn't there like now, and it was only by physically reaching the people and explaining Dhamma was possible. So now we know that what I am talking and what Aryan says saying, all that is spreaded to the whole world just at the same time. Not only that, this will stay as a video clip, as an audio clip in the YouTube for anybody to listen to even much later. So we are actually having a much convenient way of spreading this Dhamma, unlike the time of Lord Buddha. So what is the true Dhamma that we are trying to expose, which is not the original, which is originally coming from Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha did all the hard work to find out this truth, and then he explained it to as many as possible people. We know that even at the time that he was about to pass away, I mean, he has come to the stage where the parinirvana is going to occur. Even in that very last moment, there was a monk who wanted to ask some Dhamma questions from Lord Buddha, and Ananda Thero prevented him going there, saying that don't disturb now. But Lord Buddha heard this and then asked Ananda Thero to let him come in. That was his last sermon. So it's so amazing how that humanity, how that metta, how that compassion is there. Even at that last moment, Lord Buddha's intention was to help somebody to escape from this suffering. So the suffering, if I use this word suffering or sorrow, some people don't like it because they feel that Buddhism is something that talks about the suffering only. You don't talk about the happiness in that. That is a completely wrong understanding. Happiness is there when you understand, when you realize how this sorrow is coming. Because sorrow and suffering is always there. And what we see is the top layer, which may be looking sugary, sweet, and nice. But underneath is the suffering or the sorrow. We think that we are happy when we have a lot of money. We think that we are happy when our children are doing very well and they are married and having children, they are very well established. We think that our spouse, the husband or the wife, is very nice and doing well and very affectionate. Then we think we are happy. We think that when we have all kinds of comforts, we are very happy. But those are all physical materials. Those are all related to the outside world. So we project our happiness and the sadness to the outside world. We expect then that happiness and sadness can be gained only from outside world, which is exactly the opposite of what Lord Buddha said. But this is what actually all the other religions are saying. So if you feel that it is the outside world which is going to help us, invariably you have to try to change the outside world when it is going in the wrong path, isn't it? If you feel that a person is giving you happiness, and if that person is behaving in a different way where your happiness is destroyed, you try to correct that person. You try to change that person and then re-achieve what you lost. Now, is it possible always? No, it is not possible because you will not be able to change that person all the time, isn't it? If you feel that if you have a lot of money, you can be happy, there may be a point where that uh, extra money that you are receiving, the adequate amount of money that you are receiving stops for some reason. And then you try to get what you lost back by somehow. And that is a suffering, isn't it? Maybe you had to go to the courts. Maybe you had to go and warn, demand, threaten, all kind of things will be needed to get the money that you wanted. If you feel that tasty food makes you happy and you try to find more and more, and at some point, if that food is not available or if that food itself makes you sick, then there is suffering or sadness. So you can go on and on and on like that. The happiness and the sadness that you are receiving from outside world is all material and it is changeable. And also the nature of the mind is such that there is no 100% satisfaction at any stage because the mind never satisfies 100% and there is no ending to that satisfaction. And the craving or the wantedness to uh, change the things, to change it to a different thing, change to uh, uh, change to more things is the nature of the mind, nature of the thoughts. So that is something like the whirlpool attracting all kinds of bits and pieces which are floating around. It sucks in. So it's something like that. That craving, that wantedness, that attachment is never ending. So therefore, if you project these things to the outside world and expect to change the outside world to receive your happiness and the sadness from that setup, it's not going to be successful. This is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. If you expect that world to provide you happiness and the sadness, you are in a huge illusion. Because what he said was, what you experience as world is simply a creation in your mind. Sorry. Then that comes to another turning point, isn't it? If Lord Buddha says that, look, the world, you think that the physical world which is there outside is something that is created in your mind. So you have to now think twice about it. What can be done then? The thing is, you have to understand how this is happening. Why do you say that the world is created in the mind? Now you might touch something in front of you and say, I can feel it. How can you say that it is in the mind? You will say that I can hear that sound very clearly. How can you say that it is a thought or it is in the mind? So there are many things that you have to research and experiment and find out. So this is what is explained in Buddothpado sermons. Actually, these facts have been nicely, beautifully explained in Pali Sutras, which are the original teachings of Lord Buddha. And Lord Buddha said that this Dhamma is for a wise person. So the wisdom should be there. And I may have mentioned earlier also, wisdom doesn't mean the knowledge, doesn't mean the level of education. Now, even in your setup, you might have seen there are people who are not educated, but they have the wisdom. That is a prajna. Even Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha could choose the people, could see the people, recognize the people who had this wisdom to understand the true Dhamma facts. There's a story that every day in the Buddhist history it says that Lord Buddha will early morning see with his wisdom to whom should I help today? Who are the possible people who can take up this Dhamma? So in one such incident, he went along a long distance. He walked a long distance to a village where he knew that there is a girl, a daughter of a weaving man, and he was having a tough time because he didn't have a good income. So he was asking his daughter to go and bring some thread for the weaving. Lord Buddha has come to the place where the Dhamma sermons is going to be held, and there was a big crowd waiting there. But Lord Buddha would keep quiet without talking, so people were wondering, why isn't he starting it? This girl had to spend some extra time to go to the father's weaving shop, hand him over some thread, and after that she quickly hurried to the place where Lord Buddha was going to give the sermon. And she wasn't an extraordinarily extraordinary type of a girl. For the others, she looked a very normal, average girl. But to Lord Buddha's wisdom, he could see that this girl can understand this Dhamma. So he asked few questions. He asked, child, where are you coming from? Now the answer that you and me would give will be, I'm coming from my father's weaving shop, isn't it? She said, I don't know from where I am coming. And the next question was, child, do you know where you are going? Again, she said, no, I don't know where I am going. She would have said that I'm going home after this. Now, see the difference of those answers. There were a few more questions that Lord Buddha asked. Actually, I can't recollect them. But these are the two main questions that brings the attention to everybody. So she said, I don't know from where I am coming. I don't know where I am going. She briefly mentioned, she gave the idea to Lord Buddha that she doesn't know where she came from means about her previous birth, and she doesn't know where she is going means she doesn't know where she is going to be born after the death of this life, ending of this life. So that shows the nature of the birth cycle. We don't know from where we are coming. We don't know what sort of birth we had, and we don't know what is our uh, result, or what is going to happen to us, what is our fate after after this birth, after this life. The life cycles, or the birth cycle, the life cycles, or birth cycles, or samsara journey, whatever the term you are using, is very, very complex and not unable to predict anything. There's no assurance about it, and not predictable. So that, why is that? Because this sasava, or the dormant defilements, or the current which has not been switched off, is going to continue, and that is going to decide where you are coming from and where you are going. We don't know the level of the current within each system. It's something that when you go on this Dhamma path, you will be able to understand how much of power or how much of sasa is there, and whether you are going to continue that sasava nature or not is something that the self has to understand. So, so that answers given by the girl actually created a great curiosity among the other people. And we know that Lord Buddha went to that place particularly because of this girl. And so she would have understood that Dhamma 100%, and then maybe reached a level of non-return at that time. But the others may have been astonished to hear, what is this girl saying? Is she in her senses? She shouldn't disrespect Lord Buddha by giving such silly answers that may have been the impression of the other people. So, where are we coming from is a question. Where are we going is a question. Whatever you do within this short lifespan, we don't know how it is going to help you to the place where you are going. And Lord Buddha explained 5 5 facts that that a person, a human being, will be able to experience or enjoy if he's fortunate enough. So the very first thing is being born as a human is the very most luckiest thing or most fortunate thing. So being born as a human, and secondly, being able to listen to true Dhamma is another fortune that you and me are having. So we have achieved those two actually. And what else did we see? What are the other things? Being able to see that this is not something, these every thought or every stimulus has no value. So if you are capable of seeing that aspect, it is said that you are living in the Patisotagami or Pratirupa Desavasocha, that is the Pali term. Pratirupa Desavasocha means that you are living in a Patisotagami manner. What is Patisotagami? Patisotagami manner means the the system realizes that there is nothing in each and every thought. Each and every thought is simply a creation at this moment. So that understanding, with living with that understanding, is the Patirupa Desavasocha. And also, if so, each and every stimulus becomes a zero value, and that understanding, that is called Buddhakshana, Shana Sampatti. Each and every thought is felt that there is no value. It is simply a collection of perceptions, collection of illusions or kind of dreams. All of them are dreams which looks real to us. So that is Shana Sampatti. So those 4 things Lord Buddha explained as the most valuable things than that a living being can have. So I'm sure at least the first 2, it's pretty sure that we have got. We have been born as humans, and also we are now hearing these true Dhamma facts. And with that only the next step will come, where you understand, or you turn upwards in the stream. You try to swim upwards, trying to see that the thoughts which are created now and here, every fraction of second, the thoughts are created, but those thoughts are not real. Thoughts are simply constructs. So understanding this is the basic essence of the Dhamma teaching of Lord Buddha, which is simplified by our Aryan Mahanse, so that we all, a person of any level, can understand it with the more modern type of examples and using the simple words that he's using. We know that it's recorded in the Buddhist history that Lord Buddha did 84,000 sermons. But a person might feel, oh my God, how can I remember 84,000 sermons? Actually, they are the ones that has been done to different people at different places. So depending on the place and the person's level of ability to understand the changes of the sermons has been changed. And also he has given different metaphors to suit that situation. So therefore, the 84,000 sermons actually point out to a simple truth at the end. And it doesn't mean that you need to listen to all 84,000. And if you understand one of them very clearly, that itself shows you the correct pathway. And it is an example that is given by Avaran Hansi. If you study the line pattern of a mango leaf, one mango leaf, then it's similar to the fact that you have studied all the leaves in the mango tree. He again gives another example, taking a mangosteen fruit. For the people who have never seen a mangosteen fruit, it's a maroon and purplish color skin outside. It's dark, very dark, purplish, brown to red, purplish to maroon color skin outside. And inside it is as a pure, very sweet pulp inside, in pieces, juicy pieces. So from outside the mangosteen fruit, uh, you don't know how it looks inside, so you have to cut it open. If you cut open one fruit, you know how it looks inside, how it looks like, isn't it? So therefore, whatever the mangosteen fruits that you are getting, you don't need to cut open each and every one of them to see how it looks like. So if you study how a thought is formed, if you analyze one thought very well, if you transcend one thought deep to the bottom, then you know how all the thoughts are formed. And if you study the thought formation, how the thought is formed very clearly, very deeply with the adequate understanding, then you know that all the thoughts which are formed are going to be formed in the same way. And when you realize the fact that thought is an illusion, thought is something that you have never experienced, but you are assuming it to be true. So if you know the magic of the formation of one thought, you don't need to analyze each and every thought. And reflexly or as a feel, you know that there's nothing significant or nothing true in this thought. So this is what is done in Vidarshana meditation, transcending the thought to find out how it is formed. And once you realize that there's nothing to take, nothing valuable, nothing correct in the thought, then you realize that each and every thought which is formed is going to be the same way. And Lord Buddha said that Vidarshana meditation or insight meditation can be done in all four positions, not necessarily to be sitting in one position and concentrating on one stimulus or one topic. Vidarshana meditation means to let the mind, uh, you release the mind, you let the mind see how the thoughts are formed. And if you have got the uh, complete understanding of how one thought is formed, then you know whatever the thoughts which are coming is the formation or the method of formation is the same always. So what happens is that that real feeling, that tight grip that you had about thought gradually gets loosened. The power which used to be created because of the real feeling comes down little by little. So that is, in other words, the defilements are dissolving little by little, and you call it seeing this process, understanding this process of dissolving the defilements is called asavakya. And also, Lord Buddha said that if the senses are not there, you can't talk about the world. And the each and every world, each and every living being experiences something with the help of the uh, senses. Now, if you are in this path, it is essential that you have to uh, understand and you have to uh, transcend the experiences of each and every sense and try to understand uh, how the seeing occurs, how the hearing occurs, how the uh, smell sensation of smell occurs, how the sensation of taste occurs, and how the sensation of the skin occurs. So, like that, each and every sense faculty has to be studied in detail for you to be able to understand there is nothing in these sense functions also. When you transcend each of these, you realize that the thought, which is a combination of these sense functions, is also simply a creation, just a collection of the perceptions. We will just try to analyze the seeing. How does this function called seeing occurs? Now, one most important thing is that you need to have the physical eye for this function, isn't it? If a person is born with no eye function, no eyes, absent eyes, then that person will not be able to talk anything regarding the light or seeing a shape. So the first most important thing is that organ should be intact, the functioning eye should be there. And for the person to have the functioning eye, actually the physical body should be functioning. So that is the foundation or the base of the eye. So the physical eye should be there, and then the function of the eye is uh, it is explained with the term sensor. So sensor means actually the function of seeing, or another word is eye faculty. So eye faculty means a function of seeing. For the function of seeing, several requirements are there. So always we know that Lord Buddha's teaching is the cause and effect phenomenon. So when the appropriate causes are there, the effect will come. So the effect means the function of seeing. For the function of seeing, there are some relevant causes which are essential. So one such cause, as I explained, is the physical eye. And what are the other things? We talk about the vibration of the eye. What is this eye vibration? Lord Buddha used the word rupanaya, that is according to the Pali language. Rupanaya means the vibration is a modern term. It's a functional change. The rupanaya is something that is happening in this anatomical eye. And it is happening in a very fast speed. that creates a form of light there. So simply what Lord Buddha explained was that you don't talk about light rays coming from outside world to the eye. So the this is actually what we learned in science. So it is nothing to do about the light rays coming from outside world. Something created in this point or the vibration of the eye is an essential component for a living being, for a human or an animal to be able to see. What is the mechanism here? The vibration occurs and that vibration becomes equal to another similar vibration somewhere. So when you talk about the vibration or the waves, they are of different amplitude and different frequencies. Depending on the sense faculty which is involved, it is manifested as a light. So the basic rupane or the basic kampane is something similar to a current which is there in a wire, which is not manifested. But when it is fixed to a, when it is connected to a bulb, you can see the light. When it is connected to a fan, you can see, you feel the wind blowing. So like that, when it is related to the eye, the function of seeing occurs. When the vibration occurs at the eye level, the function of seeing a light occurs. The function of the light, seeing the light, now again, that depends on the nature of the eye. We know that the nocturnal animals uh, who are having a different types of eyes, the light in their eyes is created at a different time from the other daytime diurnal type of animals and humans, isn't it? We are unable to see in the pitch dark, and nocturnal animals can see very well in the pitch dark, and they are almost blind during the uh, daytime when there is broad daylight. So, what is the difference? That's a difference. The difference is between the type of the sensor function, isn't it? Also, you know that there are special types of spectacles, special type of devices fitted in the form of specs. Now, when you're watching certain films, sometimes you can see it in 4D, 5D, different types of uh, levels are explained nowadays in the modern film theaters. And you are having a different experience, something beyond the uh, normal eye experience, isn't it? So, what has been done there? It is a sensor faculty has been changed there, isn't it? The sensor faculty has been changed, so therefore the picture which is created or the light which is created is changed. And also the other thing I wanted to mention is that now to clarify this phenomenon of vibration of the eye and uh, equalizing or synchronizing that with a similar vibration uh, is explained now in children with uh, color blindness. Uh, if it is something that really depends on the outside light, all of them should be able to see the red and green colors, but they are unable to see the red and green. It's simply because their eye is unable to vibrate to match the wave of the red color and the green color. So the basic principle here is that the physical eye should be there, and the vibration, appropriate vibration should occur in that eye for you to be able to see. Seeing means always two vibrations becoming equal. So what you experience is something happening somewhere, and that vibration is becoming equal to this vibration. This mechanism is called telepathization or synchronization. This is what is happening all over. These facts may not be, necessary for an ordinary person who doesn't have much understanding about the science facts. So you can actually skip these things, skip these facts. What you have to understand is that the what you experience 100% depends on the uh, sense faculty, the function of the sense faculty. And if the eye vibrates at a particular wavelength, there may be trillions of similar waves around you. And if those become equal, you call that you saw it. And because we humans do have similar looking, mostly similar functioning eyes, we agree on the things that we see together. If somebody shows, yes, there is a banana tree in front of me, all will be able to see because the vibratory capacity is equal in each and every, most of the humans. There may be small differences between each human being, but majority will be able to experience the same light, so that we tend to agree on seeing the same things, hearing the same things, experiencing all kinds of other senses also in the similar way. So these functions called hearing, seeing, all five senses means the synchronization of the vibrations. The vibrations become equal. That is what you have to understand. So now going back to the more simpler versions, we moved away from the main path. Now I said that we expected the happiness, sadness, everything from the outside world, and we tried to change the world. We tried to change the external world to make us happy and to avoid making us unhappy or sad. But when Lord Buddha said that world, so-called things that we projected out, they are all creations of our own mind, which is the most important step in this Dhamma path. It's a bit difficult to get convinced, isn't it? Because the ability to understand how these thoughts are formed, how this feeling of existence, how this feeling of being alive is created. So these are a bit complicated things, but needs repeated listening and convincing the own self, because you cannot just grasp it with one listening, because these are not the regular Dhamma sermons that we have been listening. So these are some sort of thought provocative type of things which you have to analyze yourself and understand. All five senses, if I tell it in simple words, all five senses create something because of the current which is underlying. The example I gave you previously about the live wire, live current, which can be manifested in different ways depending on the device that you are connecting to the live electricity wire. So, like that, we have the current. The current can be named as the sarsavar or the hidden defilements. That is what has been taking us from birth to birth in this samsaric journey. So the current is there and it is manifested in different ways depending on the sensor function. And the little baby had all these, but the little baby didn't have thoughts. So thought means the sixth sensor, formation of the sixth sensor is a result of the combination of at least two of these sensors, the commonest being the eye sensor and the ear sensor. But of course, when it comes to certain other stimuli, like particularly food, the other sensors also will start combining. But most of the time, the very first exposure, it is the eye and the ear combination. And as I said, at the sensor levels also, something which was not created, something which was not real is created instantly. So depending on the sensor nature, as I said, as I explained about the light, uh, it's an instant creation. So for the nocturnal animals, they feel the nighttime is a daytime, and they feel that our daytime is a nighttime because they can't see at that time. So we, as a group of diurnal people, that means the daytime, we are awakened in the daytime. We and the animals who share the same experience, our sense is such, our eye faculty is such that it creates a light at a particular given time, and we think that that is a time which is a daytime, that is a time that we can see. If the eyes are not there, you can't talk about any creation of the light. And this rupanaya or the vibration is a very fast uh, mechanism, very fast. Because of that, something which wasn't there is created as if it is there. So it's like a tiny sparks of light collectively giving rise to a huge line of light which illuminates the whole area. Now, in the TV screen, if you say, it's actually collection of lots and lots of tiny dots. And even in the phone, the camera, again, it's kind of what you call the pixels. So if you expand it more and more and more and more and see, they are actually tiny dots. Collectively, it creates a picture. So this is a mechanism that is happening in all five senses. Repetitive, fast happening of the vibration creates something which wasn't there. So in this way, when you transcend the function of these senses, you know that seeing alone is not true. Hearing alone is not something true, not something existing. Similarly, all five sense faculties are not existing. They are not permanent. They are created as if it is there because of the speed. So speed is not something that you and me can decide. Speed is just a part of the natural process. So due to the speed, something is created and we feel that it is really existing. And when two or more of non-existing things combine, can you expect an existing thing to happen? No. The basic raw materials are also not existing. Then the final product also is not existing, but all of them at their each level creates or gives rise to the feeling that it is real. So this is how the thoughts are formed. Thought formation occurs at a later stage, not at birth, after some months or maybe years. And Aryan Mahase takes the example of the teaching at the Montessori level because that is the time where the peak of activities occurring. Our children are sometimes sent to the Montessori from the age of 3 years because parents want to teach them as much as possible, as early as possible. They are really proud to see that the child is able to count up to 10 and being able to uh, identify various pictures of animals, flowers, fruits, vegetables. So they are really proud. So, in other words, those are all thoughts. And you are adding more and more data to the child and trying to solidify this, what is called the world. The world becomes more and more colorful, more and more informative, more and more new data, more and more heavier as the age moves forward of the child. That is why Lord Buddha's time, even 7-year-olds could understand this Dhamma, and they came up to the level of stream mentor even at the age of 7 years. And we know so many people in the history of Buddhism who were at the Sotapanna level or the stream mentor at that age. One such example is the rich businesswoman called Vishaka. So there are some other children who became so on, who reached that level at the age of 7 years. So it is not something so complicated. Now you don't need all these scientific explanations also. If you give them the idea, if you explain to them that these things are all thoughts, they are all creations in the mind, you have taken the you have kept the first step forward. And to the little Rahula Thero, to little novice monk Rahula, who was the son of Lord Buddha in his life, he explained, he said, he showed the reflection of his face on the water. Look at this reflection on the water, Rahula. Is it true? So the little Rahula monk said, no, it is my reflection. So he said, Lord Buddha said, the world is created in the same way in your mind. So that has a very powerful message. And the little Rahula Thero could understand it. So more you understand, and more, one more thing actually, if you have more and more knowledge, if you have a more solid life, a solid world, then it's not easy to break it down. Now, unlike our time, I don't think there was things called Montessori education for children in Lord Buddha's time. So it would have been a bit easier for him to teach this truth. Nowadays, what happens? The children are sent to the playgroups, kindergarten, Montessori, sometimes even at a tender age of 2.5 years. So what is happening in those places? The more and more data is being added in the form of thought formation. Things are shown and the name is given. Things are shown and allow the child to touch or taste it, feel the smell, uh, experience it with the five senses, with whatever the senses which are relevant. So the child will continue to experience it. And for example, child may be shown even the simple things like table, chair. So the child is seeing it and allow the child to touch it, and the word or the sound is given, the table, water bottle. So again, the child is seeing it, and the sound is given as a water bottle, and the child is allowed to touch it. And also, when he has a drink from that, he knows he has more information about the water bottle. You know, in our uh, preschools and Montessori's, the classroom is actually full of various pictures as teaching material. So teachers use these pictures to show the shape and then give the sound. Repeatedly, they will say it, and the child will grasp it. Some children might still forget by next day if they ask, but when the repeated input occurs, repeatedly the same stimulus is given, same thought is given, it becomes solid, like it is grasped. So uh, the the teaching actually starts at very young, tender ages, means the thought formation is uh, exacerbated. So the parents are happy now when the child is able to show different pictures in the coloring book and say, this is apple, this is horse, this is ice cream, all kinds of things. So always it is the sound and the picture, sound and the picture. And when it comes to the eatables, sometimes the teacher will uh, make arrangements to share certain types of food, let every child taste it, let every child smell it, let every child touch it and see what is the consistency. So in addition, the shape and the sound, ear and eye input is also given. So when all five senses are combined, it is a stronger thought. What happens when this thought is given again and again and again? The thought, as I mentioned earlier, is a result of the underlying current or the power. And when the thought is repeated, this power becomes more. And the child really feels as if it is a permanently lasting or existing chair, table, and permanently existing apple, orange. Not only that, the concept of myself is also born through the five senses. So I'm part of the world. The concept of myself is also created with the five senses. Is there a self actually? That is an important and very essential question that is asked by R.N. Mahanse quite often, because Buddhism is a no self concept, no self philosophy. It's not an ordinary religion. So what we are experiencing is not something that is really existing. We say that we experience the self, we experience myself being alive. But is there a self, real self? No, there's no real self. So there's no real self. And the understanding uh, of how this self is felt is very important. And these days, when Narayan Mahasi is going from village to village, he doesn't try to explain these complicated matters, which are not actually relevant. We know that Lord Buddha once took a handful of leaves from a branch in a huge forest where the same type of trees have been planted. So he asked, "Tell me the handful of leaves in my hand, compare that amount with the leaves of this leaves of all these trees in this jungle. It's such a small amount, but this amount is equal to what you need to understand this pathway and reach the state of arhats. But by knowledge, what I understood, my wisdom is something equal to this all the leaves in this jungle." So very simply, he mentioned that you need to know only a very little bit of things, but that little bit has to be understood very clearly. It has to be a realization, not as a knowledge, not as a part of a thought, but it has to be a very clear cut realization. Like the way that you understand that uh, there's no person in the reflection of the mirror. It's something that we feel straight away, isn't it? But as a child, we thought there is a self there. We tried to touch the baby who is in the mirror. Similarly, the animals do not understand this truth. The animals do try to attack or be friendly with the animal who is there on the screen. They think that the reflection means another animal. But for you and me, we do understand that there is no person here. So the that understanding should be there for everything related to the world. So that is something that we have to understand in this Dhamma lessons. Understand that there never existed a person. So Aryan Mahasi is asking simple questions in these Dhamma sessions. He's asking, "Who are you?" Now, that is a bit of a difficult question to answer because we feel that there is a self, isn't it? We feel that there is a self who is, we feel that there is a self who you can't actually explain. There is a self, but you become wordless. You have no way of explaining. Then he goes on asking simple questions. Do you think this picture of yours or your appearance is yourself? Some people might say yes, but then because that is the knowledge that we acquired as a child, isn't it? Because as a child, we didn't know that the reflection or the appearance uh, on that you see in the mirror is myself. Because you are not capable of seeing all yourself with your eyes. You can see some parts of the body, but not the whole part of the whole body, isn't it? So then you have to depend on the reflection that you saw on the mirror. So that is your external appearance. Or maybe you might say, showing a photo, this is me. Or you will tell Aryan Mahansi when he's asking the question, is a reflection or this your photo or the appearance is you? You might say yes, because that is one of the data that has been given as a child. What you saw on the mirror is yourself. But then Aryan Mahansi says that appearance can change, isn't it? Instantly the appearance can change. Now next hour, by next hour, you can have a lot of makeup The hairstyle can be changed, or even a wig can be worn. And some people undergo various plastic surgeries. The celebrities undergo plastic surgeries to make their appearance different. So then can you say who the appearance of myself yesterday, if it has changed by today? You can't say that appearance or this picture is myself. Also, if you take some photographs of you taken at different ages, you can see the evolution, the change, the appearance is changing. So therefore, appearance is not something that you can permanently depend on, isn't it? It is simply another data that has been put as a child, that appearance is myself. You might show on the photograph, this is me. But can you say like that? If the appearance of that photograph was changed with some new technology, you might say, no, that is not me. That is somebody else. In another photograph, you might try to identify your friend. You might say, was it you? No, that is not me. That is somebody else. So just think about such simple dialogues that you had in your day-to-day life. Those things actually prove that appearance cannot be permanently connected to the self, isn't it? So that is one angle that you have to see. So the appearance, you can't say that it is myself or the self. And the name, again, now you are given a name as a baby, and that name can be changed at any time, isn't it? People do change their name for various reasons. Sometimes to be able to suit their status, if they are at a good status. If the name is not very fashionable, people change the name. Sometimes to hide themselves from crimes also, they can change the names. And if somebody like celebrities, sometimes they change the names to be able to go to the society or to rise up to the fame better. So the name is not something consistent, isn't it? Name is not something that you can permanently depend on to say that this is me. My name is this one. And if you change your name next time, you might say, no, it's not that. This is my name. So the name has changed. The name can be changed. So then you can't say that the self is the name. What are the next things that you have to exclude? The body. That is a very common thing, isn't it? You will show your body and say, this is me. This is what I am doing. These are the things that I am doing. As a collective piece, the whole thing you will call myself. This body is myself. But if it is dissected to parts, several parts, Lord Buddha has a specific meditation for this. That is Kunapa Bhavana, where the body constituents are divided to the four piles. Patavi, things are which are felt as solid things. The apo, the things which are felt as liquid. Things are which are felt like air is called vayu. The things which are felt as warmth is coming under the category of tejo. So in as an imaginary fact, you try to divide your body to these 32 parts. And Lord Buddha was asking, can you find out yourself in any of these parts? They all become mine, isn't it? None of them are me, but they all become mine. My heart, my blood, my bones, my skin. Like that. They are divided uh, to different groups, but none of them are me actually, finally, when you dissect it, isn't it? So then how can you say that this physical body is me? Not only that, the body parts can be replaced. So when the body parts are replaced, then again there's a doubt. Can you say that this is me? And certain body parts are removed sometimes. The amputation of the legs, amputation of parts of the bowel, the teeth may be extracted. So things like that, the different parts will be removed from the body. And you can't say that that part is myself. If the amputated leg is just right in front of you, you will not say that the leg is me, but leg was mine. So it's like saying the house is mine, car is mine, sun is mine. So like that, the leg is mine. So this is a bit of a grammar fact also. Collectively, you call them me, but now when you take it up to different parts, you can't say that they are me. They are always mine, isn't it? So then you can't depend on this physical body also. You can't say that the physical body is me. Now you have to explore more. Actually, this is a kind of vidarshana. This is a kind of penetrative meditation or insight meditation. You pierce deep and deep and deep into one topic and try to analyze it up to the level where you get to the deepest bottom of it. So if the appearance is not me, and if the name is also not me, and if the physical body is also not me, so where else you should turn to? The next thing that R.N. Mahasi is explaining is the thought. Now, behind all this is a thought, isn't it? You think that this body is me. You think that this appearance or this picture is me. You think that name is me. So finally, the culprit you come across is a thought, or the mind is me. Now, that is a bit difficult thing to explore because now you have a strong mind, you have a strong thought saying that this is me. So, how did you find this? How did you get this thought? The thought is a collective function of the five senses, isn't it? The five senses collectively will form the thought. And thought is something instantly created then and there. Thought means it is a stream of, mind means it's a stream of thoughts. Each thought is created instantly and it's gone. The next fraction of second, it is gone and a new thought is formed. So if you talk about seeing a banana tree, the thought of seeing the banana tree, that itself has millions and millions of thoughts together. It's constructed. It is aggregated to form something which looks like a single thing. So seeing the banana tree means maybe thousands or millions of thoughts uh, together. Now, the example that can be given from the modern time, as R.N. Mahasi was explaining, is the electric bulb. The former types of bulbs, which we call the AC, which has the alternate current bulbs, they have a series of lighting and disappearing, lighting and disappearing types of sparks. So off and on series of sparks. When it happens very fast, that off component is not visualized. We see as if the light is continuously lighting, the light is continuously there working. We don't see that fraction of second where the light is off. So because of this rapid speed in the AC bulbs, we see as if it is burning or giving the light throughout continuously. So this is something that is experienced even in the fluorescent tube lights. Uh, Now, when the fluorescent tube light is becoming weaker, you can see that it is flickering. So this is a mechanism of the normal AC bulb also. If you can see that when the bulb is weaker, sometimes you can see that the flickering nature. So similarly, the mind means such a flow of thoughts. Now, if the mind is me, you should have a good control of that, isn't it? You should be able to control the mind in the way that you need. But can you control your mind? No, you can't control the mind. You can't control your thoughts, can you? Now, can you stop thinking about an incident that happened yesterday? It may be a pleasant thing, it may be an unpleasant thing. But whether you like or not, that thought is coming up again and again. So we complain when it is an unpleasant thought, but we don't complain when it is a pleasant thought. We like to relive in that thought again and again, particularly when it is a happy thought. When it is a sad thought or an angry thought, we go on complaining. I don't know why this thought is coming up again and again. It is really troublesome. I feel really fed up of this thought which is coming up again and again. So those are some of the complaints that you are making about your own mind, isn't it? So if the mind is you should have the authority of that. There are instances where you want to recollect certain things, particularly maybe at an exam. You knew that you have studied that part very well, and you should be able to bring it up as a thought as you want. But it doesn't happen, isn't it? So again, if the authority of the mind is yourself, you should be able to bring up whatever the thought that you want instantly. And also, as I said earlier, you should be able to get rid of the unwanted, unpleasant thoughts instantly, which is not happening. And the other example, you may be able to think more and more examples sometimes. Just think of the situations where your thoughts are a real nuisance to you. I'm sure there are enough instances where you experience that you are fed up of your own thoughts. And the other example that Aranvahas is providing is a person doing the concentration meditation. Person is doing the concentration meditation and trying to keep focused to one thought, and he is unable to do because the mind is running away to all parts of the world. So it's again another troublesome thing. Why can't I concentrate on this meditation? So that is another aspect of the mind or the thought to indicate that mind cannot be labeled as you. So then where do you find this self is the question again. The self is felt, isn't it? All the time you feel the self. How do you feel the self? When you see something, you feel it as self. I am seeing. When you hear something, you feel as if I am hearing. So similarly, all five senses, when they are functioning, you feel as if you are experiencing, isn't it? So then it has to be something to do about something to do with the stimuli. But the stimulus itself is a sensor function. Stimulus or the thought is simply a sensor function. And we know arhants also get thoughts. When the arhants get thoughts, they will act accordingly. So there's a difference then. There should be a difference between the thoughts that are created in the arhant's mind from the thoughts that are created for you and me. So then what is the difference here? That is the next thing that you have to evaluate and see. The thoughts for the arhants do not have a current, do not have a power, because their sasava nature or their dormant current is completely neutralized. So therefore they have the thought. They experience the things in the same way, but they do not have the power in each and every thought. Whereas you and me, we have the power in that thought. What is the reason for the power in the thought? That is because you feel that it is real, isn't it? Besaganima, or the thought has become a thing to you. Thought is felt as real to you. So the weight or the current of the thought is due to the itta sanya, that means the perception of existence. And wherever there is something existing, that is yourself. So now you have come to the root where now you know that the self means that current which is created with the thought, which gives the impression that it is really existing, really lasting. So an existing wall hanger, existing chair, existing coffee table, existing fan, existing rambutan tree, and existing husband, existing child, existing myself. These are all live thoughts. These are all thoughts with the weight. These are all thoughts with some form of current. So that is where you are. Lord Buddha said that whenever there is a stimulus which has become a thing, aramune basaganima in Sinhala. Basagat aramunu තියෙන හැම තැනකම කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. තමන් ඉන්නවා. So whatever the stimulus which becomes a thing, that is where your self is. So you can see that self is not something that you can experience, feel, or hear, or touch and find out. It is a creation at the sensor level. So the simple sensor level is functioning even at the arhat state because they have to live in the world, and for that the sensors should function, sensor function should be there, and the thoughts has to be formed because thoughts are necessary for a person to live in this world. But for you and me, the thought is something that has a value, that has a current. And thought is something which is powerful, and thought is felt as alive for you and me. That is where the self is. So many words have been used in Dhamma sermons. And even Lord Buddha has explained so many words, but all of them actually mean something simple, something mm, coming to one point. The word defilements, current, power, uh, self, all these things, all these words have been used to indicate the same thing. So, when it is clear how this self is created, it becomes easy, isn't it? So, simply if you tell somebody that world is then and they are created as your senses are functioning, that alone is enough if that system has enough wisdom to understand. Because we know that uh, the shortest ever Dhamma sermon that Lord Buddha did to Bahia hermit was Bahia. Just see that seeing is only a seeing, and hearing is only a hearing only. There's no thing there. If it becomes a thing, that is where yourself is. So he made a very short sermon, possibly the shortest sermon done by Lord Buddha in his life. But the Bahia hermit was very wise, and he could understand the deep meaning that Lord Buddha was trying to give. He realized that the self means if a stimulus becomes a thing, if the stimulus is felt as real, that is where the self is. So, why is it important to understand what is the self? Because we know that myself or things happening to me, things done by me, they are all uh, a misconception, a drushti. It's simply a thought which is alive, isn't it? It's simply a thought which has taken as real that there is a separate person called myself. Now, as we tried to dissect out a little while ago, as R.N. Mahasi is explaining, uh, myself, myself has to be found out where this myself is, how this myself is created. So the method, exploring the method of creating this myself is one of the most important things that is explained in Darshana component of Lord of Buddothpado sermons, which we never had an idea in the past actually. Even though we have heard the word called Darshana, it didn't have this type of an explanation, this type of facts explained. So we are so happy to understand this mechanism. That is where the system or the person can move forward once you have this established understanding or realization of how these thoughts are formed, how the thoughts are felt powerful, how the thoughts are felt alive. That understanding helps to move forward on the Dhamma path because darshana is something essential at every level. So, knowing what the thought is, knowing how it is formed, the way that it is behaving, the thoughts, the thought patterns, and also it doesn't stop at the level of thought formation, but it in the ordinary person, it moves instantly forward to give rise to the feeling that it is really existing. And the moment that it is felt as really existing, the self feel is also there. So even if you get rid of the thought, called myself, which we call the self view, still you can have the self perception. Still you can have that feel level, the underneath, with whatever the stimuli that you are experiencing. You have that hidden nature of feel, which you call the self feel. So even the self feel is understood or transcended. The baby, little baby, before the formation of the thoughts, he still had that what's called the self vibration. And self vibration is something that can be explained as sasava nature, or the very basic level of vibration which was there from the zygote onwards. So these facts again, I think I have moved to the more complicated side, but simple words, if I say, try to understand this whole world is created as a thought in the mind, and that thought formation was the result of so-called teaching that happened from the small age. So the teaching means more and more data being added to the computer system. And when now, even though the thought has all five components, if you take a food item as the example, uh, biscuit, if I say a biscuit, it has all five components, isn't it? Now, when I say the word biscuit, it's simply a sound, but for you, you get the complete thought, all the details that you know about biscuits. The fact that it is a sweet, it is something taken at the tea time, it's something to fulfill a little hunger, and the different types of biscuits, and your favorite type of biscuits, and it is not good for diabetic people. All kinds of data that you had will come up right now. So now you have an existing biscuit. So it is not only the five senses, actually, the perception of existing item called biscuit is there. And not only that, that is because of that sasava nature, or the taints which are hiding. And not only that, you have the perception of existence also. So I am here who is experiencing this thought called biscuit. And it's a single spark, actually, single vibration. But that vibration has the sasava nature. The sasava nature means it is not something confined to this lifetime. You have uh, every wave of uh, currents from all your samsaric journey. So those are actually explained by our Aran Vahanse with his Abhinya wisdom, and he's explaining these things beautifully, because most of these facts have been mentioned here and there in the Sutra Deshanas, but uh, unless you have that understanding yourself, you cannot actually find out exactly the meanings of these words sometimes, because Lord Buddha has mentioned them in such a way sometimes, for a person who has only the knowledge but not the inner transformation, is unable to interpret what is informed, what is mentioned in the sutras. So I suppose that is one of the difficulties in Buddhism. Unlike the other books like Quran and Bible, which seems to be straightforward, and people are expected to believe what is written there. But in the Tripitaka, one thing is that the language is different, and secondly, the the way that it has to be interpreted is a bit tricky, And depending on the person's inner transformation, the interpretation can vary. So therefore, on long run, it will give a completely a different meaning. So these are the trickiest points in Buddhism. And Lord Buddha said that the Buddhism will last for 5,000 years in the world. And it may not last beyond that. Our noble friend Aryan Nancy gives a beautiful example. When you throw a stone to the water, it will give rise to some ripples, circles, waves, spreading to a particular distance. So the power of the current which is created is responsible for these ripples, isn't it? Similarly, the non-vibration or the nirvana or the state of Arhat's mind, the non-vibration will synchronize to the other systems up to a certain limit. Beyond that, it will not be synchronizing anymore. So that is why Lord Buddha predicted about this time period. Already, we are close to 2,600 years. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the value of being born as a human, value of being able to hear this true Dhamma cannot be ignored as simple things. Being born as a human being is such a rarity. And Lord Buddha has given so many examples to show how rare is that possibility is. We know that we may have been cycling throughout this journey in various physical formations, physical bodies, or maybe the forms without a physical body, which is explained in 31 realms by Lord Buddha. And Aryan Maharaj is explaining that in a very clear way, that 31 realms doesn't mean that always a physical body is needed. So we may have been fluctuating, going up and down in these worlds throughout this samsaric journey, which is, as I said, very unpredictable. We may not be able to have a human birth for a very, very long time again. And still, even if we are born, we may not be able to hear the true Dhamma facts again. Now, see, even the present world, sorry, even in the present world, see what percentage of people, the humans, are able to listen to this Dhamma. And quite a significant, very, very small percentage. If you take it as a percentage, very small number will be able to listen to this Dhamma. Even if you listen, do you have the assurance that you are listening to the true Dhamma facts that has been explained by Lord Buddha nearly 2,600 years ago? No, because there are so many fractions of Buddhism which are being spreaded in the world now. And so many people are preaching these Dhamma facts. So many people are interpreting them in the incorrect way. Each of the person, maybe a monk, nun, or maybe a lay person, who is doing these sermons, want to maintain their kind of crowd, want to maintain their empire, like want to maintain their authority. So they trying their best to express something which looks different, which looks sometimes very exciting, very attractive, which is sometimes completely different from what we hear in this the true Dhamma facts. And we know that lots of influences have come from the other religions, and people are trying to see the shortcuts rather than trying to use their mind and explore the nature of this mind. They try to find some easier ways to reach Nibbana. And not only that, even some people say that they don't want to understand or reach Nirvana right now. Maybe they enjoy the world for some more births before deciding on that, which is, I would say, a very ridiculous and very foolish comment to make, because they do not know the danger of this samsara journey. They are making comments like that because there is no way of finding out what was the past and what is going to be the future. What I meant was the after the death of this life here. So since you do not know the risk, you are making comments like that. And also people try to find the shortcuts, easier ways to understand this Dhamma. They feel that if they go on doing lots of good things, they will be able to find this true path. So therefore, they go on lots of physical type of offerings and alms giving kind of meritorious activities. So they prefer that because it's easy for them to do it, and also particularly a person who has money is prepared to spend like that for large scale offerings and meritorious work. So people are going blindly for those things. Sometimes we have something called Bodhi Puja, where a special type of religious functions are taking place to worship the Bodhi tree, Bodhi tree. What is the significance of the Bodhi tree? Bodhi tree is the tree, the kind species of the tree that was giving the shade to Lord Buddha when he enlightened, when he reached the Arhat state. So he was very grateful even to the tree. We know in the Buddhist history that he spent 1 week watching, looking at the Bodhi, which is a beautiful uh, example that he said about the gratitude. But if we try to offer the things to the Bodhi and expect miracles to occur, and we pray sometimes to the Bodhi and we do large scale offerings, and then we sing various specifically designed poems near the Bodhi, hoping that some blessings will occur. Now, these things have never been discussed or advised by Lord Buddha, because he said Dharma is the only one which is going to help. He said, even don't take me as a person, don't take this physical body as a person. And he said, take Dhamma, take the Dhamma message, and your savior is yourself. No one is going to be your superpower savior, come and help you with all your troubles. It was something that you have to understand. You have to realize that your own raft has to be made by you, and the crossing of the stream has to be done by yourself. So there's no external help. You can't extend the helping, you can't hope for a helping hand from outside. This is what is taught in the other religions. But you know, Buddhism is not yet another religion. It's a philosophy. You have to come and see that. You have to come and understand it yourself. So that is why even at the time that Lord Buddha passed away, just before that, Ananda Thero asked, who will be our next leader? He expected that Lord Buddha will appoint the next senior most person who was around that, the Mahakashyapa Thero, another leading figure in our Buddhist history as an arhat. But he didn't mention a person, he didn't name a person. He said, keep Buddha as your leader, as your teacher, or as your leader. So that again clearly shows that you can't expect material things as your guide or as your supporter or as your savior. So the same thing applies to the bo tree or whatever you are doing offerings. If you are expecting some sort of relief from those material things, that is not Buddhism. That is something that you have acquired from the other, probably other beliefs or other religions, and you are doing it for your convenience. So you cannot be actually called a Buddhist if you have this belief or if you are expecting the things from the outside world, hoping that uh, the bad things will leave you and you will achieve the good things that makes you happy. So that should be the angle that we have to look at it. If I summarize it, there's no self in here. What is interpreted as a self is that power or the defilements or the current which has been ongoing throughout our samsara journey. That power or the current is the one which makes you feel alive and which makes you feel that it is really existing, and that is interpreted as self. So there are never a self existed, and you cannot call this body as the self. You can't call this name, your name, as the self. You can't call the external appearance as the self, but the current which is felt as if it is alive or real is the one which is interpreted as self. So that is one point. And secondly, the world is created with the five senses, including yourself. So the self is also a product of the five senses. And whatever is experienced simply is a thought. And thoughts are formed gradually, becoming more and more stronger, so that at certain points, R.N. Mahansi and also Lord Buddha says, identify your own point of contemplation. Identify your own point or the thought which is the one which is strongest, or the one which creates the highest amount of current. So there are the four practical steps that R.N. Mahansi has explained, which he has practiced himself for years, is very useful in this pathway, gradually trying to shed that uh, coat called myself and coming to the reality to recognize that there is no self in here, and the activities are occurring, functions are occurring. As long as a physical body is there, functions are there. It's being continued, but with no extra power, with no extra current. And those thoughts are not exhausting. Those thoughts are not making you feel tired or fed up. So the thoughts in the Arhan's mind are very light. They help to maintain the physical body and also to do the day-to-day life activities. It says that they are waiting until the end of the physical body. The arhants wait until the end of the physical body, like a person who is waiting for the payment at the end of the month, like waiting for the salary until the end of the month. So this example, I think it tallies beautifully because they are just marking time. That may be another explanation. They are marking time until the end of the physical body, so that until that time, to maintain the physical body, they will eat, they will use the medicines, they will use the clothing, and they will use a shelter. So those are the 4 basic requirements of an arahant, just to maintain the body and the activities in the bare minimum level. So I suppose I don't know how successful was it to convey some sort of knowledge on these Dhamma facts. Many things are repeated actually in these sermons because there isn't a big syllabus here. It's if you take it as essence, it's a small thing. But because of the difficulty of convincing, this has to be listened again and again, and many things are repeated again and again. So do not expect a lot of things to be mentioned, a lot of different things to be mentioned, and do not expect to remember, try to by heart these things either. So I will conclude the session by respectfully worshipping Triple Gem, and also I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. There was Aryan Mahansa. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. There was Aryan.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion in English today. Buddothpado. We'll worship Buddothpado Arananse. We can continue this discussion. We talk about kind of same thing every day. It's all about the non-self angle, or how this feeling of self has happened. So if you can understand, we can discuss it in different ways, and the way we discuss it actually change in the way that we actually with whom we are talking. So how we feel this self existence, how we have developed this idea of self. it didn't, no one is actually teaching us that there is even the animal would know that there is you know it's an idea which occurs without anyone teaching you, because you get the perception without any teaching that there is self. So we can see Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Is it possible for you to kind of develop this into a discussion?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, Terwasana. Yes, I was also thinking of the same topic. Something around self-existence or self-feeling, how it builds up from the dot like a firefly, and then it gradually sort of gets empowered, and then how the strong concept of myself becomes like a huge tree starting like as a seedling. We can talk on that, isn't it? Like how it starts now. The small baby has no concept about myself.
Even
And
that small baby even doesn't have a concept about anything.
yes, that's right. Yes.
Nothing. It just feels.
Yeah. And
That is the level that we are unable to feel too. But we can, if our mind power is not that great, we might be able to actually feel the feel that we talk about. And that is the feel where, the main kind of how do I say, sensory organ function. And if no one knew that it is the only thing that was there, but only Lord Buddha actually explained this, that this is ignorance is there. The ignorance is the main culprit here, that which actually is there until the vibration is gone, and the self vibration is not there. But what actually that means is that now we can't say that actually that's the thing, we it's not actually there is one vibration. So like this might confuse us also, so we have to be careful when we try to say things. So it's not as it is there. Now if the stimulus is taken for granted, only the self vibration is there. That is where the ability of vibrating non-vibration, synchronizing to non-vibration has become a possibility. So this possibility was found by Lord Buddha, and we worship Lord Buddha for that great thing, because it's such a difficult thing to understand by oneself. But here, when we hear this Dhamma, we understand, okay, the baby didn't have any problem of self-thought or any thought in that sentence. But the thing is that the a bunch of cells, or we can call it body, actually had the feel. And it could be in the form of the eye, it could be in the form of the ear, it could be form of the tongue or the nose or the chin. Doesn't matter what form, but at one particular point, it's only the stimulus is starting from only one of them. They can't coexist. But what actually happens is later, when all the sensory organs are developing, they co-vibrate kind of, when they vibrate together, because it happens so quick, there's new kind of vibration, that is what is called mind. And we know all about the mind because we are already in our mind. So the mind is full of things, from toy to, from mother, from father, from sister, brother, house, home, school, toy. From that, we have like billions of, or even, maybe not billions, but there are so many stimuli. So even sit down, stand up, those things are kind of a mental construct. Without the mental construct, you can't actually do anything. The mental construct part is the one which actually augment the state of this self-vibration. When we talk about this, the main important points to understand is that one stimulus, only one stimulus in which begins from one sensory organ happens at one time. And when it is felt as a thing, in different levels, it could be in the form, non-form level, and it could be the form level, or even the sensual world. Doesn't matter. Whatever the level, how much you feel it as existent, then it is going to give you that power, the self-vibration, or self-power, or the self-perception. So that is the problem which happened. But if someone is having wisdom about this, the ignorance is going to go down, as well as that power is going to go down. Why? Because we learn that there's nothing, everything we have touched, we have touched the tea, we have tree, we have touched the chair, we touch our mother, we can say like that. But when we understand that it's actually a perception in the mind only, that even the touch word, like when we say touch, in the Kankamburus in Sinnoru, we say dogena kila, touch something, like there's like a saying in Sinhala, some play where you have to run and touch something. How do you know when someone says in Sinhala, no one will do that, but if you say that in the Sinhala English way, the English child who talks in English might do that. And how is that? Because that perception is there. How a Sinhala child will not do it when it is told in English medium, but might do it when it is told in Sinhala medium. So this perception level in the mind is very important to understand, and actually a lot of people can understand this easily, that all the kind of everything that we thought is existing is actually in the mind. But then, is that true? That's a bit tricky to understand. Is that true? Is it actually in the mind? Then we go on to understand, how did that happen? How did the mind perception happen? How did the go and run and touch the chair, you can say. And so go, run, or run and touch the chair. And a single child might look at the person who says and just stay there, but if it is told in single language, he might do it. But what I'm trying to say is, the perception Is the perception true? The chair, is it true? Touch, is it true? Go or run, is it true? So these perceptions are actually formed with the help of these sensory organs. So it's a construct too. It's a mental construct. None of the mental constructs are true. But then there is a feel too. What do you feel then? Then if none of these things are true, why am I feeling something? You're feeling something because you didn't know that it's just a sensory function, it's just a sensory function. If you're feeling something, it is just a sensory function, nothing else. So that's how we keep changing the power, that we keep changing the understanding we have about everything that was felt, that was thought, or that was associated. Yeah, you can add more. Suranka is also here. You can continue or add something, Suranka. Maybe she is busy. Even
Yeah, actually, recently I remember in one of the discussions, Aaron Wahanse, our noble friend, asked, who am I? And he was sort of asking questions from different people to, indicate where this self-feeling, where can it be localized, or can you localize or point out and say that this is where myself. So he was first talking about the body. What part of the body can you point out and say, this is myself? Now, one of the beautiful examples he was giving was that if you amputate a hand or a leg, you won't call that part myself, but you will say it was my leg. Or even, the intact parts of the body. If you, even for a small child, we sometimes ask them to show where is your head. So they will say my head. In none of the occasions, it's mentioned as the head is me. So it becomes automatically mine. So it is no different from the rest of the world where we call my house, my toys, my gowns, my mother. So all becomes my, where there is ownership, but none of them can be labeled as myself. So it's similarly the body parts also. If you take the body parts separately, none can be labeled as myself. They are all mine, belong to me, but none of them are mine. Then the second question was, can you say the thoughts are myself? Thoughts or your mind. Mind, in other words, mind is just a flow of thoughts, fast flowing thoughts are labeled as mind. So can you call mind is me or myself? No, again, the mind is so-called thoughts are not under control. You cannot, the system cannot control the occurrence of the thoughts, appearance of the thoughts. So then you can't call it's myself. The thoughts or the mind cannot be labeled as myself. So like that, he was sort of, then finally he came down, he pointed out when this system is in function, that means when the sensors are actively creating some stimuli, and the collective vibration of the sensors is called thought, and thoughts doesn't stop from there. Thoughts will create some form of a current within the system. So that current is the one which, due to the ignorance, which is labeled as myself, the current may be going up and down depending on the stimulus. There may be high currents, there may be low currents. Now, high currents could be in the form of, we can label them as anger, sad, or happiness. Any words can be, different words can be used depending on the situation. And that current is something that the system feels. It's not a thought, it's a feel. And that current is labeled as self. And also, I remember, I think Lord Buddha also has described in one of the sutras, sometimes the body is taken as me, sometimes the myself is considered as inside the body, or sometimes vice versa. The body is within myself. So like that, in 4 ways he has described, the Lord Buddha has described how this, due to the ignorance, how this system associates the self-feeling with the physical body. So those are the things that I wanted to add actually. And also this self-feeling is something which starts as a very tiny point when the baby is small, when the child is little by little growing. So many stimuli will add power to this self-perception or this self-feeling. That world, so-called myself, created around, or maybe you can call it the bubble, becomes stronger and stronger because so many data are added every day through the stimuli from different sources, and the self-feeling becomes empowered more and more and becomes very strong. So ultimately, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real is automatically the other side, or like the other side of the coin. It's the self-perception on the other side. So whatever stimulus which is taken as real, in Sinhala we say deyak kara ganima. So whenever there is something which is taken as real, automatically there is myself or the self-feeling on the other side. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika?
Yeah, it's good. Is there anything to add, Surangika? I think she
must be at work. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think everything is centered around this, isn't it? The self-feeling is the center pole, and everything is centered around that. All the defilements, whatever you can, name, everything is because there is a self. And now the defilements like clinging or aversions, all the sufferings is because this misconception of self, isn't it?
Yeah. When we come to a thought, one thought, just take one thought, chair or pineapple. Any of these thoughts or stimuli can actually start from any of the sensory organs. So someone comes to the house of a friend, and when the door is open, you might smell something, different. And without any hesitation, without any time, if the person is fully in the functions, the sensory organs are functioning, immediately the thought is that it is pineapple. So the what you felt there is not actually touch, it's a direct form which comes. And that is where the self-perception also is already there. That is the thing. If that is taken as a thing, not when someone has gone through Dhamma. I'm talking about normal person.
Yes.
So try and understand this one thought having all the features, 31 realms, because I saw the topic today in the actual the picture of this English room today was 31 planes of existence is in one thought. And that's a very beautiful thing to actually understand, because that's where we can trap, not we, any being can get trapped in any one of these things, whether it is the sensual world. Sensual world has a lot of stages, the animals, everything. So it can be sensual world, it can be the other beings in the form world and non-form world as well. But why it is important is this human thought actually has all these levels. That's why a human can actually attain or actually synchronize to the non-vibration too, because someone has to actually understand all the three levels to vibrate to the non-vibration, or synchronize to the non-vibration. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, what happens is, just imagine someone is already in the non-form. This actually Aranwanse told in one of the recent, I can't remember whether it's even yesterday or that if someone is already in the non-form world, that person is automatically in the field, and there is no possibility for you to do even a vidarshana or think about these Dhamma points. So the actual change starts from that. It starts from that. And that's where you understand that there is no self, and then only you actually feel it. So that's the important thing to understand. It's very important to see why the human realm is so important, why the humans have this, the mind, which is great ability, and in mind, one thought has all these planes, 31 planes, or 31 realms, or 31 worlds. They are all just forms, different forms, which actually the self vibration is trapping. Whatever the level, if it's a thing, all the below levels are already has become a thing. You can't change it. If someone is in the sensual world, like humans, all the form level and the non-form levels has already become a thing anyway.
Yes, and
So
it can change from thought to thought also, isn't it?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. That is the beauty of this thoughts. But the thing is, even though it can change, this non-vibration has never happened before.
Yes.
So that is the thing that we try here, kind of try and through vidarshana, through understanding of this non-self dhamma, you have to first hear this, and then you have to think about this and try and understand this. Now, after understanding, you have to, try and feel this. And try and feeling part is the important part. According to Lord Buddha, Trividya is very important. What is Trividya is how you feel about your own previous perceptions or all your feelings. What happened when that whatever the thought, imagine it's a chair again or pineapple. How did the pineapple arise? And that you should kind of feel it too, not just think about it. But you have to think about it to feel. You can't just feel something you haven't thought about even. That's the thing. So this Dhamma starts from Satyajnana. And when you start feeling this, you call it Krutyajnana. You try to make it happen. Then there is relief. Like you have some part of the power is gone. That is Krutajnana. But there's so many beautiful aspects that we kind of try to incorporate now. Yesterday, one of the sermons, I think Andolnath's sermon also, there was a question about something. I can't even remember now the question, but the question was actually going around theory. And that is the issue that we get, because we get engrossed in theory part of this Dhamma, or not the practical part of this Dhamma, and try to think about the practical side. But it's much better if you just stop thinking about the practical side and try to practice it. How do you practice it? You just try and see whether you can feel your own, defilements. But there's a trick too. What? Because you have to understand that you have to keep putting wisdom everywhere, because due to the ignorance we have taken everything as defilements, everything as my sadness, my anger, my greediness, everything is mine. What happens with Dhamma is there is one moment that without me, then the me, the whole view about the me, that it's it is me who is important, all those stuff is now no value, because that there's no me when the stimulus is not a thing. If it's not felt as a thing, you know that there's no as a feel as me. So then what happens to the defilements then? Defilements are there, but view that it is mine is not there. How good is that? It's really good. That's where you stop half of your problems. Why? Because that person, Lord Buddha says, if you have felt this, even once, if you have felt this non-vibration, you will never enter lower realms than humans. If at all, it would be humans or anything above that with some additive. But the tricky part is when someone asks a question, and someone says, I know Dhamma, that's what happened. I know Dhamma. That person says, I know Dhamma. And then he says, how does the Suddhashtaka go away and this happens? That question itself shows that how do you say you know Dhamma? It's so tricky when we say something like that, because there's always something you don't know until you become an arahant. So you have to be very careful when you say I know Dhamma. There's always something you don't know. That's why you are not an arahant yet. Ignorance is there until then. So yeah, these are the things. So, and also, if there is someone who has at least felt this once, that non-vibration, he definitely knows how much vibration you have. Find out what your sasa status is, what type of glueness you have, and you know that field as well as you know that non-vibration field. And non-vibration, how the sensory organs function with non-vibration, and how sensory organs work with the self-vibration. So, what is about Suddhashtaka there? Suddhashtaka is what it's very tricky to answer all this in English, because the Suddhashtaka, we don't even have an English word for that. But Suddhashtaka is actually the mind, the thought.
Yeah,
So
you have to describe it in a sentence. I suppose there is no single word for Shuddhashtaka. Yes.
Yeah, so it's just a thought. Thought has all this 8 forms in it. 8 forms in it.
Yes.
And 8 forms are from the 5 sensory organs. What are the 8 forms? It's just light, sound, taste, smell, and other touch. All the 4 levels of touch. And that's all. That's the 8 from. But the 8 is about the thought. And what happens to that? Nothing happens to that. Until you have the respiration, it will continue. That's the thing. If you know this Dhamma, and you say you know this Dhamma, and you say, what happens to this? And that shows that you don't know Dhamma. That's the tricky part, and we have to be careful. Anyway, no one would say, I know Dhamma, until they actually become an arahant. Because then only you can definitely say that there's no ignorance at all. Because until such time, there is something you don't know. Isn't it?
Yes, I think Lord Buddha has explained this Shuddhashtaka just as a way to explain, isn't it? I mean, not that Shuddhashtaka is something existing, but as a concept, Lord
To
Buddha has
understand the
spoken of.
thought.
Yes,
Yeah.
to understand thought.
Because
Yes.
it is true. I mean, if you feel this, okay, you're trying to feel the pineapple. If you say pineapple, you can definitely understand that this thought has all these features. Yes. But it's something you have to feel, not like understand. And nothing happens to these things just because you have telepathized to non-vibration and the self-perception is gone. That is the thing that we can't, we are confused sometimes, because we are wondering how come we still have the thoughts, and we still can taste, still can see, still can hear, still can smell, still can touch something, and still have no self vibration. That is why you have to become at least a stream enterer to understand this. That's what the practical part is for. Because if you go by the theory and you feel that you know Dhamma, that's the trickiest part, because we can say, yeah, I know Dhamma. Now, can't we actually say, now, even when describing, we can say everything as no extrapolating into the you know, we can there's a part of imagination then, if you are saying something. But actually, if you are saying something you have felt, there's no imagination. Do you know what you're talking about? And there's so much confidence. So nothing happens to your thoughts. Nothing happens to actually what happens is the ownership is not there, and also the vibration is not there. That's all. When the view is broken, anyway, the ownership is not there. When the self-perception is gone, yes, there's no defilements. That means there's no power underlying any of these sensory organs. They will function until the last breath, until the last thought.
Yes, and so, yeah, yes.
Every action is actually a chitta kampana. Or if you say stand up, how come you know stand up? And if you go and tell it to a child, you have to know the language, you have to know what it is. And you go to a patient with dementia, you say stand up, she doesn't do anything. It's because, but doesn't she have that power? She has. So none of these things are not the problem. Self-vibration is still there. Nothing has happened. Just because you have forgotten everything, the self-vibration is nicely there. Why? It is in the way that whatever she knows, it is in that. And if it is even in the field level, we always tell this, like for an instance, a worm. We always talk about these things, that, you know, there's no big mind to a worm. There's no plans to conquer the next neighboring land. There's no plan to kill the other neighboring worm. There's there's nothing like that, you know, plan to bomb the other neighboring country. There's nothing like that. The worm has a very small area of field. And even in that, there's this self-vibration. So this is the importance of having the ability to feel the 31 realms in one thought. So when you vibrate to the non-vibration, or synchronize to the non-vibration, you have to go through all these levels to understand that they are nothing. If they are a thing, you are trapped in that level. That's all. It could be sensual world, it could be form world, it could be non-form world. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about these 31 realms, I remember now, I mean, practically you can say that each thought, it could be in different realms, but depending on the level of defilements of that system.
Now in that sentence, that what you were trying to say, I will just say, otherwise I will forget. Now, imagine that animal is there with a higher vibration. Everything below that is also there.
Yes. Yes.
So it is there. It's just that the higher vibration has masked everything else. That's
Yeah,
the
what I
meaning.
was.
That's the meaning, because otherwise we might feel like, oh, okay, that the animal must be, so that we, Lord Buddha has told one level would be dog, one level would be monkey, but everything below that is already there. But that dog can't feel it because the dog vibration is very high. Then it's what you feel is whatever the level you are in now.
Yeah, what I was going to say was that you can't have great variations in the realms in one particular system, isn't it? I mean, you
Only
can't have
humans.
sort of, yes, even humans. Now, what I remember saying, I don't know whether I can convey it correctly, what I want to say. What I understood was that if a system is in a sort of higher level of vibrations, that means in practice or in practically, we can say a person who is very aggressive, that sort of system will not will mostly be fluctuating around the same level.
Yeah.
Right. On
Yeah,
the
that is
other,
the habit. That becomes a habit. That becomes a default, actually.
yes,
That word is much better. The default. Because the mode goes to default all the time when we put a default.
on the
And
other hand, a person
yeah,
who has very sort of fine vibrations will not go up to that high level vibrations. I mean, again, in practice, a person who is very calm and quiet will continue to have that level most of the time.
but what Lord Buddha says is, even if you are in Sukha Sattva Sanya, whatever that word, long word is, that's also useless, because when the once in 80 kalpa also, if a vibration happens, there is self vibration co-vibrating.
Yes, that's a formless level, isn't it? Formless.
Yeah, so it should be very, very calm level now. I mean,
Yes.
the calmest. But the thing is, even in 80 kalpa, if there is a vibration, then definitely there is synchronicity to the self vibration, because we haven't destroyed that. Actually, there's the words are not good in that we can't kind of destroy, but we just not synchronized to that, and that dies down because of that. Because these are all habits, actually. Dr.
Sakuntala. Sorry, I couldn't speak earlier. I was just on what Dr. Sakuntala said about a person who is generally calm and collected. The range of vibration is around that. I suppose to a certain extent you can say that, but also if the person has not accessed the true Dhamma, there is always because then then that is Pruthakjana, the lay person, right? So at that point, I mean, I have come across examples of people who are generally who generally have a quiet, collected demeanor, but if they are not in the Dhamma, the provocation, sharp provocation or an extreme provocation, can take them to a really high vibration, meaning to kind of the Niraya level even, if provoked. So how can that happen? That happens because of no access to the Dhamma. So in a layman stage, the possibility of the person, that mechanism or that process touching different realms, even a higher vibration or a lower vibration, can happen, and it cannot be discarded. But in contrast, the beauty of the Dhamma is that once a person is on the path or becomes a stream enterer, as Aranvase says, near the Sambodhi Parayana, means definitely the lower realms are completely eradicated, or out of that person's, there is no probability whatsoever of going into the lower realms, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
true.
the difference between the lay person, because there are so many people I know who are like so calm and collected. And then, I suppose even my father, I have seen very few instances in his life where he has actually become really annoyed to the point of saying something. But it does happen. If provoked, it happens. But then I have seen other people as well. So to that extent, you can't say that, because there can be, what they say, gati nimiti, kamma nimiti. And R.N. Vansi talks about, 4 children in the same family being so different from one another. That can happen. So just because that happens and one person is very introverted doesn't mean that person is in the having a, what do you call, a refined vibration or a lower vibration, isn't it? It's all dependent. The only way that one can be sure is when the true Dhamma is accessed and that understanding, and if the one is on the path, then only you know for sure that those higher vibrations will not be accessed ever. Because otherwise you can't give the guarantee. That's what Aranvansa says. If the Sakkaya Ditthi self-perception does not get eradicated at that point of stream enterer, you are still having the possibility of that vibration happening at any moment and continuity of this samsaric cycle. But then he doesn't stop there. He continues to say and encourage the followers, isn't it, even at the Anagami stage, by saying that, even the single vibration or smaller vibration is also not treated, not encouraged, or not treated as great by the Buddha. So that's why perseverance and right effort and all those things are so valuable on the path, isn't it?
Yes, Sarangika, but I mean, there could be sometimes personalities who never can be provoked. I mean, even occasionally, but still they could be mithya drustika. I mean, when they have no idea of this Dhamma, uh, still they could be in the same lot, isn't it? Same pit, I suppose.
I don't know. I haven't come across people like that, because if you think about it, if you think about the way the drushti happens and the version, all species are subject to the defilements, isn't it?
And
Because then it
fear of
goes
death.
against that dharmata, it goes against the grain of the way the defilements work, and the defilements affect all species. So if aversion, ill will, desire, sloth and torpor, and all these things are the fate of mankind and fate of every human being, what does that say? That says that even if they appear to be calm and collected, they may not be so. If you know what
No, the
I'm
fear of
trying to
death
say.
is definitely there.
Sorry, was that Dr.
Because
Kokila?
we can say worm is also calm and collected, no? Until provoked. I mean, worm can get scared of death. Do you
Yeah, I'm
hear
sorry.
me?
I think I was referring to a human being.
Yeah, no, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is
Yes. Definitely.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The self-perception is so tricky that every being is scared to die. In the sense, they don't even know that they are dying. It's just that the existence feel they don't want that to go away. That is why the actual that samsaric, there's like a journey kind of thing. That is why. That, the next one, like what Aranwanse is trying to say, That is the power, not these thoughts or the light or the smell or the whatever these things. That is not the problem. This ignorance is the problem. But there is a next one. You know, that this feel of existence, how can a being is so flustered when you feel like it is not going to be there anymore? That
Yeah, and I
feel
mean,
of
I think yesterday also Aaron once was saying about that example about people who come to these countries and say, yeah, you know, I'm not worried about anything. I don't mind dying tomorrow if it's, you know, I lead a quiet life and this and that and all that. And then he said, then why are you running desperately to the doctor when you get a sniffle or a cold and this and that? If you're so happy to die, why don't you just die without taking medicine and worrying about that? And, you know, that kind of thing he says, which is true, isn't it? I mean, sometimes people put that thing almost saying to themselves that, oh, you know, death is the inevitable fate of everybody, you know, so what's there to be afraid of, and that kind of thing. But suddenly, you know, you're told that you have cancer somewhere or something or whatever, then the whole world collapses for them. So how did that happen suddenly? That means all that has not been even contemplated, because they are not, again, the ignorance plays such a big role. It's that underlying layer of ignorance which is the thing that then comes to the surface, and then at those crucial points where tragedy strikes or something happens which is probably not contemplated or anticipated, that self-perception arises and comes forward to kind of, they don't know that themselves because they are in the ignorance, isn't it, Dr. Bokita?
Sometimes some people say that I don't mind dying, but I don't want to suffer and die.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that as well.
Yes.
Even my mother says that.
Yeah, and we are not, we, you know, feel of existence is such that even without any of these thoughts, even just a, you know, one cell organism doesn't want to like feel that it is going to stop that vibration. So the vibration, it's not the vibration actually, the vibration of the ear or the vibration of the touch or whatever. It's actually the keenness to maintain this. It's very, very subtle. This when it comes to the field, it's very subtle. So the keenness to maintain is there in the sensual world. It is very big. You know, we can really understand. I can, you know, if you do anything to me, I can even do this to you. I can even put a nuclear bomb to your country, so some whatever like that. You know, I'm telling an example. So with the view, it is so easy to understand in the sensual world how bad your view is, like strong view is. Then you definitely know that your vibration is very high. But when it comes to the other levels, actually, not with the samadhi, not with the right way. I'm talking about other levels in without any right view. You know, still it's just, you know, trying to maintain the form level or this dream. Beyond that is to try and maintain the feel level.
Yeah, I think even that example of the worm, the ita sanyava becomes, especially for animals, and the further you go down the chain, I suppose, the worm is a good example, isn't it? Because, I mean, if you sometimes accidentally prod, or, you know, when you are forking the ground or something, digging the ground, and, you know, a worm comes up or worm gets disturbed, when you see the worm just like, going into this kind of hypertension type moment, from that itself you can say that it is, I mean, there is that innate reaction of that it's a company kind of
trying
thing.
to
No?
maintain
Exactly. Yeah.
so the coldness or whatever that comfortable feeling.
Yes, it's reacting to the disturbance as if, like leave me alone kind of thing.
Yeah, and there's no mind there. So that is the
Exactly, that's right.
tricky things that humans can understand. Only the humans can actually go through all these levels to non-vibration. That's the difference. What is the feel without this power? So you are ready to die. It's a different way to tell, but yeah, we don't really much talk about these things because it's too much sometimes, People are scared to even hear about the death now. So if we try to talk about this side, they don't even want to listen. Mostly these English-speaking countries, they only few people are keen to know whether there's a death or not. Whether what is me, what is this? No one is worried about that. Most of them are just about entertaining the sensory organs. It could be the mind, it could be the eyes, it could be the ears, it could be the touch. Mostly it is touch. Towards the higher, the worst realms, it is toward the touch. In the sense the eating, smelling, and skin type, because you have to have a full body to do that.
Yes, just let me know now, just one sensor alone. I mean, the example is this earthworm who has one sensor function, still has this feeling of existence or the itta sanyava. Whereas for the thoughts, you read at least two sensor functions. Is it correct? At least.
No, in
Can
actually mind, we talk about is human, so that means 5.
and
That
then
means,
the earthworm who supposed to have only one sensor function. Then can you talk about a thought or a mind?
no, we can talk about the perception.
Only the perception, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Kokila, where the say a human being
Perception in the
is
sense, but not the perception of, this is really good mud type. I should be there. Not in that way.
Not that
Not
sort
in
of.
that way. That the
Mm.
perception is about the touch.
Mm.
Yeah, it's only the vibrational level, the feel level only.
the human doesn't have to have the every sensory perception. It
No.
can be even,
Actually, I was trying to say that I understood as soon as
yeah.
I said that I understood. What I said was Lord Buddha has discussed about this in a different way, that someone should have all the 5 sensory organs intact to actually, at least in the beginning, they should have this idea of light, idea of sound, all that, to actually have this go through all these realms and get to the non-vibration. Do you get the point of what I was trying to say?
Yeah, I have heard of that as well, Dr. Kokila, before I listened to Buddothpado Desana. But one day I remember asking him, R.N. Mahansa, that, and he said that's not required or something.
Yeah, the jati and the jati.
Yeah, but deaf and a blind person from birth, then two or at least one of those sensor faculties are not functioning, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it
But
is a
still they have
hindrance. I
thoughts.
think it's a hindrance to go through all the 31 realms. That's
Mm.
my understanding, though. We can ask Arun and say later. That's my I can be wrong, because 31 realms should be actually understood. That all three forms of the sensual world, the actually, yeah, maybe you don't, because the form. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I don't know, because
But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a kind of question. I don't know either, because
yeah,
I've heard of other Paramartha Desana where the same thing has been said, that in order to understand the senses and transcend the senses, that the
yeah,
senses should be,
because all the
you have to
six senses
transcend,
should
isn't
be,
it?
yeah, all the six senses should be understood. That's what I know, but I can be wrong.
Yeah, maybe there's a bit different explanation. Can ask her and answer some other time.
Yeah, but if someone has actually seen, at least in the beginning, or heard something at least in the beginning, then they know what it is. Because
Yes, unless they're blind from birth or something, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, that's the only thing what I'm thinking, that is a hindrance to understand Dhamma, because then you can't really understand but there is a tricky part, like if I mean, now to think about it, I'm thinking, if it is not there, then how to actually hear this Dhamma. So if the hearing ability is not there, how would you hear this Dhamma is also a problem. But if it is through Braille, then how would this, I don't know. It is a gray area.
Yeah, it is definitely a hindrance to understand Dhamma. And I think that is one of the reasons that they don't enrobe them as bhikkhus if they have any physical disability, in the sense, I mean, this total blindness or deafness. I think there's a rule like that, as if I remember correctly. But on the other hand, the person who is blind or who is deaf can have their own mind bubble in
Yes,
a
yes,
different
yes.
way, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct. Because their touch power is going to get so
Magnified, no? Yeah.
Right.
magnified.
Mm.
So they
Yeah.
will actually understand everything through the touch. And their senses, they might even develop different senses. So this is very tricky. So we will not even discuss in that area. Because their sensory levels may be very different. There are some high powers also, some people, because that's what the thing is. Like the field can be empowered. The
Yeah,
different
because
fields, not the skin feel, not that, but the different powers can happen because of the absence of the normal powers, normal sensory organ. So it's better to not to discuss further, because we don't know. It is a hindrance, yes.
And Aryan Vahase has explained, in some of the discussions, that if you are devoid of all five senses, then there is no self. That
Yeah,
is because,
100%.
yeah,
100%. Yeah.
yes,
That is to actually show that why that sentence has come out is also to show that it is only the stimulus that is there.
yeah,
That is why this yesterday question is that wrong, because he was asking the question in such a way that it was so wrong, because the actual stimulus is going to be there until the breath is there. Stimulus, nothing happens to the stimulus. Only this power is not there. This is the problem that we have to feel it. Nothing happens to the stimulus. Nothing. The touch will be there, taste will be there, smell will be there, sight will be there, the sound will be there, the mind will be there. Without that power, without the eagerness to maintain that. How beautiful is this? Without the struggle to maintain the next one like that. I think this is beyond discussion, isn't it? This is in the sense it's something to be felt. That is the trickiest part in Dhamma, I think, because it is something to be felt.
And we were speaking a few minutes ago about how different people are pleasing the senses, but ultimately, what they don't know due to ignorance is that it's that stimulus. The Udipana is one.
Yes.
Whether it's coming from the eye sense or the ear sense or wherever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's such an interesting thing, actually. And I think, coming into end of our Zoom discussion today, we worship Aranwase as usual. We have so much gratitude for him, trying to enlighten us, trying to teach us this non-self truth, no self Dhamma, and advising us all the time, leading us, and showing us that it has to be felt. And the depth is because there should be someone to show that don't stop there, there's something more than that, the depth. So it is really important that there is someone guiding, and we worship our Anansi for that. And thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for a beautiful discussion. And I think it is very fruitful, even though our vocabulary is so bad. We try our best, and I think we will continue to do so. And thank you very much for participating in the discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Everyone, Dr.
Everyone,
Kokila,
Saranai.
Sanai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dhamma friends.
Everyone, Saranai. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Deshana. First of all, we'll worship our noble friend Aran Wahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So we have been discussing many things over the last few months in this English Zoom discussion, and we are trying to explain or we are trying to talk on common topics, and we, according to our knowledge and from what we have gathered from Aryan Vahanse or our noble friends' discussions and disclosures, we are pointing towards the same thing. Actually, what we try to understand is that all the thoughts are creations. Thought is an illusion, thought is a creation of the function, sense of function. Whatever we think, whatever we talk, whatever we do is a thought. In other words, it's a name given, and it can vary depending on the language that a person is using. And thoughts are creations, and most of you who have been listening to our discussions, most of you know that how the thoughts are created. Thought is a creation of the system. System means the function of the sensor faculties. What are the sensor faculties? That is the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Those are the sensor faculties or the senses. And these are limited to the human species, and different animals or different living beings have different types of sensors, and also a number can vary. But what is common to all of us is that these sensor faculties create something which looks like real. And the word called anicca is used to describe that what we are assuming as real is not real. It is not something which is there truly. We never know. We don't know. We can't have a real idea of what is really existing. But it all is limited to the information provided or the information created at the sensor level. So we have no idea, there's no way of finding actually what is the true world is, because the different living beings have their own created worlds. So we never know which one is correct. There's no way of finding. And what Lord Buddha tried to explain was that this created world, when this created world, so-called creation or this illusion, when it is taken as real, the system tend to have clinging or aversions towards those stimuli. So our noble friend Aryan Vahanse is trying to dig out the true Dhamma, which was preached by Lord Buddha 2600 years ago, because most of the true Dhamma facts have been covered, or I would use the word adulterated, by the facts that came from different teachers and different religions. So it is not what we should try to understand. So our noble friend Aryan Vahanse is trying to get us that pure teaching of Lord Buddha, and that is where the nirvana is. And what is nirvana? Nirvana is not something that we can gain or we can find as an aim, or maybe there's no destination called nirvana, because he always says that you are sitting on the nirvana and trying to find it somewhere else, trying to look around and trying to find something. As long as you try to find it as a thing, when you give a value and find as a thing, you will never find it. So little by little, when we listen to these explanations by our RN Vahansi, because there are about 9 Zoom discussions, of course, most are in Sinhalese language. There's one which we are having right now is in English language, and there's one in Tamil language. Actually, Sinhala speaking people have a better opportunity to listen to the other discussions and then try to understand what our Enhance is trying to tell us. You can gather these things as a knowledge when you go on listening to the discussions. You can gather it as a knowledge because this mind sensor is so tricky. It gives the impression that yes, I know it and I understand it. But actually, what it should be is that internal transformation of a person. A person, I wouldn't use the word person, I think a system, I would say that is a better word. So there should be an internal transformation, not just knowledge which is gathered by listening to the discussions. So when you have this when the system has this internal transformation, there are things that automatically felt as a feel. The system will feel that the stimuli which created a fire or some excitement in the past will gradually, that excitement or that fire or the value which was added automatically will get less and less. So the one level is that the thoughts, and then going beyond that, even the things which are seen, that means a vibration at the eye level, vibration at the ear level, those are also creations. So basically there is nothing at all, but all seems to be creations, one on top of the other. And in other words, it's like a building constructed without any foundation, which can collapse easily the moment you understand what is this mechanism, what is happening here. Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai, I just started telling some few basic things. Maybe we can take a topic and start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai.
May Triple Jen bless you all. We worship our Enhance. Yeah, anyone can join. Sometimes our Enhance might join. I heard that he was talking in the early morning Zoom discussion that our Enhance would be doing a sermon in Sri Lanka around this time. So
Yes. Yes,
might
there was a
join.
long one. Actually, I also couldn't listen to the whole thing. I just listened to part
No,
of
not
it.
that one. I think after that there would be something in the evening. When
Yes.
5 o'clock one, Aranansi was mentioning something like that. So if that happens, we'll quickly hand over the Zoom discussion
Yes.
to Aranansi. Until then, we can actually continue discussion.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of interesting thing, Surangika? Is there anything we can continue to have the discussion, or anything from you? Yeah, the long Zoom. Actually, Aran says all the sessions are very long these days, so it's taking time to listen.
Thiruvan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Sannai of the Dhamma Friends, worship our Enhance. Yes, in fact, the morning Zoom, not the early morning one, the other one, I think was a very long 3.5 hour talk. And I think he was explaining quite a few of those basic true Dhamma philosophy, Satyajnana kind of aspects to a gentleman who must have been new to listening to R.N. Mahasa's discourses. I too have listened to it only halfway, but maybe I wanted to just bring up a thing that in a past Andolanaatmaka groundbreaking talk that was held maybe a couple of days ago. This wasn't R.N. Mahasa, it was one of the other people who explain it. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila, you heard it, and Dr. Sakuntala. Somebody asked the question about perceptions, and that mother asked about how whether the sanya, as we call it in Sinhalese, or perceptions, and I think we discussed it yesterday or day before that actually the word sanya really conveys it better than perception, but for the purpose of our discussion today, because it's in English, we'll use the word perception. So the mother asked on the Zoom whether when one attains nirvana or arahathood really, what happens to the sanya, and whether what happens to the perceptions, and whether the perceptions disappear. So in answer to that, it was, I think, person called Sumit, who is a known advanced practitioner, who explained about how the perception also has that underlying power. And the way he explained it, I think, was appreciated by a lot of people on that Zoom thing, because he took the five aggregates and said how, when we've all heard about and understood and tried to understand through Vidarshana, the vibration and the speed of vibration manifesting itself in the senses, which is the Rupanya, that we call it, or form. But then form, and then followed by, I mean, you can't say followed by, they all happen at once in one moment. But so the form, and then with the form comes the sensation and Vedana. And then the Vedana, after that it's the Sanya, the representation of the Vedana or sensation is the Sanya, perception, and then the continuous happening of it is the Sankara or mental formations, and then which then translates into Vijnana or consciousness. But what he was explaining was that with that single vibration has an underlying power, and it is that power that multiplies because of the speed and then becomes a thing, and then one gets the notion of there being something existing. And that's how the whole light consciousness, sound consciousness, the feeling that it is there comes about. But he explained very well that in an initial vibration, just like the initial vibration has that underlying power, so too does the five aggregates, the sensation, the perception, the mental formation, and therefore the consciousness. So I also kind of, I hadn't thought about it or reflected in that way, which I thought was really quite helpful, because then he said, so too does the sanya, the perception, also have that underlying power, because it is an aggregate. It's the skandha, isn't it? So the initial vibrational power or the current is still ongoing. It is that underlying current. So the sanya, which is why the perception also has that underlying power, which if one is still in ignorance, will lead to abhisankarana or volitional formation. So, and then he went on to explain about how through the understanding of the mind and the thought process and how it comes about, it is that then that current that dissipates, and the arahat still has the sanya, still has the perception, still knows every object distinct from each other, and so on. But and then I think he used the example of Sariyut Thero or some other Thero who still recognized the mother and still went and attended to the mother and so on and so forth, without obviously the underlying power or the current or the volitional formation. So maybe Dr. Kokila and the others, if you can elaborate on that a little bit more. I thought that was quite helpful, if that is just as a starter to the discussion. Thiruvan Sannaya.
What was the difference you felt in that? Because we discuss this kind of very often. So what was the difference you felt? That's my interest now.
The difference I thought that was helpful for that mother was so many people also said that the explanation was really good.
You felt it too. So but you
Yes.
felt it too. No, what was the exact thing you felt?
The fact that he broke it down to the skandhas. And he said that just because, just like the vibration is there in the rupani, the rupa kind of thing. So if there's rupa, vedana, sanya, sankhara, vijnana, so too does all the five continue to have that underlying power. That part, for some reason, I had not. There was no reflection in that way, and it kind of gave me more clarity on the perception. Because otherwise, I think I felt as if the perception was something like, because when the defilements start fading or ceasing gradually, as you have said so many times, Dr. Kokila, how, that lightness and then it's difficult
the thing is, whether you're talking about what skandha are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the mental consciousness or the...
No, the initial, the five aggregates.
Yeah, five aggregates is there for the other one too.
No, so it was the initial, the basic consciousness.
Basic five.
Yeah.
Basic five, okay. Basic five. So in that, so when we go back to the baby, the fetus, I think we have told this like 100 times now. When we go back to the fetus, we know that the power is there. That is how everything started. The power was there. Whether it is Rangika, whether it is us, whether it is whoever, the power, the vibration, the self-vibration, which has been the foremost reason, the underlying reason for this development of these five aggregates, in the sense five sensory organs in that sense, because every cell has this vibration, but the formation of the sensory organs, that is just the kind of the outcome, like the projection. It's just the projection. Other cells may not have the projection, but the sensory organs, specifically the five sensory organs in humans, have the projection. And that's all. And of course that the power is there underlying, but the problem is, you actually, okay, how am I going to say this? Now, this is theory. When we talk about five aggregates, that is theory. Theory is not there in the actual experience. That is the important thing, that we might lose the interest, because it's useless to, in a way, to describe all the power. Yeah, like we can say, yes, power is there everywhere, yes, but the importance is about feeling this. So feeling the power and feeling the sensory organ output without that power is is the challenge. So that's the practical aspect. The answer could be very complicated or very good, but the thing is to actually feel this. So to actually feel this, the theory part is not that important, I would say. That's where even a 7-year-old could feel this, because what you should actually understand is, yes, there is a sensory organ which has started to function because of this power. This power has been the reason for this origination of these sensory organs. And sensory organs are going to be there until respiration is there. And that's why Lord Buddha has actually told about defilements and the kind of has separated it, like how do we say that, the Skeles Parinirvana and the Skandha Parinirvana, because the actual one part is actually the first one. The defilements, the end of the defilements is felt while you are alive. So the main important thing is the moment that you practically, how you would feel with the power, without the power. That's all. So whatsoever this power is, we know that is the power that kept this samsaric cycle, the cycle of birth. So that actually gave us enough trouble, but and it would continue to give enough trouble. But what is important is practically feeling the difference between power, the sensory organs working with the power, and sensory organs without the power. That is the important aspect of practical experiences that everyone should try. In trying that, understanding the theory part is maybe important if someone is actually looking into that theory part and dragging on to that as a factor, because this mind, we have to come, like, not we have to, all the words are really biased, but this to actually you can't catch this power while inside a thought. So the thought, piercing of that thought bubble means, actually what it means is that power is not there. So if your thinking power is too much, or your thoughts are really powerful, and it is about this Dhamma, and it is about this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, or someone is splitting hairs about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara, and that is what is actually the affecting his or her strength of the thoughts, then understanding that might calm that person down. Do you get the point? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, because our thoughts are so powerful. Our thoughts are so powerful. That's why the lot of instances we kind of miss the feel. So why we miss the feel is because our thoughts are powerful. If the thoughts are so powerful, and because what happened with Ananda Thero was his thought about that tomorrow I have to participate to that thing as an around was so powerful. like that, if your most powerful thought is about this skandha, then it is good to know, kind of. Otherwise, theory behind this skandha, theory behind any of these things is not the most important thing for you to understand or to actually pierce this thought bubble. To pierce the thought bubble is the most important aspect is to understand that thoughts are not true. So whatever we discuss here, these words, the words which are coming out, if someone is even thinking about this skandha as like really serious, then for that person, that would be the most powerful thing to break now, because that's how it is. You know, the when you know Dhamma, what does Saranansi says? You kind of know Dhamma, but then you have to kind of undo that too, because we are undoing. We are actually going backwards. We are kind of going backwards towards the radiant mind. And how can you go to the radiant mind if the thought about the skandha is so strong? Do you get my point? The practical aspect, we have to be careful. If we are actually, that's why I asked why it inspired you. Because if something is inspiring you, it is because you kind of maybe hasn't thought about it, but it has to be clear that any thought, whatever the thought, none of these thoughts are actually true. Do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Pokila. I just thought that was just an angle that I had not explored in the when I was reflecting, and
yeah,
also
this is only for you actually, because that's why I asked the question, what inspired you? Because
and also I think we talked several times about when the perception becomes lighter and lighter, meaning it doesn't become a thing, and then the form world.
Form world is thoughts. So if you are actually putting stress
yeah.
on skandhas, you are thinking about skandha. You are thinking about skandha, so that's fine. It's okay. You know, we have so many arguments. We can argue. If you want to see an argument, you go to like a, people in this country can go to a club and see how they argue. They're not useless topics, and they can argue. But in Dhamma also we can tell in different ways. But the main message in Lord Buddha's Dhamma is Sabbe Sankara Anicchati. In Sabbe Sankara, what is Sabbe Sankara? Any action, any word, any thought, just in like, they are all constructs. They are all baseless constructs, basically. So the trick is, I haven't listened to that part in that thing. The trick is, if someone is talking about that and that person has forgotten that, that is tricky. And who is someone who is listening that has forgotten that is tricky. So that's where the most important aspect is whether you actually feel in this Dhamma. When you feel this Dhamma, you can understand the main important thing is to feel the sensory organ output with the power and without the power. That is actually the exact thing that happens when you see the non-vibration for a moment. That's where they don't misunderstand. after that, because they know that the vibration is still there, because they know the sensory output with the vibration as well as sensory output without the vibration. So in that sentence, when I try to say that, you can understand, okay, there is a practical aspect of this, so don't forget. Because whatever we can discuss about skandha, we can split hairs about skandha, but then what about the practical aspect? If you forget about the practical aspect, okay, do you know, have you felt the non-vibration and how the organs work with non-vibration, and how the organs work with vibration is already what we have. You don't have to split hair about that. That's what we have. I mean, always we have that. So it's not a big issue to understand that. But the main demarcation comes when you understand that the sensory output or the sensory organ output without the power. And in that, you understand this 5 aggregates. What do you understand? The keles parinirvana, or the defilements, are gone, but still sensory organs are working. So that power which can be transferred, which can be not transferred, oh my God, which can be telepathized, or which can synchronize to any form of vibration, is not there. That's another. But the sensory output is there. And when it stops, there's nothing. I don't know whether that gave you something. I just wanted to break your, I think I broke your mesmerization. But
it's just that sometimes you try to approach it. It's like a catch-22, isn't it? Sometimes, because I think we discussed that there can be catch-22s in different ways. In a way, there is the need to relax, as you say all the time about the need for relaxation to get out of the mind, kind of thing. But also the fact that when perception becomes so light, almost that you don't even feel it, or the heaviness, the heaviness of that generally comes with the volitional formation doesn't occur. And then at the same time, all that can be done is to understand the true Dhamma. Also, I mean, that's why we listen to our advanced
and letting it
discourses.
go and understand true Dharma, and letting it go is a tricky part here, because you have to let go Dhamma as well.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Did you get that thing I was trying to incorporate
Yeah, actually, as you said, I'm sure these things, I mean, Surangika has heard these things and she knew very well. But for some reason, the angle that she was looking at obscured the real picture. It happens to me also sometimes now. There are certain points that I hear in discussions. It sounds as if something new, but when you sort of think a little deeper, it's obviously something that I have heard earlier, and it was something that was clear enough. But at that particular point, it sounded like something completely new. And
the
also
main problem is not to forget that this is a practical Dhamma.
Yes.
Because if you have the ability to say Dhamma to the extent that it is okay, it is the best thing, it is the best thing, you can explain it, everything. But the most important thing is to know the difference between vibration with sensory output and the non-vibration with sensory output. And if anyone is not aware about that or has not felt that experience, there is like, it's very tricky. It's very tricky. But if someone is actually having that experience and trying to say, at least at the end of that talk, someone should say, this is all useless, like the value that we put to the Dhamma theory is, we told, even our Nancy would say in such a beautiful way, like put so much effort into say that, because there's needed for a lot of, people who have studied Pali a lot. It's needed. It's needed for all the venerables also in the country or in the world. But at the same time, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. So whether it is the aggregate, whether it's nirvana, whether it's anagami, whether it's the power, the word power, the word non-vibration, any of these things, they're actually not there. We have a communication here. We try to give the communication. What is the communication here? Try to feel the non-vibration. That is the communication. That is the end communication here. Not try to understand the non-vibration. No, that's not the message. Message is not try to understand non-vibration or try to by heart the non-vibration. Try to memorize everything. No, that's not the final outcome Adhan wants any one of us to do. It is to feel the non-vibration. If you feel the non-vibration, you know what exactly Lord Buddha is saying, what exactly is Buddha, what exactly is Dhamma, what exactly is Sangha. And then even if you haven't become the non-vibration, the clarity, the clarity is really there, and that clarity helps everyone. That's where the problem was with Potila Swamin Wahanse, because he actually had so much Dhamma knowledge. But Lord Buddha didn't actually say that is the most important thing. His main important message is to try and feel this, that that there is no self here. The continuity of this field, the power that we feel continuously, is actually a construct. That is the main thing about sanya. That is the main thing about sanya. Because the perception, what is the big deal about perception? Because when with the ignorance, because ignorance is going to the end until you become the non-vibration, it is going. And with the ignorance, the main problem is the misunderstanding between the vibration of the sensory organ and the non-vibration. Even if someone is actually having these experiences, also, Paranwansi says there is a ignorance. That's why he has not become actually that. And in some sermons he has told that actually ignorance is still actually not realizing that there is no vibration here. That power is actually gone. Because it's a tricky thing, to actually get the confirmation that it's actually gone. So that how subtle is. Even if someone has then now the Ananda Thero knew how you would feel the power, the sensory organs with power and without the power. But still, he had so much problem in trying to achieve that. And he forgot that. I mean, not forgot. He tried hard. And in trying hard, isn't that the ignorance still? And because he's trying hard to achieve something which had been already there. So that is the tricky thing. So this goes on in the practical aspect. These are the practical things that is important. And we can call it misunderstanding, but the word is not good because it's already taken. So it's kind of a no, we can't even say anything. I don't think we can say anything. So it is ignorance. It is that. I think that word is enough, isn't it? What do you think? So even if you understand, all about this power and all about this non-vibration, still the need to feel this difference is still there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think yes. Just I want to ask you, I'm not sure whether the way I have understood is correct. Please correct me. This is something I heard in one of the discussions, maybe in one of your night discussions or somewhere. As Surangika mentioned, now this is actually the theory part. So in the 5 aggregates where there is a vibration and then the vibration is felt in the sensation of the vibration, and then there is perception. And when the perception happens,
Practically, you can't say any of these things. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I know. Yeah, I know. This is
Yeah.
just the theory part, yes.
Yeah.
And what happens is in perception, there is very speed occurrence, and then there is a different type of a vibration which has more power or more current, isn't it? And when that happens, only you can talk about the consciousness. That means when there is a mental construct or what we call the
It's not the mental construct if it is only the
perception, yes. Perception of light, perception of sound, like that. And then only you can talk about the consciousness where there is a subtle feeling that there is a sound, and then there is a
no subtle feel is it is happening here. The subtle feel, don't misunderstand.
That
Subtle.
means there is some duality, isn't it? There you experience a little bit of duality, isn't it? There. I mean,
Yes.
the light is existing or the sound is existing. That is the consciousness
Yeah.
at that level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there, that level also there's a current. And then this happens even at the Arhat state where
No,
as
no,
long
no,
as
no, no. No, an Arahant state, that's why we call it in a different name, because Lord Buddha can't explain it anymore. That's why he has put Anidasana Vijnane. Because you can't say Vijnane. Consciousness is not there. You can't. But that doesn't lay anywhere. That's not either here or there.
Yeah, what I understood was practically that the consciousness is there, but the Arhat state knows that very clearly that it's not true. It's just a creation. Isn't that the
No,
understanding is different?
no. It's a field. It's a field.
Okay. And then when what happens is when the person understands this mechanism, when the system understands this mechanism, the current which was created at the sensor level will continue, but the additional current or the additional fire which was created as in the form of a defilement will get less and less. I don't know whether that the way that I understood is correct.
Yeah, I think
Was I clear
Aranwanse,
enough? Was I clear enough?
yeah, I think so. The Aranwanse sometimes take these two words also. I think because of that in English, he's trying to say it in a different way. Sometimes I have heard that him telling the
So I think
alive
that
feel and the feel of existence. Because,
like,
yeah, so, but anyway, what you have to understand is this is something felt because none of these sensory organs are working, but there's no entertainment of that. So that bit has to be felt.
There's
that
no
way.
sorry.
That's a feel though. That's not a understanding. There's understanding anyway. That's why you start to feel it. There's internal transformation. That bit is there.
Yeah, true. There is no entertainment, but I mean, there is no difference in the way that
That is
things
the
are seen.
difference. That is the difference. That what is normal vinyana and what is anidasana vinyana, that is the difference.
Yeah,
You
what is the
know,
difference?
I think Dr. Sakuntala, the distinction that you're trying to make is between the vibration that we talk about in the Satyajnana or the True Dhamma philosophy as being the cause of this Abhisankarana or the formation. So, you know, how we start saying it's the speed of vibrations manifesting in the sense faculties that gives us the sensory perceptions, right? So there is that vibration. And then the vibration that Aranwansa is talking about is the Atmiya company, the self vibration. It is that self vibration which is the underlying
actually,
power.
yeah, now I got it. I think I will add to that Surangika's thing because when Surangika was trying to say, I just got the question now only, sorry. Actually, but I have mentioned this before. Aranwansi mentions that before too, because this fight is only for one vibration. This fight is to get rid of one vibration, which is the self vibration, self perception, and the self thought. Is just one vibration. This happens when the sensory organ functions as a thing, like in the sense it is felt as a thing. This coexists. This happens thing is the thing. You have to understand. It is kind of not the same vibration, but you can't even say that it is a different vibration because it is again synchronicity here. Because when the sensory vibration, sensory organ vibration is as felt as something, immediately without any gap, it is that other self vibration is activated. That's where you are born in each and every thought. That's how you are born in each and every stimulus. I think if you understand that bit, this will be a bit more easier because that's how you telepathy to the Buddha status. How else are you going to otherwise telepathy or synchronize to the Buddha status or the non-vibration? Because non-vibration is not one thing that one person achieves. It is also just a status, which is there until the respiration is there. Even I think according to our advances, the Dhatura Paranirvana, until such time the non-vibration is there. So that's just a something I have understood from our advances, the sermons actually. So what I'm trying to say is, if this is not happening here in one vibration, in one stimulus, you will never be able to synchronize to the non-vibration. How every stimulus you are being born, and why you feel that it is as a continuous thing is due to the speedy formation of the thoughts. But the main important thing to understand is you're born in every stimulus, and in that way you keep understanding is there is always a chance that non-vibration will surface, or there's ability to synchronize to the non-vibration in a particular moment where the sensory organ vibration or the perception is not felt as a thing or not taken as a thing. In the sense it's a feel again, but I can only say like that because that from Satyajnana he or she has understood that there's nothing other than the sensory organ vibration. That's how we change this. Otherwise, there is no way anyone of us is going to synchronize to the non-vibration. Did you get the point, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, what you explained is quite true, quite clear. Yes. Can I ask one more thing? Now, the word anidasana viññāne or appatittita viññāne also, I
You
think
can't explain that.
I mean,
yeah,
You
there's
have
a
to feel it.
metaphor. Yeah,
yeah.
metaphor given that like flashing a light to the sky, where I mean the light rays are not falling to any of the surfaces, whereas when you flash a light to a surface, to the ground or somewhere, you can see the shadow of the torch light, whereas when it is flashed to the sky, you cannot see, it doesn't fall onto any surface. I have heard that example, that metaphor given to explain the Anidasana Viññāne, that in simple words, this circling of what is called the Nama Rupa and the Viññāna circle is broken. Or in more simple words, if I say, the value given to the stimulus is zero, or no value is given to the stimulus. Am I correct in that way?
Not just value, Dr. Sakuntala, I think in all three realms, form
All
and
three.
formless.
Yes.
Yeah, form and formless as well. And I think I get your point, because I think there was a point of struggling on that reflection as well. I think what you and Dr. Kokila, correct me if I'm wrong, the concept now, R.N. Vanse has said, no, even the skandha, the five aggregates, is a concept, right? It is a concept that has been formulated in order to convey the truth. So, because there needed to be some mechanism for the Buddha to show people how to understand this mind, how to understand that there is such a thing called Atma Drushti or Sakkaya Drushti, and how this whole mechanism came about. So this was a concept, and just like that, R.N. Mahansa also has used several similar concepts to convey this message to us. So even now when we talk about the skandha, we'd say that kampaneta rupane. So the vibration, because of the various representations, becomes form through the speed. But ultimately, as we said, ultimately the touch point or the thing that we are trying to eradicate, or the thing that needs to be eradicated, is the self vibration, which is the thing that makes this continuity in the samsaric journey. It's a self vibration. But the vibration, just like the skandha, is used as a way of explaining the mechanism in the sense of faculties, because as Dr. Kokila said, even when the self vibration is zero, the base feelings that these sensory perceptions sensors have will continue until till the breath
Physical
is
body.
gone. Till the breath is gone. So I have also heard somewhere in a talk where not R.N. Vahans, I think, or maybe R.N. Vahans himself also must have said it, that there is no such thing as vibration even. So in that, when he says that, you can imagine that that vibration that we say that triggered due to the speed triggered the formation, the form, sensation, so on and so forth, is also, think about it as a mechanism to understand the self vibration. But once the self vibration is completely dissipated, then what happens is none of these stimulus becomes a thing. There is no becoming in the stimulus, and if there is no becoming in the stimulus becomes irrelevant. And when the stimulus becomes irrelevant, whether there was a vibration or not, to trigger the sensory perceptions also becomes irrelevant. It is very intricate, or at least for me, it was very intricate to kind of get that. And Dr. Kokila, if you can explain that a bit more, but ultimately, as R.N. Vahans says, we are trying to get at the self vibration. We are trying to get to dissipate the ignorance that lies in all beings, animals or humans, with regard to this Itta company, or the feeling of existence. The feeling of existence comes about because of that field that gets generated through the speed of vibration happening in the sense faculties. But ultimately, when the feeling that is generated through the sense faculties is completely understood to not become a thing, and that even that feeling of existence,
that's the
and therefore,
ignorance part.
that part gets completely dissipated, and as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, becomes zero. Then even if these sense faculties function, and they will function till the last breath is gone, that because it doesn't become a thing in the sensual form and formless realms, the apatitta vijnana that you talked of is the thing that is what's left. And because that's all that's left, everything else becomes irrelevant, and therefore that the initial vibration that we talked of that set off the sense faculties also becomes irrelevant. Am I right, Dr. Okila? That's the way I figured it out.
I think
because that vibration is something that just happens. So
not
that is not
I
our
mean that
ultimate game,
last
isn't it?
sentence I would say we have to be careful, because when you say the self vibration becomes irrelevant, no, that's not the thing. You no longer can
No, not the self vibration. The vibration becomes irrelevant, not the self vibration.
vibration becomes irrelevant. Yeah, that's right. But this actual, what happens is for an arahant, you can't, even by thinking or even wanting to synchronize to the self vibration, you can't, because that this has changed so much that non-self vibration, non-self perception has become the normal.
Yes, so that's then the new norm.
New norm, yeah.
means it's completely gone to, meaning not rock bottom, not zero. I don't know what to say, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's
true.
Absolute, because that's Shashwata, the tea leaves in the cup, everything, no residue whatsoever.
And also I would like to add, this is for you too, actually, within the mind bubble, it is very difficult for you to know what the sasava is. You have to remember that. So it is difficult to feel the actual what you feel, but how much power you have. It is difficult to feel it within the mind bubble. So that is the trickiest part, I think, because that if the mind is even for a moment, what happens is when you actually, Aranvansi says, have you seen Buddha? That sentence, what he means is that whether you have felt it at least for a moment, in that, actually in that moment, just for that moment, the ignorance is zero and the vibration is zero, but still the sensory functions are happening. And in that understanding, in that particular experience changes the whole scenario, because all our life, what we knew was, this is me. I can see, I can hear, I can feel. I feel sad, I feel happy. My children are sick, or my parents are sick, whatever, something like that. The whole life, even before that, this much of life, even before that, the feel was the same thing. Feel was that it's happening here. Feel it. That's why we call it always like the vibration happening here. So if you're trying to go backwards, if you try to go backwards to your own vibration in the zygote, just imagine whether you can become that zygotic vibration. It is just a feel, but it is felt as it's here. In the sense, you can't have a sense because it's just a feel. There's no story there. It's just a feel. And if you understand that it is the same thing which happens in the ear, or the eye, or the skin, or the tongue, or the nose, and it is the same thing which happens when you get the mind consciousness, when a thought happens, it works the same way. The thought becomes the primary thing, and then you keep coming back. Thoughts keep coming back, and thoughts happen so fast. That's how the mind consciousness arises. You have to remember, this consciousness word is very specific. So what is mind consciousness? You have to pierce the mind consciousness to understand the other 5 consciousnesses. We are trapped inside the mind consciousness. But if you understand that the mind consciousness is nonsense, then only it will be easy to get into the field, because mind is always tricky. Mind gives you 5 aggregates, mind gives you nirvana, mind gives you, happiness, mind gives you sadness, mind gives you, what else mind can give you? Mind can give you, I don't know, you can't even count, can you? All the things that
the
you have
final
felt.
hurdle is the mind is not giving anything else now. Mind is giving only Dhamma points.
Yes.
Isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah.
It's only giving Dhamma points. Every day it's giving Dhamma points.
And that has become a thing without our knowledge.
That's right.
Yeah, and when someone starts talking about Dhamma in such a way, then we interrupt and say, okay, just calm down. That's also a thought. But then that person can actually get angry, because, he's talking truth. He's talking truth, because this has happened to us. That's why I'm telling you. We will be like very happily, eagerly going to tell Aranahasi, yes, I understood this. And he's like, either will be shouting, or either will be like nonsense, like, something like that. He will just brush it off and like, you don't understand anything. And you're like scratching your head because you thought you understood everything. It's funny because this mind is very tricky. Because as soon as you feel like something that you have understood, you feel like, oh wow, I
Yeah.
understood this. Yeah.
Now he won't scold after Kokila. Now he'll break into a song like Amma Varune. Then you
Yes.
know that we have taxed him, exasperated him to the extreme.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Because now he doesn't have any words to even shout now because it's all gone. It's all used now. Now people are even used to that. Even
Yes.
shouting.
That's right.
Initially we'll be shaken, but now after that, after some time you'll be like, oh, Nancy is shouting. That's fine. No, my fault. Something like that. Yeah, but the message is clear. Message
That's right.
is
Yeah.
this mind bubble, this mind consciousness, or whatever the consciousness is not true. That's all. That's the message. And if you know this message clearly, that's it. You don't need to by heart anything. You don't need to actually go through this a lot. What Lord Buddha told to Rahula Thero, Rahula Little Venerable, was just that. Likewise, just keep understanding none of these consciousnesses. What are the consciousness? Mind consciousness, light consciousness, sound consciousness, whatever the consciousness you have, they are all constructs. It can be mental construct, and when it comes to mind consciousness, it can be just a construct when it comes to other sensory organs. They are sensory organ constructs. But are any of those things true? No, they're just constructs. And when you calm down to the level that you might even synchronize to the non-vibration, how come that happened? That happens because of the value of these consciousnesses are understood. That there is no value. That's how you synchronize to the non-vibration. Not by hearting Dhamma, not by anything else. The more you get the message from the noble friend that none of these things actually, none of these things are matter. Like they don't. There's nothing you can take for granted. Just you relax. You relax to the point that you will synchronize with the non-vibration. Then you know this continuity we felt, this power we felt, this if you have ever felt how you entertain light, you can't even say that if you haven't appears the mind consciousness, because in mind you get everything like fan, wall, window, bed. That's all you get. How can you even talk about light? You can't. I mean, you can say, oh, I can see the sunlight coming, but even that's kind of having that thing. But when you use it in a metaphor, it is different. But what I'm trying to say is what we feel, what we see, what we hear, everything is covered by the mind consciousness. Why? You see the tree, you see the chair, you touch the chair, or you hear crow sound. If you actually jump from this water up, and you might feel this, the non-vibration. Can you jump? No, actually that's wrong. That's completely wrong, that word. My bad. It is if it happens, because none of us can actually try and jump. That's not how it happens. The more you understand that none of these things are true, that automatically happens. That's where the paramita is. how clear you get all these things, how keen you are to feel this, isn't it? Anything else? We just have about 2 minutes to go.
I think both of you took a lot of time to explain and give the answer to what I asked. I'm very grateful for both of you.
But the message is one sentence. Nothing
Yes.
matters. Yeah.
Yes.
Nothing
Yeah,
is
I
there
think
to
that's
matter.
right, Dr. Kokila. Center message is none of these, everything that contemplation, even all these points, it's just thoughts. And we just need to lose the, just not give the value to it. But it's not as if anyone is giving the value to it, but just understanding the,
Yeah, that's how this mind bubble works.
Mm.
That's how it works.
Because it's almost, we discussed the trickster, that the mind, how the mind works. And because it almost, the mechanism, because it's self-propelling.
It's self-propelling. That's correct. Yeah.
It now almost the mechanism almost I mean, not that I'm trying to give life to it, but because it knows that in other stimuli it doesn't work, it's giving the Dhamma in the form of a stimuli.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr.
Therwan
Kokila.
Sarnai.
Please excuse us to
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. We worship Aran Wansi will stop
because
for today.
now
Thank
they
you
are
very
reaching
much.
to Kandi Vihara.
Yes.
So we have to
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan
Therwan
Sarnai.
Sarnai, Therwan Sarnai.
Everyone. This is the English Zoom of Buddothpado and Wahanse's Deshana disclosures. And from 2:45 to 4 p.m. we will be discussing some simple Dharma facts. And if there is any person who wants to ask any questions, anybody who is listening from YouTube can join the Zoom, and we can continue it as a discussion rather than just one person talking. So until the others join, I will start with some very simple facts. Lord Buddha's time in the history, it says that Lord Buddha has preached about 84,000 preachers or deshanas. But when you go into detail of these 84,000 preachers, they have been done to different people and at different times to suit that environment and to suit that person's knowledge and also the ability to grasp what Lord Buddha is saying. But basically, when you take everything as a summary, what Lord Buddha has tried to say was that each living being has a created world with the sensor functions. So different living beings have different types of senses. One species generally have a similar type of senses, but still there can be differences. But what is important is that the world created is an illusion. It's a creation then and there at that moment. It's not something persisting. And the fact that there is a speed involved in all these times, the speed creates as if it is really existing, as if it is really there. So that is a myth that we are we are clouded with. We are kind of blind with this myth. And it's an illusion, it's a creation, it's something that happens at that moment. So basically, if we have the sensor function. Sensor function means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. Those are actually the physical parts of the body, but in Dhamma preachings, we don't really mean these physical parts, physical organs, but because the physical organs are there is some activity happening which we call a vibration. And vibration is the one which is referred as sensor. Actually, it's a function. So this function creates something then and there. And it's in the form of seeing something, hearing, and feeling a taste, smell, or soft, hard feeling to the skin. So it completely 100% depends on the nature of the sensor function. So different living beings, now we know some animals do have different senses, like the ability to grasp radar-like activity, radar-like waves. So each and every living being think that this is the real world, this is what is there outside. But the animals like insects or maybe worms have a different world created, but they are not. They have some sense of living. All the living beings have this sense of living, that means a self-feeling. And all the living beings want to maintain this this feeling, this of living being, want to live, want to continue, want to maintain that. So when you do realize this fact, this is what the essence of Lord Buddha's teaching, that it's a creation, it's a kind of a dream, and the inability to identify or inability to realize that this is just a creation of the sensor function or creation at the senses is the biggest pitfall that we are in. So basically, little by little, when you listen to this Deshana by our noble friend R.N. Mahansi, we tend to realize that this function of this sensor function, and also how the self feeling is created. And when you understand this, when you sort of go on listening to these facts, it becomes clearer and clearer that it is a creation. And what happens is that the value which was added automatically to this so-called created world becomes less and less significant. Not that, you are not seeing the things differently, you are not hearing the things differently. The feel that you see, feel you get is the same, exactly the same. But the value which got automatically added or the tagged to that stimuli becomes less and less. I can see Dr. Kokila also has joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai. Yes, I was just giving a small introduction about R.N. Mahansi's Deshana and this Lord Buddha's teaching, the spirit of what he was trying to disclose. You can add something to that, or you can decide on some other topic that we can discuss.
Yeah, give. Yeah. Actually, we can discuss something if you can like bring up something that we can.
I think recently there were some discussions. I remember somebody asked you a question also, and then R.N. Mahansi also one day gave a very beautiful discussion
the
on.
last few days discussions are amazing, and I don't have words to say about recent discussions. Actually, they are long also. Some like for instance, last evening one, I have a little bit to go still. Like yeah, but they are really amazing. I haven't listened to today's one at all.
Yeah, I couldn't listen either. Actually, one day he was explaining about the three realms, that is the sensual, form, and formless worlds, taking the morning sunrise into example. Giving it as a metaphor. He was explaining it very beautifully. We can maybe talk about that because.
Yeah, but it's a metaphor. So when after listening to that, and when a person, like some person, after some time, when they try to talk about the same, it doesn't sound same. That's the problem, because
yes, exactly.
Metaphors are quite metaphors, and it's given for a reason. So the thing is not to take the metaphor as metaphor, but just to take the inner message that is given. So it's a bit difficult when we try to take it, but actually it's a very beautiful way to talk about the value and also the dream and the consciousness in such a beautiful metaphor. But you can't just take the metaphor. It's not something we can take in gross way. Such a like Lord Buddha has told once, like you have to see the rainbow. You have to see it in such an angle, isn't it? Like, but then the same way, it is really important that you try to catch the sense of the examples he's giving. We can talk about it actually, but it is something you have to experience. That is the importance of it. But actually, there are other ways and means to understand this, and your own experience will be similar but different,
Yeah, actually, formless word is something still I have a sort of gray. It's like a gray area to me. I mean, I can tell it like a sentence. I can explain it in some sentences, but the actual experience or actual experience, without that actual experience, I don't think I can give a very clear view to a person who wants to know about it. Formless world.
Yeah. So now that sentence will take that sentence. Now, if we talk about that, the main important thing is to drop all those ideas and just live the world and just live. And living means stimuli like that, it's just that. And the tips would be just to let feel happen, let it go in the sense the problem here is the thickness of the mind actually. Otherwise, if you you can get tips, like if you go early in the morning, you get up and go outside, like how you feel things, but how it is still with the feel of existence. And that is the trick, I think, not the actual formless world. Formless world is not a big issue at all, I don't think, because formless world is the feel. That's not the main problem, but it may appear as a problem because you're taking it as a problem, but main thing is to actually feel the no self or non-vibration, because then only you understand that these are two different fields. So one field, it's just with the self-perception, and another time it is without the self-perception. It's just perceptions. It's just a feel that you have mixed with the self-perception, without the self-perception. So when you can only warn the person about that, and that there is something like that. So if someone is keen, I think the first step would be to just be inquisitive about the feel. First, the feel is with self-perception. Anyway, we still feel, but it is still with the self-perception we would be having the problem. And once we master the actual truth, so Satyajnana, that is where the difference is going to happen. It is going to happen. You can't actually do anything here, and it will happen. It will happen with the keenness for you to feel the non-vibration, keenness for you to keenness, or actually kind of have some effort, keenness and effort to feel, and you feel the self, the vibe, feel the whatever the what do you call it, touch, sound, light. Can't you see that there we don't call specifically, we don't call it light. We call it like feel the vibration. That word we specifically use, I think, is important to understand that it's just to feel without the mind part. That's where you can, if you want to imagine it, it's very difficult to imagine, but if you want to imagine it, imagine in a way like kind of going back to the baby's world and see whether you can become the baby. Because if you just go on imagining the baby, go backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards, and like imagine a 6-weeker, can't you see that they don't have an idea, they don't have a mind? So we feel that maybe they are saying like us now. No, it's just a feel. In the beginning, it's a feel only. Even the eye, it's a feel only. It's that's the kind of it's very difficult to tell these things because it's all, the words are all taken, but it's a kind of a vibration. That is the vibration that we understand, that is there with the self. And what about without self? Without self, in a sense, what's the difference between the feel between non-self perception? Because all the time when we're trying to talk about this, all the time we have discussed that the sound will be there, but the feel that it is happening here will not be there. That is all we can say. Then when we say that, we kind of understand that initially the baby is going to feel that the vibration is happening here. Why we call it a vibration is because to give the idea that there is just something happening. What would a bacteria feel? It's just the vibration that is happening. One ecosylika, the one cell organism. Just a vibration. What else can that organism have? The same thing. In that sense, if you try to feel this will come. It's just understanding this basic thing, going backwards and trying to feel it with prajna. I mean, we are not actually going back, can we? No, we can't. But with the wisdom, with the help of the field, we can actually feel it. What really happened? How the field actually get complicated after the mind is formed. If you keep understanding this, that there is a trick here, that the mind formation is the trick that we understand. That is where the part of the problem is actually solved, because the self-perception and self-view is actually magnified because of the mind. Even though self-perception is there in the field level too. I don't know whether I help you in that. Just
Yes. Actually, there are now, as you said, I think you can't sort of draw lines and separate out this realm from the other one like that. It's, as you said, it is a kind of feel that cannot be sort of defined and explained, isn't it?
yeah, but you will feel the difference as soon as
Mm.
you are not in the mind, because this has never happened before.
Yeah, I don't know. These are some of the experiences that I get sometimes. I don't know whether they are just sort of yet some other magic creations of the mind sensor, whether they are just kind of pitfalls. Very, very small fraction of seconds sometimes feels that only the lightness, like they are very, very light feeling. And and also you said about that feel, and again the feel can be there for again fraction of second without the attached form. I mean, sometimes now if you something like feel on the skin without location or without a further description of that, just for a fraction of second you can just have a feel, and then subsequently the form is attached where it is and what sort of pain, that sort of feelings are sometimes experienced. I don't know whether they are just some sort of
that could be the feeling of consciousness. That's kind of that. But the anidasana part, that is quite different to. I mean, there's a bit more in that experience. If you actually, that is the importance of going backwards. So the anuloma and pratiloma.
Yes.
Now I can't even remember the English words for that. But if you actually...
Anuloma is going down the stream and pratiloma upwards. That means backwards. Going backwards is pratiloma.
Yeah, going backwards means you actually have... now imagine this. Try to feel this when we say something, and now imagine you hear the horn of a vehicle. So when you hear that, it's directly a horn of a vehicle. There's no big deal about it. It's a horn of a vehicle. But you actually, if you feel this without the mind part, it would be just the feel of existence in there. That would be felt as a vibration of the air or sound. I mean, we can't even call sound, because even if I say sound, then the mind is involved.
Yes.
You know, that is the tricky part, because that's the main reason for us to say it in this way, so that there are so many ways. That's like Aranansi said with the vision. He said it in the vision. So we can explain it in different ways. But you know, when it is kind of even the sound is not in that. That's why it's a feel. It's a direct feel. But then direct feel is not the non-vibration. Direct feel is the feel. Direct feel is the basic consciousness we have. I mean, that's not a big achievement, but it is an achievement as well, because we don't know these things. Basically, it's our ignorance that we never thought about a consciousness beneath. And when it comes to that, it is the tricky part again, that you know, the third thing about this, you know, it is the speed vibration of the sensory organ. If we change that ignorance into wisdom, then only the non-vibration arises, that the feel that you had, that it's here, happening here. Even if it's one cell organism, the vibration is felt here. That is not non-vibration. You feel the vibration, you might get scared, you might feel all that, but that's not non-vibration. Non-vibration is that when you feel it is not actually happening anywhere. It's just there. You know, that's where, that's all I can say actually, because it's very difficult to explain. But that's the most importantly, I think the most important way to understand is how go backwards and try to feel your own fetal life, your own kind of, it's a metaphor again. You can't really go backwards. It's a metaphor again. When you say try and, you know, if I say try and become a single cellular organism, can you? You can't. But then I would still say, can you become a single cellular organism and see how the vibration is happening? That is exactly again the meaning, because it would be the feel in the eye. If it is something you see, it is a feel in the eye. If it is something you hear, it is a feel in the ear. If it is something about the skin or the tongue or the nose, it will be something felt in this lining in the body, on the tongue or on the nose, on the skin, isn't it? So the wisdom, with the wisdom, you can actually start feeling these things. For that, you should master feeling also. That's what Aranas is trying to do, to master feeling. And then, but if just imagine someone is mastering feel without Satyajnana or the truth, nothing will happen, because they will feel the self. That's all. And also in concentration meditation, what happens is you have the idea that there is self, and you definitely it is going to come as I felt the non-vibration. But here, you know, the because of the truth only, this is the experience is felt differently. That's all. Otherwise, the experience is not the main thing. It is the vision that we have that changes the whole outcome. So one would actually end up in Brahma form in non-form world. Another one would be attaining Nirvana, because the change in the vision. Do you understand? So that's the main difference. But I don't know whether it is coming out properly. What do you think, Surangika? Do you have anything to add? Don't know this is busy.
Dr. Pukila.
Yes.
No, not really, actually.
Yeah.
It's a difficult
Topic.
thing to, difficult area, I think, to put into words.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
difficult area to put into words, as well as difficult area to experience. But the thing is, this experience of no self or non-self or non-vibration, giving a no self perception is completely because of the Lord Buddha's teachings. Otherwise, it will be just similar to everyone else. That is what happened with Dhamma, because the way you understand is completely different, because no one at Lord Buddha's time, no one talked about Anicca Dukkha Anatta. No one else talked about that. Only Lord Buddha came out with that explanation. And no one actually talked about Anatta at all. I mean, so the main thing to understand here is the change view. And when you have changed the view, whatever you are going to feel, and if you understand, actually it is the speedy vibration of the sensory organ, this is going to change anyway. And as soon as it changes, you feel that, yes, this is the no self-perception. Because it's been now understood before by the teachings. And then this changes the whole scenario. The way you look at life, the way you look at the field, the way you look at the film, the dream, everything changes. That's where the Sakaya Ditti is broken, or the Samadhi Ditti is happening, the right vision. So right vision is the important thing. Everything else follows. Do you get it? Everything else followed. If it's not following, there's a problem in the right vision. Do you get the point? So that's why I'm telling, try and feel your own, even if you feel how would a worm would be feeling, how would a single cell would be feeling, how would a 6-week child would be feeling. Just do an experiment. Just keep, but it's not like you looking at them and thinking, they must be doing this. No, that's not the way. Whether you can become them with wisdom, it is the way to feel this. And that's the tip I would say, because it's all about tips from the teacher that changes the whole life. And Narayana has changed a lot. The way we look at the life, it has changed a lot. So the same thing, it will change the way you perceive things. will change the way you feel things. And it will definitely pave the way to feel the non-self.
Can you explain the meanings or what is meant by anicca, dukkha, anatta? I think that will be beneficial for the listeners because there are non-Buddhist people who are listening to this.
Well, I don't know what are the exact words when he's using for anicca, dukkha, anatta, but anicca is actually well discussed in a lot of Buddhists are well aware about that. So if we are using the English word impermanence, it's a bit used. There's a problem in that.
Maybe we have to use sentences rather than looking for simple words, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. But if we use it in an thing, it's mainly understanding about this field of existence. That's the core idea of it. So how field of existence is formed, or how it is the construct. That's the basic. So that's actually should be said last, but I'm telling it first because that is the core thing that you are going to understand in the end. What is it? That the field of existence or alive field is a construct. That is the basic idea. So the basic idea, that is the basic idea. To understand that, there's so many things to understand. Because field of existence never comes along. That's what we thought. I am here. I thought about going to the town tomorrow. Okay, that's how we tell. Or I'm here. I feel so cold. That's how we talk. Normally we talk. That's how we talk. I feel so tired. I've just come from work. I haven't even changed. And I feel so tired. That's how we talk. So, but when we talk like that, we have no idea what we are talking about. But we keep talking like that. And to the beauty of that, even the child starts talking like that. The mother and father talks like that. The child is looking at them and child is thinking, oh, okay, this is me. This is father, this is mother. Okay, this is happening to me. That is happening to them. All right. And they learn it and they start talking the same thing. I'm hungry, Amma. So it's nicely communicated. That's fine. It's happening. This is something new. Something is happening to you. So it's fine. So the demarcation is done. But when we go on understanding what is actually this I or me or mine, there comes a problem. We can't locate it now. If you do this research, you should feel the truth. If you have a good ability or the kusala, you should do this because then you will understand. So what are the constructs then here? So that we keep understanding. Okay, we talked about I am tired. I came from work. I am tired. Now I'm doing this. After that, I'm going to have a wash. So that's the whole story. And someone would even believe that, like, yeah, true, And then the thing is, when we try to dissect or like try and find out the I, you can't. Then we go on dissecting and dissecting and dissecting. Will you find it? You might actually understand how this view of I has come across, like has surfaced to this world. Because this is only talked in this human realm, because humans are able to communicate, humans are able to think, humans are talking. In the other organisms, if you say about the even one cell organism, they just have a feel. They don't have a big story, like, because they don't have a mind. Because we have a mind, we are talking about this, I, me, mine, all that. Then we go on dissecting, we understand, okay, then there is kind of perception that always there's something here and the other person is there. So I'm sitting down, others are in the living room. I'm sitting down in the room. So don't we have a perception? We have. So what is the reason for the perception then? Then we go on doing the research and we find out, okay, yes, there is a perception. Yes, it's true. We agree that. We know that there is no self because we started dissecting and we couldn't find it. Even if you try to find the self in the body also, it's difficult because you can't find the self in the body. But the 5 sensory organs, Lord Buddha didn't talk about the 5 sensory organs when he tried to dissect the body. Because 5 sensory organs are the main areas you feel, the feeling. So the feel, you understand, okay, the feel is the main problem. So what do you feel? You only feel the vibrations of the sensory organs. So then what is the problem here? Problem is there's an additional power. There's an additional power that coexist, kind of, this happens. You coexist with the vibration of the sensory organ. How does that happen is because of ignorance. This ignorance is there fully from the beginning to the end. So ignorance is a part and parcel of this vibration. Even in one cell organism. But only humans can actually catch this. Why? Because the mind, the magic mind, which happens with the collective effect of the 5 sensory organs, is actually giving rise to this different world of mother, father, sister, brother, toys, my house, playground, garden, school, bus, friends, then the boyfriend, the girlfriend, then job, friends in the job, the working place. So then the story has begun. So the story has that underlying vibration, yes. But now it's easy to catch. Why? Because the actual mind has the self-perception. So it is actually in the self-perception now. And It is going to be a self-thought also, because if there is a vibration, always it can develop into a new thought. So chair is just a co-vibration of the ear, eyes, and the feel. Same way, you have an idea about that I'm seeing, I'm feeling, I'm hearing, and all that, and you just collectively it becomes like a thought, which is I, me, mine. So the anicca, how can we talk about anicca here? The impermanence. What is permanent here? Nothing is permanent here. So the main important thing here to understand is that chair, when chair is felt as real, like permanent, the self-thought is strong like the same way. Why? Because it's the same. If it is felt as a thing, it's the same thing. This happens, this happens. So we understand with the help of the impermanent thing that actually chair is not there. That means we keep understanding none of these thoughts are actually out there. Even the figure you saw from when you look at your leg, you can see your leg. Oh, I can look at my hands and say, oh, these are my hands. But the thing is, you feel it is actually as real, isn't it, when you look at your hand? But when we understand that it is just a perception, that's one part of the impermanence, actually. Why? We understand that they are just thoughts. But then we keep understanding more. We just don't stop there. The hands is a hand. A hand is a perception. Yes. How did that happen? Who told that this is a hand? How did the hand come to this world? What is hand? And we keep understanding. It's a feel, or it's a vision, or it's a sound. Only these things can do it, because smell is not really associated with the hand. Taste. I don't know, if you taste your finger without anything in your finger, you won't taste it, would you? So it's just mainly about the three things: the feel and the sound and the vision. So these vibrations brought up the actual perception of hand. So that is also one part of impermanence. So we keep understanding how this construct has been happening, because that's how the little baby who had a radiant mind has developed a self-perception and a self-will, which is so destructive. So, but there's more to understand. What is there more to understand? You understand that, okay, perception is wrong too. Perception is there, yes, but it is actually a construct. What is there? What is there more to understand? Well, there is light, there is sound, there is feel. Then we keep understanding, okay, is that true then? Because we are going backwards. That's why I told you, try to go backwards. Become the baby, become the child, become the baby. Become the fetus. So if you keep understanding this, you feel, okay, now what brought the perception? It is the sound, light, or feel in the skin. So then we understand, okay, is that something permanent? Not really. Again, impermanence is there. Why? Because that's actually a mirage. That's the most beautiful mirage in the world. What? The feel. Feel is just the rapid vibration in the skin. The sound is rapid vibration of the ear. The light is rapid vibration of the eye. Then you will automatically end up feeling the non-vibration. Then now there is two different ways. What? There's a self-perception. Now there's a new thing that has never happened before. That's what Lord Buddha said, never heard before, never happened before. Non-self-perception. Just once in one particular stimulus. Can be either eye, can be either sound, it can be either feel, doesn't matter. So then it will be definitely impermanence is now understood. What is the impermanence understood? Okay, now this self-perception which had been there forever, or the feel which had been there forever, that what I felt forever is a construct. Why? Because that because of the non-self-perception, now we can't call that whole life experience or whole samsaric experience of self-perception or self-vibration is a construct. Do you get the feel of the impermanence now?
Yes, I think you touched almost all the aspects of impermanence. As you said, it is in two levels. One is this obvious impermanence, which actually there's no need for a wise person like Lord Buddha to preach it, because any person will observe that impermanence. But the deeper level, as you said, that impermanence at the level of the thought, because it's a construct, and the impermanence at the level of the senses, because again it's another construct. That is what I think we have to understand, because that is what Lord Buddha was trying to explain, isn't it? That's a thing that has not been explained in any other religion, I would say.
Yeah, isn't it so beautiful?
It is, yes. Would Surangika like to add something? Terasana.
Yeah, I think that was, Dr. Popila gave a good explanation, the anicca in those two instances. And I think Aryan Mahans also says that one has to start somewhere, and that initial anicca definition of impermanence that the mundane society embraces is also required to a certain extent, until such time the deeper meaning of the true Dhamma can be accessed, isn't it? But of course it is almost like touching the surface, but nevertheless I suppose an important step on the journey, I suppose, because when you think of people sometimes in these societies and they have encountered tragedy, for example, in Australia, I don't know if you have heard, we've had a terror attack in the last couple of days in New South Wales, and so the people in mourning, and the ability or the inability for them to see beyond a person dying, and things like that is quite difficult. because of the level of ignorance and what you call it, misconceptions. So to even broach a topic of this nature would be quite difficult. And what they even the basic impermanence or anicca would be difficult if one hasn't had some kind of association with certain Buddhist principles, or have at least heard or read about some of the Buddhist teachings, which basically talk about impermanence only in that light. So it is a difficult topic to broach with in the mundane world, and that is why Alan Manse so many times explains that the stream enterer and people accessing this Dhamma are just such a minority of people, akin to the little dust that gets collected under a fingernail, as opposed to all the earth or dust that is around us, which is so many billions of people. So I think in that sense, there is such a unique opportunity that has been opened in this day and time, isn't it? That even for the fact that, did anyone think that 2,500 years later, there would be a revelation of that long hidden core Dhamma principles that will be again brought to the fore, isn't it? And that there will be a true non-vibrational state in the form of a noble spiritual teacher who would come forth and show the path and guide the people on the path to true liberation of mind. So it's a wonderful opportunity, and I think Dr. Kokera, you mentioned right at the beginning, our advances last few days, the talks that he has given and the various aspects that he has touched on. These are, in one way, these are not things that he hasn't talked about in the last 5 years of discourses, but at the same time,
He has.
There are, yes, exactly. But there are also aspects that I think we mentioned it 2 days ago as well, that there are also aspects that are somehow felt as if they are deeper, and there's a deeper meaning that he's trying to convey, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 100% he has told these things, but I think it is getting more precise to people now. I think that is what is happening. And that means people are actually feeling it. You know, when we talk about impermanence, well, we never kind of thought that the self, the feel of existence, or the feel here that we have, that we are living, is the actual one, which is actually, it is the construct. We kind of never even thought about it, and we have known this anatta or anatma for a long time, and definitely I have researched about it before. I have thought about it a lot, actually, and it has come to my mind a lot even before I listened to Alan say, why Lord Buddha say it is anatta or anatma, and why then we feel something here? Like, why do we feel as if we are existing? And the explanation of this view, this perception and the feel is immaculate. I mean, I can't tell any adjective to that even. Like the three worlds, that three worlds in the sense the view is actually in the sensual world, the perception is actually in the form world, and the feel is actually in the non-form world. And this very thing that we are fighting, in the sense, not we are, but the fight here is with the non-vibration and the vibration, or self-perception and the non-self-perception, or the right view and the wrong view. Isn't it so beautiful now? There's a fight between wrong view and the right view. Even it's very obvious now when people talk about this Dhamma, like that's what Aranwanse is saying. If the non-vibration has to be strong, the right view has to become stronger and stronger to fight with the non. It's not a fight between people, not at all, because there are no people here. It's just a fight between the vibration and the non-vibration, I would say. And even those words are useless. But just to give an idea, they're all metaphors. So, the fight between views are very obvious. Very obvious. When Lord Buddha had someone come and, keep fighting with the words, not fight now, arguing, then Lord Buddha asked, you are sweating, you are like in a very great discomfort. I'm not in a discomfort. What's the problem with you? Like, it's a metaphor actually. It's another metaphor to show that what's the problem with you? It is okay, you have a view, but why are you struggling like this? Then people also with good understanding, good skillful people, the kusala, doing some kusala, would be like, really, yes, he has an opinion. Okay, if you think Lord Buddha has an opinion, yes, of course he has an opinion. I have an opinion. We two are fighting. One is giving the opinion in such a like in a really nice way without feeling any problem, and one is giving an opinion with so much effort or power or such vengeance, like whatever the word you can use, anger. So definitely there is this power difference, isn't it? So where this power difference come? What is happening here? Someone would really think, one word Lord Buddha said, we are going to find the woman who took our clothes, and we are trying to search the woman. And Lord Buddha said, why don't you search about yourself? And there's only one sentence he used, and everyone in that I can't remember whether it's 500, the whole team was shaken. Just shaken. Just one sentence. Because I think they have that vibration, like they are close to that. So they kind of change in just that one sentence. Isn't it beautiful? I mean, what changed me after listening to Arana's, I never knew about an Arana. I just listened to one sermon in the YouTube, because I used to listen to all the sermons in the YouTube. If you ask about it, I just put on the YouTube, I just switch it on, and I kept doing work because I'm so busy. I just keep doing work. And one day I just heard something about this no self Dhamma, and I'm like, wow, that is no self, because I had that in my mind. And that's where I went back and searched what more sermons has Aranwansi done, and has never stopped since then. And today also I would say, yes, Aranwansi has done a sermon listen to that. That's so beautiful, you know. So I haven't stopped listening to him, his sermon. So that is the thing. So we don't know who will actually change by listening to this sermon. If someone can't feel it, they can't feel it. It's okay. It's okay. But if someone can feel the difference, I invite everyone to actually listen to this and see. Because if you're searching about consciousness, come and listen. If you're searching about this self, come and listen. If you're searching about how to become an arahant, come and listen. There's nothing to lose. So what's the big problem? Just listen and see. If it's not amicable, if it's not, if you find it very difficult to understand, you can stop listening if you want. Doesn't matter. You don't have to just criticize just because you can't understand or you can't feel. You just have an open mind and listen and see, because we never know when things are going to click. When things are going to click, they're going to click. Then it's never going to stop, because once you turn, once the tree leans towards the river, that tree is going to fall to the river. Isn't it? Anything to add?
Yes, I think as you said, yes, Suran.
No, go ahead, Doctor.
Please, I can add
Um,
later.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was trying to say that once you got the message, or at least a semblance of the message, it's so hard to undo it, isn't it? Because I think, as you said about that clan of 500 people, each of us, if we talk about it even from a mundane sense, there has been something that has been felt, even from probably, for different people, the experience can be different, but from our childhood days or from the age of youth or whatever it is, there has been this searching, or there has been this thing that this, like just like Aryan Mansa had that experience in his childhood, saying, what craziness is this, you know? You grow up, you go to school, you have to study, then you study, then you get a job, you get married, you have kids, you grow old, then you're looking after the children's kids, and then you grow old and die. That's it. So, you know, is that
Yeah,
what
we
the
have
world
seen
is?
what happened to our grandparents. We have seen what happened to our parents. We have seen what happened to our, I mean, for me, for my patients, we see this all the time. And no one is worried even. No one is like even wondering what is happening here.
Exactly. But then you'll have a handful of people who will wonder. And where did that wandering thing come, isn't it? So there is that sense of non-vibrational kind of mood, or the leaning towards that. In a way, and I suppose there is where that Ugatitanna, Vipatitanna kind of non-vibrational or close to non-different stages of wisdom arises as well. And then if there has been that notion of there's something here that's not quite right in this mundane existence, then when this true Dhamma is heard, just like you said, one little sermon here and here, or you know, another sermon somewhere else, then that is the turning point, and you don't have to listen to anything more. That because of that earlier pondering, earlier reflection of the anatma, what does that mean? Surely there must be a deeper meaning. You know, that pondering and the reflection that you did, Dr. Kokida, then comes to the fore, isn't it? The moment that word or a couple of words are heard, there is a turning towards the against the stream, as we said a little while ago. The whole thing gets off the anusota into the patisota. At least the turning point is there, and then all that happens is the more one the actions one takes is more towards the patisota rather than the anusota, because you got the trigger. The trigger has happened, isn't it? So,
and it happens to everyone in different ways. I don't think anyone can hear this for like 3 to 5 years just for fun. I don't think so. I don't think it is fun to hear, keep hearing and just not give up. I mean, sometimes you might feel like giving up, but you might not. Even though you think about giving up, you might not. Still, we will just keep listening, because even to listen to this now self Dhamma is difficult, and some people can't even get around this idea of listening to no self Dhamma, let alone understanding. And here we are. A lot of people are trying to understand it, and keen about understanding it, discussing about it, talking about it, doing Zoom meetings. So much interest in understanding this non-vibration. It's so good, and it is so important. I think we are running across to the 4 o'clock Zoom meeting. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for this English Zoom discussion, and we will continue this discussion tomorrow. And Aryan Wahanse, we worship Aryan Wahanse as usual, and we salute him as it's so much gratitude. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you.
Thank you. Can start with some very simple facts. May all of you be blessed by the Triple Gem. And first of all, I would like to worship our noble friend, Buddothpado and Wahanse. In this discussion, during the next 1 hour, 15 minutes, we will try to discuss some simple facts. Actually, there are 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day, and there 2 of them are dedicated for the practical experience, and then there are 2 Zoom discussions which meant for getting the doubts and the problems clarified, and there's another one on Sutra Deshana. So like that, for with different topics, with different areas being covered throughout the day, there are so many Zoom discussions, and most of them we have our noble friend also joining, at least for a short while. Sometimes R.N. Mahanse speaks for the most part of the Zoom discussion, giving sort of very valuable explanations. So we will try in our best to explain whatever in our capacity. This is the Dhamma pathway that is explained by our noble friend is very practical, and what is experienced is described or explained. And then you realize that there are many things that we didn't understand, or we didn't realize that what is the true happening underneath. So basically, we are experiencing the world with the sense faculties, which means basically the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So whatever in that capacity, whatever is created by these sense faculties is taken as true existing things. So that is meant by the ignorance. So when we realize this truth, that these are actually imaginations or illusions, or in other words, they are all thoughts, a little bit of light is shed to the path, because we are groping in the dark without realizing that there's an imagination, there's a world which is imagined. So little bit of light is shed, and then little by little this light becomes brighter, and then we can see actually where we are and the path that we have to follow. So in practical explanation, so the R.N. Mahanse has introduced 4 steps in the practical experience. So little by little, there is some understanding of what is happening, and the fact that all are thoughts, and there's nothing called mind, and there's no existing thing called mind, but it is just a flow of thoughts, and the thoughts are the ones which control the physical, so-called physical body. And there's no one, no controlling body, or there's no owner to this activity. There's some system, like some series of functions taking place. So these are just some very basic things that I wanted to say. I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, Surangika, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
If you can start the discussion, I was just telling some few basic things until the proper discussion starts.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. I think, it is good if you can like bring up a topic. What were you talking about? Like,
nothing specific actually. I was trying to say what are the sort of basic things in R.N. Mahanse's teachings. The fact that the mind, trying to understand the mind, and then what is meant by the world, what is identified as the world is a creation of the mind or the sense faculties.
yeah,
Those were
the
few things that I
understanding
was
of
telling.
this vibration, or we use the word vibration all the time. I think we use it to actually give the idea that self, the feeling of existence, is actually kind of a power. That's why we use that word, and words are actually used to communicate something here. None of these words are actually true. So when we talk about the truth, whatever we use, whatever the description we use is not the important thing. What is given, what is told, what is gestured here is that this field of existence is none other than just a vibration or just a power which is there because of the this cycle that happen in any being, where whenever the vibration is there, the self-perception would be there, and that continue to exist because of the ignorance. And only we talk about this a lot, but only in this human life that we have that ability to understand how one stimulus, one thought manifests all the whole this vibration when there is ignorance, when we have given value to that. When we say these things also, there are problems actually when we say we have given and all that. So the way we talk can be very, very how can I say, having some pitfalls there, because whenever we try to say anything, it has this effect of first person, second person effect, like someone telling something. But here the basic message is there's no self. This is the difficult thing to. It is easy to understand actually. It's not that bad. It's okay. Anyone who has a sensible idea of this world and self can understand that the self can't be inside the body. If it is a thing, then how can that vibration be in another? Lord Buddha has described one time it can be a monkey, one time it can be a dog, one time anything can happen. So in that sense, we can understand that it's obviously not in the body. But then Lord Buddha has told once, actually it's a beautiful thing to say, Lord Buddha has told once that never think that the self is in the thoughts, because it is okay even to think that the body lasts only 60, 70 years or 80 years or 100 years if you want to, that much years, and it is okay to think that the self is there. But if you think that the self is in the thought, then you will be in a big trouble. He has actually told this in another way, and it is beautiful to understand that self is not actually not in any of these things. And then we are wondering, any human with a powerful ability of thinking will think, then where is this self? Why are we talking about a self that we don't even know? And that's where the Lord Buddha's Dhamma actually is coming really important here, handy here, where you realize then what is this power, then what has happened, why there is cycle of birth, why there is, we even without Lord Buddha saying, we have heard so many, people talking about and past births, and when we check on that, that's actually true. Then we are kind of like shake it off and, you know, forget about it because we can't explain any of these things. But then this consciousness has been discussed a lot nowadays. A lot of English speaking countries, a lot of physicists, a lot of you know, people who try to understand spirituality actually talk about consciousness a lot. But the consciousness is actually the basis of this self-existence as well. So it is beautiful to understand that, because everyone thinks the consciousness is the base, and Lord Buddha, according to Lord Buddha and according to what you can feel here with Dhamma, you can say, no, it is not the base. It's actually the non-vibration is the base. So if there is any consciousness, that's the vibration, and that's why we are discussing about two types of nirvana. Even one would be zeroing of defilements, and the other one would be zeroing of the aggregates. So when you understand these things, and it's so nice to understand what's happening here. And if there's anyone here who has joined to ask a question, anyone can ask. We are just having a discussion because usually it's rare to find someone actually having a question and asking that. But the importance of understanding this consciousness and understanding that it is not the baseline is really important. And the consciousness is actually the basis for the being, or the being in the sense the sense of existence, or the life field that we talk about. But in that, just being or single cellular organism can't actually describe any of these things. But the humans with this great mind actually can understand what has happened here and can feel it too, because all the levels of this self vibration, all the levels of that can be felt in one stimulus. And when we say that when you actually experience non-vibration, all these levels will be passing. You have to pierce all these levels to actually feel the non-vibration. So it's really something that should be felt. I think that is the challenge we have every day. And then if you understand that actually the only thing that existed, this
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Thiruvan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. We are ever so grateful to you for all your guidance and the supervision that you are doing. Uh, may our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And these 2 hours are for the discussion of any problems. If you have any queries, we invite you to join through this Zoom link to the discussion so that whatever the level of query that you are having, we can sort it out. And my friend Sudharma has joined. Thiruvan Sarnai Sudharma.
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor. Thiruvan
Eh,
Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Let's pay homage at Aryan Mahansa's feet. Today, Champa is not there. She
Yeah,
has shared the message.
yeah,
Yes.
he's not.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we can start discussing something.
Yeah, Doctor, now we can talk about the awakening. No, Aryan Mahansa was explaining it to a great extent last evening. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Mm. He said it is such a vast area and he would go ahead with that. So he was questioning and he was trying to get it from us. So briefly, uh, actually the bottom line is awakening is uh, what arises when someone fully gets rid of the self view.
Yes, yes.
That's what he said. Did
Fully.
you listen to that sermon, Doctor?
Yeah, I listen.
7 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah,
He was,
actually, when it is in the full form, that means the Arhan state, and that means there is no self at all.
there is no self view anyway at all, and there is no self perception either.
Self-perception. Yes.
Either, yeah. But before that, in the path, the first thing is to get rid of the self view, which
Yeah.
is, which is definitely a view, wrong view. So in a way, I remember he used to say, someone that moving from the ground of wrong view to right view is actually when somebody liberates from the self view, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, actually, that 100% depends on the clear darshana, no?
Yeah,
It's
clear
not.
darshan. So that is why now he is giving lot of kamatahanas for depending on the people. Even when he said that ekameka thing,
Yeah, yeah.
so that is one strategy, and also to be aware that uh, be aware that there is no self in whatever the action you
Yeah.
perform. That is
Yeah,
another good way of that.
beautifully.
And that sermon Dr. Kokila shared, that Satya kiyanne ape gitara.
Yes.
Yeah, I actually didn't have time to listen to, but that book is there with me and I started reading that book. So that is very important. And there Aryan Hanse clearly mentions that one should have that particular, he says, see here, I don't know whether it is Satya. These words are always confusing. Now, yesterday also, when I used the word see here, that once Aryan has explained, no, Doctor, Sihiya has different connotations. Even in mundane world, we say, no, Sihiya, for to do things properly, we must have
Yes.
awareness. But that is not the same awareness that we talk about in Arya Bhumi. but that is something like Satya, but that is not awakening, but some Satya in the sense, again, I don't know what is the word, presence of mind. Presence
Yeah,
of mind. Is it?
that see here,
Hmm.
fairly recent Deshana, I heard same saying, don't use the word see here for the this
Avadiya.
avadi.
Avadiya is not but nothing to do with that, doctor. Avadiya is as even
Here
Dr. Yeah,
means
it is a fruition level. No, Avadiya comes when someone fully gets rid of the self view.
yeah, yeah. Not the avadiya. Now he said, don't use the word see here
Hmm.
for focusing or whatever. For see here has to be something with a nimitta. So that means you are
Ah,
focusing to a
ah,
thing.
ah, right.
Whereas
Right.
now this you are being observant of what is happening.
Happening.
Word
Yeah.
is jnanaya. Word is a jnana, he said.
Ah, jnane. Right, right.
It's not
So
a self.
yeah, that
Yes.
is wisdom, no?
Mm,
That is
mm.
the wisdom thing.
Actually, the word wisdom is not the best translation
That
because
is discernment,
sorry, what is
discernment,
discernment? Yeah.
discernment. That is also kind of instinctive way of knowing
Ah,
things.
that's right. I'm not familiar with that word. Discernment.
Oh,
Maybe you're correct. But
but
definitely he says sihiya is even a hora will have the sihiya.
yeah, yeah.
She's focusing on something. So
Mm.
the correct word for a person who is in the path to be
It's
vigilant of
jnana, no?
what is happening is jnana. And
Jnana,
it's
yeah.
not a person, he said. Jnana is a tool.
Yeah,
Tool system.
exactly. So
Hmm.
it's actually that is the biggest kind of challenge for a person in the background of any yoga avachara, any
Yeah.
person who practices. So to feel, to fully convince the system
Hmm.
that there is no self is completely up to jnana, as you say, and
Yeah.
the truth, the darshana.
Hmm. Yes.
The more
Can
we
I ask you
explore it,
something?
yeah.
You were given the kamatahana
Mm.
to take part in whatever the activities without the self. So
Yes.
when you are practicing that,
Mm.
don't you have to use the active thinking at the beginning?
Have
The
to use active thinking. Active thinking in the sense it is a strategy, no, doctor.
yeah.
That is where this uh, I have to maintain satya. It is not
Mm,
jnana. Jnana is the knowing that I have CEO. I have there is no person. No,
mm.
to go to that, initially one should have the presence of mind. Otherwise, you go to the mind, you become a victim of the mind otherwise.
Yeah. So that is a savitaka level, isn't it? You actively think of it, and
Not,
then
yeah, not thinking, doctor, not thinking as such,
mm,
but proper presence of mind is there. I know now if I am walking,
mm.
know that the walking is happening. That knowing is there, 100% knowing of each and every action.
So what about the concept of no self? That walking is without a person. So
Yeah,
don't.
without the person, to see see that it is happening without a person. Ja, sihi, not sihi. I don't know. Sati, mat, baba should be there. No? Otherwise, if
Fatma's power, don't you have to bring it as an active thought at the beginning? Because we explain, Maren was explaining, first everything has to be at the Savitakka level.
Uh-huh.
Thinking and then passive thinking, that it comes as a thought automatically, and
Mm.
then you feel it. I remember he was explaining those three levels for various things now when even
That doctor,
Mm,
maybe because we have listened to them for a long time, now we know how the magic is performed, and actually there is no person. No. The
mm,
problem is we don't have proper sihiya. In my case, actually, sihiya.
mm,
Always it switches. I go to mine and things happen, but
mm.
still, when that action happens, that proper awareness that it is happening is not there. For example, while eating, I'll
Mm.
be thinking of the school probably. Ignore
Yeah.
that.
Mm,
So I have to prevent that. That is the challenge for me. Challenge in the sense the preventing not as a person,
mm.
but still maintaining satya is important to know that eating is happening without a self. Now, just in the morning, I was eating a veralu, and
Mm.
that taste, how it is at sense faculty level, today only I felt it. So, what is the sense faculty level taste is? So that kind of genuine experimentation should be done in relation to sense faculties.
So
That
in
is
other words, bringing the
yeah,
focus to the present moment.
present
The,
moment. Yeah.
but then, can you get rid of that thing happening without me? That concept, will that be effective? Will that come to be
That is what I not contemplate. That's what I observe now. How it happens without the self. How tasting happens without me tasting it.
yeah, yeah.
That is what it is all about. This here is to see how things happen without the involvement of. Now, doctor, just imagine somebody can think of what he or she had for lunch while walking. But
Yeah.
at that point, the walking happens actually anyway, it happens without the involvement of the self.
Yes.
No? But
Yes.
that person doesn't know that it happened,
Yeah.
how it happened even.
Yeah, in that stage, I mean, the thoughts are somewhere else now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
so that is just the mundane world. That is
Mundane. But when the person have had the presence of mind in the sense proper awareness of the action going on, the actually you feel it happens without the self.
mm.
It's the feeling.
What you say is the focusing, no? Focusing to the present moment.
Not focusing either, doctor. Not that focusing, taking steps. That is not.
No, not
No,
that
not
way.
in detail, not focusing. It
Mm.
is basically awareness,
Mm.
effortless awareness.
Awareness. Mm. Mm.
Effortless awareness comes through practice, I think. That is what is lacking.
Yeah, the practicing part, that is the one that I'm asking. Now,
Mm,
if you
mm,
advise somebody to do
yeah,
like that,
yeah.
if they ask, how can I practice? What is the advice you can give?
To non-self.
Yeah, yeah.
In that sense, doctor, that depends on the person's darshana jnana also.
Mm. Yeah.
So, depending on the person's maturity, if that person has actually s- experimented in relation to all sense faculties,
Mm.
how the stimulus gets generated, mind power, if everything is in place, Now,
Yeah.
theoretically, person is 100% aware, but in practice, still the self view creeps into everything he or she does.
Mm-hmm.
It's because self is a habit in the system.
Yeah.
Self is a kind of very strong, let's say it is an addiction actually. Self view, it is a drushti, thinking that I am there and everything is happening to me. That underneath belief is a kind of addiction actually. So in such a situation, uh, to remembering all the time that there is no self in whatever we do. In teaching also, yeah, as you say, we have to start, I mean, with some active contemplation. Not,
Mhm.
it may pass gradually, but
Yeah.
that there is no person kind of thing. It is not active thinking in this case, but it it comes as a reminder that
Yeah.
there is no person. With that,
But that you
yeah,
say that active thinking may be wrong. Yes, active contemplation is something more.
yeah, there what happens is, doctor,
Mm.
when that comes, the action is the only one we feels.
Mm. Okay.
Action is the only thing that happens. If it is about this a stimuli, now just imagine now, uh, I'm listening here, listening at the ear. I mean, we can't say we are listening, but however sounds occur in the ear.
Mm.
As you say, active contemplation level, to know that it is the ear, not me,
Mm.
relieves you from a big burden then and there.
Yeah.
So gradually it will be the normal, new normal. As
Mm.
That is what Aryan has said, no. Do everything without the self that is active. Yes, you have to remind all the time the system that it is not Sudharma, but just the eye, ear, nose, or any other action that happens. So after an year or so, if I mean, depending on your skill, it will be the new normal and everything will happen without the self.
Mm. Mm.
Actually, we are trying to get rid of absent self, no?
Yeah. Yeah. That day you said you were practicing it throughout the day. How did you feel? Because that
Through,
day.
through, throughout the day, in the sense, doctor. No, throughout the day, every single minute, I wasn't able to maintain that satya.
Mm.
More frequently than before I did.
Uh-huh. So in
Then
those.
I felt I actually haven't done it actively before.
So
When
those
I
instances, did you feel that it was happening without a self?
Yeah, that's what I told. Now, even lying on the bed, turning, I
Mm.
mean, let's say here and there, this side and that side, in
Mm.
when we are in bed also,
Mm.
when that awareness comes that there is no self, we feel now legs moving like a machine. It detaches from the self. So it's a feeling only.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. Now, in day-to-day life, there
Yeah,
are enough instances where the things are happening in a very mechanical way.
yeah, yeah.
Now,
True.
I mean, not that my mind has gone somewhere
Hmm.
stray, but the mind is here. Mind is, well, I am experiencing that I am doing that purpose, whatever.
Yeah.
I can feel that it is happening very mechanically.
So that is non-self.
Yeah, that is
You are.
nonsense.
Yeah,
Yeah, I also thought so
yeah.
because I mean,
Because doctor, this kamatahana is not for me, because I don't have that. No, Aryan Hanse found that I do with the things with self view. No, that's why it was given specifically. So in your case, you must be. I mean, you must have done it in the long, in the sense, at
I
once you might have got it
no,
because
I don't practice it as such, but even seeing the things, I mean, doesn't have that live
that,
feeling
that
sometimes.
is that is your skill, doctor. We can't compare. That's why Aryan Hanse says you have to have your own draft because these systems are different.
Mm.
Depending on your wisdom, that Aryan Hanse specifically gives no Uggatitanna, Vipatitanna, Neya, Padaparama. So
And
that,
most of
however, that is depending on the skill, no, of a.
mm, yeah, Aryan Mahasi says that most of us are Neya. So, which
Yeah,
I
but Neya, in the sense, some systems, Neya is not just a strict level. No, there can be variations in that level also, depending on the Sastra even. That power, if that power is less, it's very easy to go for non-self view.
mm, that Aryan Mahasi's recent advice that uh, මේකට කන්න දෙන්න ඕනේ මේකට that thing I thought is very useful and I can it helps I thought. What do you think?
Yeah, it helps a lot, doctor. In my personality, I had a problem in maintaining awareness, even in the mundane world. I have told you that I was a kind of uh, daydreamer.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is affecting. That is a big hindrance.
Mm.
Even now, always you all say, no, mind is so powerful. So those are there. I mean, we feel that if the mind is less powerful, because I used to dream whenever I remember actually when I was very small, I had a real longing for all these colorful bangles, necklaces, also. So I daydream of wearing all of that. So that much into daydream.
Okay.
So it came as a habit.
Yeah, there are certain things that come as habits
Yeah,
actually.
and that is again psychologically, you should be able to analyze it. Psychologically, also, people escape into daydreaming, no? When when certain circumstances are really unpleasant for them, till they like find some consolation in daydream.
That is of course in the full film, isn't it? When they are in the full.
Yeah, that is total ignorance, no?
Yeah,
Creating a film within the film.
within the film. Ah, yes, yes, yes.
Doubly ignorant.
So these gati purudu or habits, if they become yours only, is a problem, no? So Dr. Kokila also has joined. Terwansan and Dr. Kokila.
There
Uh,
was, what
we,
was the talk?
we started with something like about Avadiya, but then I was asking Sudama how she is practicing about that the kamatana that she was given. She was
Mhm.
supposed to do everyday activities with no self. So I was asking her how she feels about it.
Mhm. Mm. So, anything that came up with that?
Sudharma, you can say, she said that
Please, doctor, just the view only, no view. Anyway, there are things happen without the self. So that maintaining Satya, I don't know where the word, there is a big problem with the words. Sihiya, that is, they say, when Narayana said it is mundane, they always, I mean, think even last evening, she took it seriously when I used the word Sihiya and was giving me a lecture. But still, in that Satya Kiyanne Apre Ketara book also, Aryan Vahase uses the word Sihiya initially. I mean, that is not mundane word Sihiya, that presence of mind, I don't know the word. Satya, so that you should know what is going on. Then
Yeah.
only we can
Dharma?
observe whether it is non-self or self. So that is the biggest problem I had. I have told you before also, I was so much into daydreaming and in the mind most of the day. Whenever I was free, I was like in, lost in thoughts. So imagining. So that is the problem actually. So although things happen without a self, I don't have the skill to see it. That's why Aryan Vahase gave that. No, so more frequently than before, I see that the fact that there is no self and how things happen. But the thing is, when that perfect sati is there, uh, only that action is in progress. That duality, it is felt that 100% that stimulus. So if it is an action, the action, body movement, whatever, it is felt 100% with perfect awareness, knowing that there is no self. But it switches still from time to time, goes to mind. And so that's how it goes, doctor. Yeah.
Actually, Sudharma, what you said and what Melanie said both are correct because
Hmm.
has used the word sihiya in the earlier deshana, earlier sermons.
Hmm.
Uh, but in the recent, fairly recent deshana, I heard him saying clearly, he said, sihiya means always there is a nimitta, there is something to focus on.
Yeah, the awareness and the super awareness, why we use two words is that, no?
Hmm.
I mean,
Hmm.
we have discussed this long time ago also,
Yeah.
because we didn't have a word to say. So we put the
Yeah.
word super awareness because no self angle and the normalcy here is different.
Yeah.
Different. Yeah. So there he used
So
jnana. He said jnana is a
Yeah.
kind of a
Yeah.
it's
He
first
actually beautifully explained that when I asked a question, I think when I was in Australia, the difference between jnana and sihiya. Jnana is for with the feel and sihiya is with the mind. He simply said, yeah.
yeah, see, here is in the mind.
Hmm.
But as you said, in the older books and the old Deshana, he uses the word sihiya. Interchangeably, I suppose, I mean, like many
And
other
even
words.
last night, Avadiya, he directly said it is Rahatan Hanse.
Yeah. But isn't it the different levels? Avadiya has
Yesterday also I told, because I always thought as Avadiya as for Rahatan Hanse.
Mm.
Yeah, what he said was avadiya is when someone fully gets rid of the self view. So self view may not be the best part of it, that is the self perception. So the perfect avadiya will be with the arhants.
Mm.
Then what about that the thing that he explained about the two rail tracks, two rail lines?
Yeah, that's also theoretical, no? Like if you
One
come to
is
the thing, but when
one.
you feel it, it's not a problem.
So what
suicide is not a problem, but when we discuss it, there is always a bias. Then when the the real Pila thing is also true, and these also true. So it actually can hinder the moment.
What is that metaphor, Dr. Sakuntala? I can't. The railway line thing is used for several concepts. What it?
No, that was the Sakudagami part. I think what Dr. Sakuntala is saying, when the after entering the stream, where the defilements are coming down in one aspect and the avadhi is slowly coming up in another one.
Yeah,
I
he
think
gave
so.
us for yeah, that is correct. Yeah. Two rail lines.
These are all what is felt. So that's why I'm telling. I don't pay much attention to the fruit because you can't really. But as the teacher has to show that there is a thing like this. Then once you come to the experience, you know, oh wow, this is what he said. That's all. But the thing is, if you keep putting any chittarupa or mental images to that hinders the path. Anything. If you try to take it as a mental image, it hinders the path. But it becomes true. Nirvana also, if you put a mental image, it hinders the path because that gains momentum, means it's difficult to calm down the mind.
He talked a lot about Avadhiya yesterday. He gave a very detailed description, but as you said, it is something felt by the individual system.
Mm-hmm.
He said that it's something like a dead person who is living.
Exactly. This, now we are all very, very used to this self-living, right? Like this dream. It's like this film that someone is acting in the film. We are very used to do that now. But this living as if you are awakened from that dream, we are not used to that. That's a new thing. So how can someone say that? Even this tanha or this life field, you can't really talk about that, can you? The power is very, very intimate thing. You can't really talk about that power. You can say salt is salty, but you can't really say what it is. Like that, the tanha or the life field is something unique to that system. The worm also has it. Every organism has it. Every being has it. So that's something which can't be explained. And also awaken from that is also can't be explained. Aranansi is trying his best to say that there is an awakening. Otherwise, no one knows. Someone has to know, no? To try that there is awakening.
Different systems are experiencing it in different ways, but cannot express how they really feel because it is a feel.
Yeah, but there is a point. One point, important point is this no self experience.
Yeah,
No
even that.
self experience is the beginning of what you're saying is true. That is the beginning of the avadhiya though.
Yeah.
That will slowly manifest at every time, and it is heavily manifested when there is a problem. Because problem is happening,
Yeah.
but there is a awakened feel from that. Everything will be happening.
Yeah, as you said, when some challenge comes, only you can test it better, isn't it?
Mm. Whether you are in the dream or awakened from the dream, it is, but
Yeah.
it starts from the no self experience. That's why Aranwanse is keep telling these things.
No, I was telling Sudharma also, there are instances where feel very mechanical. Not that your mind has gone somewhere else. The mind is also, I mean, the focus is there to the action, what is happening. But happening it in a very mechanical way, like a robotic type of action. So those those experiences, those things actually, I mean, when I think that there's nothing to tell also, but on the other hand, I don't know whether that is a correct experience also, but it is, it's felt that the focus is there to the action, knows that there is some sewing done or some eating or whatever the action which is happening, but very mechanical way of happening the things.
Yeah, සිතෙන් මිදෙන තැන තමයි එතන ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ. දැන් බාහිරනොත් මිදලා සිතෙනෙත් මිදුන තැන දෙවෙනි කමටහනේ තමයි ඔතන ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ.
Yeah.
සිතෙන් මිදිච්ච තැනක් ගැන කියන්නේ.
Yeah, සිතෙන් මිදීම කියන්නේ now that means the value of the thought is also not there. That's something that is, can I say?
Yeah, value is not there means it will be in the form level, right? No, sorry, non-form.
No, non-form. Yes.
Yeah.
It's something, I don't know. This is an example that
No,
Morpheus.
then you have to go back to basics. That question itself is problematic, Dr. Sakuntala. Now you told like a question. You told, I don't know whether that is this or that. But then if you go backwards, what is your source or power? That question also then you can't answer now.
Sasava power, I can recognize the Sasava power that now this wording is a problem always. Sasava level is felt. The times, certain times the Sasava is felt strongly. Sometimes the Sasava is in very low level. So it the fluctuations of the Sasava level is recognized then and there. But
Are you talking about the mind sensor, or which sensor are you talking about?
Mind sensor, yes, mind sensor.
So
Sensor, no, anyway, then when you talk about the sasava, it's the mind sensor, no? Other sensors you can't talk about the sasava nature. Can you?
well, sasava is arupa.
Yeah.
So
But
it's
Dr.
beyond mind sense anyway.
Sasava power is reflected in each and every thought power, isn't it? That's what Darren once explains.
Yeah, it can't change like that. It's your vibration.
Yeah.
Well, I feel.
That is why we three of us will feel different levels of excitation when we experience the same stimulus.
පුටුව තියෙනවා වගේ දැන් එක. So chair is a sensual world, like value of the chair. I don't know which power you're talking about.
No, doctor.
No, in the sense the Dr. Sakuntala, because Dr. Sakuntala was talking about, I have felt my Saso power. I don't know which Saso power she's talking about, because පුටුව තියනවා වගේ දැන් එක means you can't really have the chair there to go into the field. So the sensual world, form world is light. So if it is involving light is also there. Smell, but not pineapple or anything. Taste, not pineapple or anything. If you are seeing something, you can't have anything in that. So the form level is basics. Non-form is the life field. So I don't know, when you said I know the Saso power, I don't know which power you're talking about.
How can I explain it further?
Now, you went to Australia now?
When a stimulus occurs, in relation to that stimulus, I feel that power is the word I can use.
I think you're talking about the mind sensor though.
Sorry?
I think you're talking about the mind sensor though.
That's what I also thought. That's what I said, mind sensor.
Yeah. Then sensor power and the Saso power, do you know the difference?
Yeah, Saso power is something that has been continuing. No, mind sensor is something that is created then and there. Mind sensor power. Am I correct?
Now when we talk, we are using the mind. Beneath that is the Saso power, yeah.
So Sasava is something that is being continued. I mean, from the time
it's a
that
complete feel. If you know what I mean, I don't know whether you are talking within the mind or it's a very difficult area.
Excuse me, doctor, they are jealousy, anger.
They are sensual world stuff now.
Yeah, they are definitely Sasava, that is Atma. That is
They are superficial Sasava. Like they are actually extensions of Sasava. That's what I'm asking, whether you're talking about that one or which one. Because when you look at a cup, you're not actually looking at a cup and thinking, this is so beautiful, I'm going to buy this tomorrow. No one actually thinks like that. No? I mean, maybe if it is like good something, maybe. Sorry, I actually can't say like that. But we'll say just a ugly cup. No one have a kind of an idea about the cup.
They are, doctor, no one knows to which level that someone feels it as real.
Yeah, but definitely. If you don't know, otherwise it is still in the mind bubble. Teruවන් සරණයි සුරංගිකා.
Teruවන් සරණයි Dr. Gopika. Teruවන් සරණයි everyone.
Teruවන් සරණයි.
Now there is a question that I asked from Dr. Sakuntala, and the answer is also, as usual, everything is difficult to explain because we are not that good in explaining. But the thing is, the question was like, do you know your source of power? Then she said yes. Then the thing is, she can't really explain it. And when I asked whether it is within the mind bubble or non-form level, so that's a tricky area where biscuit එකක් දීලා ආරයන් වහන්සේ gave a biscuit to everyone and asked them, can you eat that biscuit without you? This is a very big thing. Like, it's a very it's a unique thing that he said. It is very deep also, but the thing is, one can either go deep like that or one can just take it superficially also, which is okay. Which is okay, whatever the level, it's okay. But do we know the difference between the form and the non-form is the problem.
Is it possible to detect the Shasava unless the Gatipurudu Ashrava have been fully diminished?
No. I'm talking about beginning of the path. Yeah, Asavaksha Jnana starts.
Yeah, but the extension is what you see, right? The extension of Shasava tains is the defilements. Asrava. So the Asrava itself is quite substantial because that is the thing that gets forward by the senses and the perceptions that get magnified over time.
Actually, Asrava means the film, no? So the film has to subside for you to go to the Sasava level. Yes, that sentence
that's
is
what
correct.
I said.
Actually,
So
that sentence is correct.
If there is a difficulty of seeing the Sasava, that is the reason.
That is because the film is too powerful.
Yeah, the film, even in a subtle sense of the form realm or the formless realm, is still, there is more to eradicate, more to diminish there. That is probably why the tails can't be seen. And the other thing that
you can't see the tails, it's felt.
Yeah, sorry, not seen, felt. And then the other thing R.N. Mahansa said to one person was that don't even try to see the tails. So that also kind of gives.
No, the sentence. Sentence. I
don't even try to feel. I think maybe sense the tense, because
it will happen. If you try, it is not going to happen because you are trying to do something. Means mind is powerful. This is a very tricky area. That's why I said usually Avadhiya is the actually Arahant state, even though Aranahansa uses that word here and there. So like that, even a lot of these things, if we think too much, we have to discuss it and drop it. That's the basic message. But the thing is, if you have come to the field side, it's good. But I don't know whether the mind, because this question has happened to me before. When I said one day, I mean, this is a long time ago, when I said Aranhansa, I felt this, I said long time ago, I had a friend who got sick and suddenly she was very sick. She drove away while sick. In the sense, she was confused, kind of. Then she drove away, took the car and went away. And I was standing there. I was the only one standing there. I was like shocked at that moment. I was shocked. And then I felt that, like, really, I felt it so deeply. Later I told Aaron Hans, I felt that all three things, the thought and the how deeply it felt. And he was like, තාම මේ mind sense එකේනේ. That kind of reaction. And from this side, I'm like, like it's evolving. This will keep evolving, the path. So these are things that that has helped me in the path, that whenever something specific happened, I used to tell Aran Hansi that was in a like a whole song. But so the differentiation between the mind sensor, so mind sensor within the mind sensor, in the sense, now we have 5 senses. Sometimes 5 senses work. Inside pineapple, then taste pineapple, or see pineapple, or smell pineapple, touch pineapple. But suddenly the thought also can come as pineapple. So any sensor, the mind sensor, if you're still in that within the mind, you wouldn't know until you have a experience. That's what I'm trying to say.
And I have heard Aryan Mahansi saying a lot of, people to go back to your childhood and identify your taints. You have to identify your taints.
That is the basic senses.
No, I think what Sudharma was mentioning was that go back to your childhood and see what's.
Yeah, he has said that too.
Yeah, that was the
but
thing.
actually, you go back to the radiant mind. Don't forget. These are experiences.
And also,
going back to the radiant mind.
Aryan Mahansi says, no, in each and every stimulus, it is the taint, that power which is reflected in every stimulus, that chittaropana balaya, that mind power is
100%, yeah.
fueled by taints.
Yeah.
That's why it is, different systems are unique also because of that. What he says, no, each one is a different channel, different vibration. So
now,
he
can
says,
I say something here?
Yeah.
Now, baby also has a power now. That power is different to mind power.
That is just sasava.
Sasava is a feel, yes, but it is magnificently augmented, like maybe million times augmented when we come to this stage within the mind bubble, because there's repetition. So mother, like I'm talking about a baby. So mother, father, sister, brother, all this home. Then after that, there's so many things happening. So that is different. I don't know whether you remember, a long time ago, Aranansi used to say, for non-form level, a baby, radiant mind, what they synchronize is different. But as soon as the mind is formed, what they are synchronizing to a new level, right? I don't know whether you have heard this Dhamma. in different sermons he used to say that. So the form level, non-form level, that's the radiant mind baby. The Sahasrara power is there, and that power, the electricity is there. You can't actually find it in that baby. But as soon as the mind is formed, now it is like a different power. Like it's different. So if someone is going deeper and deeper, this question comes when you listen to about 3-4 years. When you are going deeper and deeper, whether you are having the jnana is not within the mind now. So whether you can go beyond that mother, father, brother, sister world. What do you think? Can you add something, Surangika?
It's quite difficult now, Doctor, to think, to even contemplate, because as you say, it's not something that can be contemplated.
Yeah, you can contemplate, but the thing is, it's a very unique area. When you go deep only, this no one is here who has listened to Dhamma for 1 or 2 years. So everyone has listened more than 2 to 3 years, right? I think Sudharma also has listened how many years, Sudharma?
More than 4 years, Doctor.
Oh, wow. Surangika?
4 years.
Dr. Sakuntala?
I'm less than that, actually 3 years by end
Okay,
of
so
this.
the baby here is Dr. Sakuntala. So if you go by hearing, you can't go by hearing, because someone might hear Aranhanse today and feel everything today. You never know. Like Bahir. So Bahir is a much superior to us, like in that way if we think. So we can't go by the ears that we have listened. Remember that. It's a useless thing. But what I'm trying to say is, what Aranhanse expects is going a bit deeper. That's why he talks about this field side a lot.
Yes, Swarnamali explained that. I can't remember.
She used to talk about Hita Pupuranawa or something. She talks it in a different wordings. But I think it is kind of the same thing maybe she's talking about. Hita කවදාවත් හිත නැතුව ඉඳලා තියනවාද? ඔය වගේ ප්‍රශ්නනේ අත්තා.
As Sudharma said a little while ago, now when the same stimulus, the reactions coming in different systems can greatly vary, isn't it? If I say now looking at a picture of a politician, we'll say, I mean, 3 people, 3 systems will have the different levels of you can either call defilements or the current or power, whatever the term which is more suitable, will be at different levels, isn't it? So like that, what I tried to tell was earlier, in the same system also, to different stimuli, the level of the current which is rising can vary. That's what I said, that can be recognized, that can be picked up, the levels being high or levels, I mean fluctuation of the levels. So that I suppose is a mind sensor. The experience of the mind sensor. That is what I was trying to say. I don't know whether conveying it in the correct way.
Mm. I don't know. I didn't get it actually.
It is, Doctor, that discernment, no? When the burning is not very less, it is discerned through jnana. When it is very high, when it is 60,000 watt, it is also discerned through. That's how I got it.
Yeah, that is what I was trying to say. Yeah, the different levels are picked up at each level.
Mm.
Think something like
Yeah, but there is a point in Aranwansi saying if you don't know that there is a next level, you will never go. Now, person who built the Lord Buddha's Stenasana, who was that? The man. He was asking Sariputta, I think. Why didn't you tell me this before? He didn't obviously listen, or he didn't hear that. So it's, I think that's why Aranwansi keeps telling about how they even know he knows that it is an Arahant state, which keeps evolving. As what I can say is, අනාත්ම සංඥාව දැනුණ කෙනෙකුට එතනින් එහාට ඒක evolve වෙනවා. If it will keep evolving. So the main thing is whether you have that experience or not. So Avadhiya starts from the anatma experience, no self experience. What do you think, Surangika?
Yeah, I don't think I'm probably.
Yeah, because a no self experience should be there now to start the awaken from the dream to start, and then it keep evolving. And then fully awaken is an Arahant. Does that make sense though? I think we should discuss that. What do you think?
yeah. But you say that, I mean, once experience, only it will sort of progress from there onwards.
Yeah. What is the question that Surangika is having in the mind at this moment?
I don't have a question on that because I haven't contemplated the Shasviya thing. In fact, I was wondering some time ago also because I can't recollect even this recent talk that Swarnamali gave, where she talked about how everything can be when you feel the wind and feel the forest and all that, and then there is a feeling that goes beyond all those feelings, type of something. She said, no, I didn't even get it. So, there are some things that you encounter in these talks that is just beyond one's understanding. So those are generally left as they are without, worrying too much. There was a time that one wondered about those, but that doesn't happen anymore. As as you said, it evolves. Understanding and realization evolves, and it will come when it comes. The
Yeah, it
understanding.
evolves.
Yeah.
So the main message is to try and see the truth in seeing, touching, sounds, and thoughts. Not actually think. Thinking part should be dropping now. After 4 years, I don't think you should be thinking, because even not Surangika, Sudharma was telling something last night, and Naranansi said that's a beginner's thing, right?
Yeah, he did. That's what.
That's what
Because
I'm saying.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
beginners thing. He said that when something wrong is going to happen, that awareness arises. That
Yeah, that's a beginner's thing.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying. So invitation is to go beyond that.
Yeah.
And everyone keeps telling, no, අයියෝ මට දැන් ෆීල් වෙනවා මේ මොකක් හරි වෙන්න එනකොට තරහෙන් එන්න යනකොටම තේරෙනවා that is also big. Still you can't really say it is beginner, but at least in the middle.
It is all the time fluctuating, no, doctor. If something to be static, that it is arahant, no? Aryan Mahanse says that. Otherwise, in one stimulus, we are in Padaparama, in one Ukatitana. It's so complex, actually. Even this.
Take it easy as a child is the best thing. He was showing a baby running around near boat tree. See, he was showing how he doesn't have a problem at all about anything, right? No boundaries. But that baby has the life feel and the Sasa power. Arahant is kind of similar, but with all the guidance, he will go by the law. Everything will be normal. And without the Sasa power. But feeling this is not difficult. I think it is just keep doing the investigation. That what he said to you, to Sudharma, is actually the investigation I was doing in the long time ago. Like when I see something, I'm like, how does this happen? Like it was such an interesting thing to me how this sensor functions are giving this problem. And what Lord Buddha said, or what Naranhanse is saying. So that was the only thing that was there. So keep doing keeping track with, as a child when we try to catch butterflies running around, that kind of, feel when you go to the water, how you feel, that there is, after some time, it has so much knowledge, but before the knowledge, how carefree the system was.
Yeah.
And after slowly after data, how it sank, like completely sank.
Feel level diminished.
Yeah, diminished.
Yeah.
So it's not a difficult thing. It's just the ability to switch Dhamma when you are like at least in a calm area or doing your walks, or when you are doing your meditation. You have to do it for at least 30 minutes every day or 1 hour if possible. Keep doing it as a habit so that it doesn't become a thing. Because in the beginning, even the walking meditation will be a thing. But then with time, it will be a normal thing. You can do like that. Just to maintain some repetitive activity, because teaching, the jobs usually is in the mind. So all the talking, everything is in the mind. Using the mind. So we use the mind a whole lot throughout the day. If you are in the working place for, imagine 8 to 8 hours, it's definitely more in the mind. I'm not talking about someone like Karan Hanse. I'm talking about a normal person. So it is not easy for you to practice. That's why Karan Hanse is telling. Today also he was showing the Yapao, the mountains, right? So try and calm down the mind side of it so that the සුදුරදිකඩ මතු කරගන්න නේද? ටිකිය දවස අපේ සිතේ තිබුණා සුදුරදිකඩ. That to surface, isn't it? So there is an effort. Chanda Chitta Virya Vimansa, there is a investigation part also. And there is a kind of a maneuvering. Actually, a careful maneuvering is there. Yes, Surangika.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not easy to find.
Not easy to find time.
No, I mean to detect.
No, it will happen. It just separate the timetable into such good moments also. Like less mind, more feel side of it. You know, the like Aranwanse, Swarnamali, they are kind of more feelers, more in the feel side. I can't remember me being like getting attached to the darkness or anything. I remember I actually didn't like the darkness. I liked the sunlight. I like keep staring in the far away, but not in the darkness. I can't remember about the darkness kind of thing. So it's different kind of situation, different vibration. So still, this investigation doesn't need to be stopped. You keep investigating. You keep investigating what is this truth. if I was a feeler like Maranhanse, I would be much different. But here I am in a different country, in a different situations. Still, Dhamma is for everyone. You just have to get into that tuning, finding the truth, isn't it? Everything will not be similar. Everyone has different powers. Definitely, being a doctor, as Aranhanse says, how easily I can remember how easily everything was memorized by me. I mean, it was a kind of a art. I remember everything, usually. If teacher says something, I just can remember that. And now I can say how quick the Bhavatanha is. But the thing is, none of these things do matter. Just to realize them. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Sorry, give me a couple of minutes. There are just something that I have to attend.
Okay. What do you think, Suranka?
Yeah, true.
Like, no one of us are similar, no? I don't think so. Very different vibrations. But all the vibrations, even the animal is going towards non-vibration. To be honest, I think we all have calmed down a lot when we listen to the no self Dhamma. The restlessness all have calmed down, right? Massively. And then it just seeing Dhamma, truth, and going deep and deep into the Dhamma. I think it is for everyone. I think it is just a matter of time, dedication, and be with the less powerful mind times, like what do you call nature time.
Please give me about 10 minutes to attend to something, right?
Yeah, okay. ගමයම කොහොමද නිවන් දකින්නේ? Village mother, actually this mind power is less. In us, especially like, I don't know, she always says doctors, engineers, lawyers like that, we have a lot of mind power because the data is massive and ego it can be massive. But none of these things are a barrier to see the truth if you're really keen. In Lord Buddha's time also, yes, true. There were Kujuttara, there were a lot of people, but there were so many, even like king, a lot of people who were very oriented into the system, just they felt it. Even though their ego was very high, a king, can a king be without an ego? No, but they change. They may take time to become an arahant, but they change. So perseverance, dedication, into finding the truth is the path. Truth means the no self. ඇයි මෙතන අනාත්මයක් කියන්නේ? මොකද්ද මේ දැනෙන එක? මොකද්ද සිත හැදෙන ක්‍රමය? Anger, Aranansi said somewhere yesterday or day before, the anger, jealousy, you can't really go forward with that. So it has Pudgala, what he use a word, even Asanti uses that word now. Pudgala bhaveng lajjanaya. Pudgala bhaveng lajjanaya. Or something like that. Because there has to be, yeah, that's where this problem happens. But feeling the truth is not difficult. It's not easy, but it's not difficult. I think the baby mind is very easy for that. Very carefree. Sundara mind එකක් තියෙන්නේ නේද පොඩි ළමයෙකුට. The moment they get hit also, if you look at a child, they fight and next moment they can't remember that. So they cried when someone hit you, the baby cries, but next moment can't remember, they are playing again. That means ඒක සිද්ධියක් විතරයි. Only an incident. Isn't it, Saranka?
That example of that boy had Srima Bodhi was good.
Yeah. Everyone is so serious about the place. He is not. What do you think about the last night discussion? Do you remember
Yeah,
that?
it was good. I can't remember everything, but one of the things I wanted to, listen to it again was he said it twice about the tree, no?
Can you
you
rephrase it?
Stare at the tree and then you'll get it or something.
Tell that again. I can't remember. Which one?
He said, look at a tree. He didn't elaborate on it, but he said, consider a tree. He was talking about Avadhiya, no? No, and also, sorry, not just Avadhi, about that although there is life, it's almost, not almost, it's as if you're dead.
The death. Yes. Yeah. Death.
ජීවත් වුණත්
මරුණහා
මරුන්
සමාන. මරුණහා
වැනි.
සමාන.
So
That's
he
very
said
strong.
that is what you have to practice.
That's
Not
what the
practice,
Avadhi,
but,
actual Avadhi is an Arahant.
Yeah, not to practice as such, but see that in motion, isn't it? In day-to-day life. See that playing out. without creeping into it. Basically, the producer story, no? But yeah, so the tree thing. I think he kept saying that the leaves are shaking for the wind, blowing
Branches.
for the wind.
Yeah,
The
branches would
leaves are
be leaves.
fluttering, the branches are shaking, and yet we don't impose ourselves or whatever, right? What is it that is, anyway, when you look at a big tree, you get that feeling of that unshakenness, isn't it? The stability of the tree, you kind of feel it anyway, isn't it? When you go and stand before a tree or stare at a big tree. So it's something like that, I guess.
Yeah, නොසැලෙන ගුණයනේ.
Unshaken. I mean, that when you look at that Samadhi statue, even in Anuradhapura, one gets that.
Even the, the bow tree and the Ron Valley and stuff like that, it was so powerful. Even the today one, the rocks.
Yeah, even those, I mean, just the rocks, the layout, even the ruins by themselves, isn't it? They all tell a story of an era which is completely foreign to the conventional crazy world we are in now, isn't it? And yet it has been there all along.
Yes.
It's almost like non-vibration has been there all along. It's like if only we can stop fiddling with the strings of a violin, we can feel the silence.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good one. Again, Narananse was saying how Avadiya can be checked only in a disastrous moment, like kind of a
Yeah, and I
as you
think that
said.
point, what he was saying to somebody, he said, you have to lose your mother or your child,
Your leg
or you have to lose an arm
eyes.
or a leg to actually really test the Avadiya.
Yes.
And I think maybe that point lends itself to the Shasvi. Can we say that, Doctor?
No, actually, no, Sasava power is actually has to be felt in the beginning for the Asaksha Jnana to begin. But what it beautifully says is like the way you can't really say about awakening that much when in a normal situation. But the awakening can be felt really nicely if there is a problem, because the problem actually creates a big film. And even in that
Because those
film,
are such big rocks that you can't think and test them out. No? You can't
because
experiment and test them out either. So now
yeah,
one day
mental image
Maheshi was
එකෙන්
saying,
ගත්ත ඒවායින් කැරකෙන්න බෑනේ එතන.
yeah, like one day Maheshi was saying that, she didn't have a meal and then tested herself or something, no?
No, it can't be.
Yeah, so, that type of, it's not that type of thing, which is why it's such a true test. And he also said that, this was funny. He said that if you are quaking with fear and then sitting down when the elephant is coming, you might as well run, right?
Yes.
It was funny.
Why not run?
He said actually running would be better.
And in a different angle, Surangika, one can actually walk also, like walk or run in the same thing. I mean, if it is applicable, if it is applicable, I don't know. Because whatever the reaction is very sudden reaction, no. But the being awakened from that running is a different story. Remember that.
Yeah, true.
Mm.
No, it's almost like if somebody is trying to prove a point.
Yeah,
And
you can prove a point, no, by sitting down like children. Also,
yeah,
we do that, no. I used to remember, like when I fall down, I usually stay there till mother come and pick me up.
Mm.
Like to prove a point that I'm hurt, kind of like that. So we
Yeah.
can really keep checking in the mind. Keep checking in the mind is useless.
Mm.
Mm. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, are you free now?
Yes, actually, I had to attend to something which I was just looking at myself to feel, I mean, see how it felt now. We have a old person, a man, helping with the garden work. He suddenly he got a call from home and just comes and says that his elder sister has died and he wants to go right now. And he was asking a big amount of money as a loan. Husband is also not at home. I said, I don't have that much of money right now. So he looked very disappointed. And I said, if you want, then you wait until my husband comes home. So I had to explain that to him and then come up.
Mm. Yeah, the life is very short.
And actually, that type of thing is such a common thing, isn't it, Doctor? I remember also now just that particular thing that you said, telepathizers, right? And I remember so many people coming and asking for, that one died, this one died, and asking for sums of money. But what that actually shows is the destitutedness, or whatever that word is, of our people, isn't it? Our, the people who make ends meet day by day, that they just don't have, if something like that requires an expense which is beyond the day-to-day expense.
Yeah, actually, there is a big problem in their money management because these people are having so many rituals. Now he says he has to buy a good sari for the for this for to be, I mean, to use at the funeral for the dead body. I suppose that must be a ritual that has to be fulfilled by the brother. I don't know. And
I mean,
yeah.
yeah, these all come
Mm.
about also because of these various misconceptions that people have in society, because they think that if they don't dress up the body with a good sari, people will say things.
Yeah,
So,
and they are.
little things like that. But actually, from a Dhamma perspective, these
Mm.
are things that, again, out of not knowing the Dhamma, how people are caught up in these misconceptions, and from those also they are suffering. No?
Yeah, yeah. He's of course
Mm.
he's a Hindu, so they are
Ah,
having
yeah.
their own this thing. No, now recently also
Mm.
he went for they are having often these pujas, which are actually they are the ones which has influenced Buddhism also, isn't it? Because now Buddhist people are going for these large scale offerings, various types of offerings that you have never heard in the past. So recently also he went for some puja for the Kali, goddess Kali. So so those things, as you said, that the money that they earn is actually spent in a very disorganized way. So the money management is a problem in their setup. Actually, I wanted to tell something about, actually, this is a habit that I'm having. I just want to ask your opinion on that. Now, I think that habit more or less came up from the university level. Even when I am answering a question at a class teaching, when our teachers ask us a question, or when I am writing answers to a question, I was having, what can I say, that අපි කියන්නේ පඳුර වටේ යන්නේ නැතුව just answer to the point. So I often have a habit of putting it in numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. These are the points, and this is how you have to address, and the priority is this. So like that, I had a kind of, can you say it's a framework? That sort of way of answering a question when I'm studying. And then that habit was continued when I started working also. During the teaching sessions also, I was promoting that sort of framework, that you have to answer the question to the point without going round and round. So that is why now even in this Dhamma sessions, several times Aryan Mahansi shouted at me saying that you are trying to give the Dhamma message like that you are writing some medicine to the patients. Because I was trying to answer the particular, now if a person goes on telling something, I would have a mental picture of the points that I have to address. So I used to address to those points. And that has been continued. Now, this is a kind of a habit that has been brought up. So because of that, I have a tendency to go behind the words. Now, kind of definitions or the meanings of the words. That's big thing to me. So that is a disadvantage in a way.
It's
But
a very good point. It's a very bad influence to Dhamma. It's a good one for to pass the exams, but
yeah, I know.
I think it is going to affect this one because from the beginning, when I listened to Aranahan say, I learned that if something is within the mind, it's useless. Kind of, it has hit me like it's the mind is useless kind of thing has hit me nicely. Like I think, so I was able to drop, and everything is an experience is also hit me hard. So so I just took them. If I have an answer, I just go by the experiences only. If I'm telling you all something, I go by the experiences only. I can't say more than that. So I just tell the experience through, like go around that experience, and also try to feel how Aranahanse handles people also. I try to feel that. Because Aranahanse, now, if someone says something, Aranahanse is trying to find out what is this also coming from, or what is this power doing, or what is this mind built on. Like mind is built on pillars, right? So whether it is the family, whether it is the job, whether it is the self itself can be the thing, but there are pillars, like heavy pillars can be there. There can be 10 or millions of it, but basically, like simple people, like not simple, but people like us, there can be a lot. So whatever the pillars, trying to find the pillars. So actual listening includes a lot of things. So how he handled people like Swarnamali. So he felt that Swarnamali is a feeler. So he went by in that way. He didn't discourage the feeler. He didn't ask. He didn't tell anything. He just encouraged the feeler to go beyond. And like that, he handles the people in different angles. And if someone has very high ego, he keep attacking. So it's a very tricky area, but to the point that you said, yes, the words do not matter in this Dhamma.
Yeah.
It's experience.
It's a tendency, actually. I just sort of...
No, it's good that you realize that, then you can drop it.
Yeah.
Then you will actually try to experience. If you are watching something, you just be in the experience, that's all. Because Dhamma will be there underlying.
Does that mean that Dr. Sakuntala, you were taking things at face value? Meaning, if she said something, you believed that was what she wanted an answer to. Whereas she said what it means. And then that's where Aranvansa says people sometimes ask questions, but that's not what they mean. They are having something else on their mind, but they are asking this. So that intuitiveness, there must be that intuition, isn't it?
Yeah.
To find actually what is the problem that person is feeling.
Where the craving is, basically.
Yeah, that led her to ask that question. Or sometimes they are also asking a roundabout question to something that they don't want to directly ask. So that is where I think the feel is so important, because sometimes if I also can be like a dense forest. And if you take it at face value, then you'll be just doing here's the question, here's the answer. That's it.
Yeah.
So it's not going to help. It's not going to help the person asking the question. It's not going to help the person delivering the talk. The facilitator also, because one must not forget that Aranvansa changes the people on the Zoom, not only for the benefit of the people asking questions, but very much for the benefit of those explaining.
And this answer
Because the
also changes now.
Vidarshana improves, right?
Yeah, answer also keep changing now. In the beginning, it says, අහුවෙච්ච තැන තමයි power එක තියෙන්නේ. But only later, after the person has matured in Dhamma, only he starts to tell about the cup.
Yeah,
Like
actually that started changing, because that was something very significant at the beginning. And I have an intuition now, when the person starts talking for a few minutes, I get a kind of feel, what should I address? But something that wasn't correct, I suppose, was that I tried to certain points that in that talk, I tried to address those points particularly. But the
even listening to Aranvansa is also the same. You shouldn't go by the points.
Yeah. Now the intuition, for example, in the profession, now if I just go through the ward, just looking at the patient's faces, I suddenly pick up something which, the others don't mention that something wrong with this child, but I just stop halfway and just I happen to, I mean, I get that intuition. Is he okay? Is he okay today? Some question, a simple question I would ask. That happens usually in the afternoons or the nights when I go. So that intuition is there to that field. But I suppose when it comes to Dhamma, particularly at the beginning, I didn't have that intuition. I was trying to cover up the queries that the person was asking. But when later on, I was more towards rather than answering the questions, I was more towards the to take a complete picture of the whole thing when she or he finishes talking, and I used to have a complete picture, and then I could answer. So it was better. But now, um, as you said, still I go for the words. I'm clinging on to the words and the sentences still. Interest of finding out what exactly it means and that sort of things are still there. That is something that I have to correct.
Is that in the Dhamma, Dr. Sakuntala, or in other things also? Not in the other things, right? Only the Dhamma now.
Now it is only in the Dhamma, yes.
Yeah. But that also, you know, you must have noticed that it has greatly reduced, isn't it?
Yeah, it has reduced now. And Aravana says so many times said that my ego is very high, but I was wondering why. I mean, I didn't feel that I have an ego, but I suppose in a subtle way, I felt that in some areas that uh, compared to some of my colleagues, I felt that I was quite low.
No, you can't go by the mind.
No, later on I realized what are the points that he was taking. I mean, why did he say that the ego is high? I could realize certain areas that he was focusing on.
He's
And
focusing on the field, so
yeah.
He's completely going by the field.
Yeah.
So he has if someone has an non-vibration, the gap is felt a lot.
Yeah.
I can imagine how difficult it must be how difficult it must be for him. That's a good one you said about the feeling the thing, but there is one point I wanted to say in the kind of very quick on perceptions. We are very quick on perceptions. Doing a ward round, it's picking up perceptions actually, like sanya. So the more experienced the professor or someone who is doing the ward round, they are more tuned to those perceptions.
Yeah.
They just see the patient and say this patient has this, do this and see.
Yeah.
Those are the perceptions. So the perceptions it's not the problem with the perception. Actually, taking this dream as true is a problem. Otherwise, it's not a problem. So Lord Buddha is actually like the best feeler, like in the whole era, right? So he could feel everyone, and he would also pick up everything. But this, what is the underlying thing is none alive feel.
Yeah.
So the abilities are not vanished just because someone is going in this path. You still will pick up this person is going to have a heart attack now, or this person is going to have this whatever. That is the perceptions are not erased. But this
Yeah.
none alive feel like a tree that Aranahan is saying, like Surangika said. It's the most important aspect. So this is a complete different aspect of Dhamma is completely different to whatever we know. Patisota Anusota thing is a big thing. So whatever the abilities will be there. Feeling will continue. Whatever the abilities will continue. Important thing is how this alive feel has come. Massive tree will have a massive branches, lot of leaves, lot of ability will be there. But the non-alive, no? Right? There's no alive feel. Similar to that, Rahatan Hanse will also have whatever the abilities they had until this Skandha Paranibbana. What do you think, Surangika?
Yeah, true.
I think I have talked too much today. You all are a bit silent today.
Yes, the topics are deep.
Not really. Yeah, but actually,
And treading deep waters.
yeah. So what Aran was talking about last night was that non-alive feel. He said no මේකට මං කිව්ව ගාම මොකක් හරි කියාගෙන ඇදිලා එනවා මොකද්ද ලස්සන වචනයක් කිව්වා මතකත් අම්මලා මොකක්ද කිව්වේ
Yeah, he said something.
he said because he is talking about deeper waters, as you said, he is also going deeper and deeper, and people try to say Aran Hansa and it must be difficult for him, but he has to say these things. Who else will say these things?
Otherwise, he'll have to create another Zoom for the people who are the handful of those
Yeah, but
that
he will never do that. I don't think so. But the thing is, no, but just imagine if he's not there, the whole system is collapsing now. Can't help anyone because one mother would say, no, මට ඒක දැනෙනවා. Then everyone would be like scratching their heads. Okay. What can we say? If mother fails, mother fails. Only Aranwansi can say. I mean, මොන පිස්සුද අම්මා මොනවද ඔය කියවන්නේ? And Aranwansi says it nicely and they take it very calmly. Isn't it? But as soon as they try to tell something also, we can feel that it can't be. But still they say, oh, that's the thing. I think we have come to the end of the session also.
Yeah.
Yes, true.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Aranwansu, for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dhamma friends.
Thiruvaan saranai, Dr. Pooja.
Thiruvaan
Thiruvaan
saranai.
saranai, everyone.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start English Zoom discussion today. There's no much Dhamma friends today. I hope they will join. Till they join, we will start talking about usually we talk about the same topic. That's actually this truth that Lord Buddha revealed to the world about wheel of existence, or this existence that we believe that we have, or the belief, or the thought we have that we are existing, and it's happening, everything is happening to us. So this belief has gone very far in our lives. If you are like 50 years of age, you will have a lot of memories of things that you have done, things that you have talked, things that happened to you, and things that crossed your mind, that all led to your belief that there is someone and someone's experiences. The experiences were there, but the belief that it happened to ourselves is the difference that we have. We understand first, but then we understand even the experiences, they are not actually true, kind of a simulation. So this simulation is just part of the truth we are trying to understand. So it's very nice to talk about this truth. We talk about this every day. We have Zoom discussions from 5 a.m. And recently, Arananse has been very busy doing the Dhatu, the ceremonies where we keep Dhatu Mahasila. I'm not sure how to call them. They are like relics, relics of Lord Buddha. And then with the calamity that happened in Sri Lanka with the natural disaster, there was another program. Now that program has finished, I think, and we are continuing with the other programs. So a lot of things are happening. The listeners must have seen how Arananse was doing the sermons in Kandy yesterday. So We have Surangika here. Yes, Surangika, shall we start the discussion? Do you have anything to sort of add, and then we can continue the discussion?
There was some Dr. Pukila, and there was some other friends. I can't think of anything specific at the moment. Was there anything I couldn't finish listening to your morning Zoom as well? Was there anything particularly that stood out that from the morning Zoom, perhaps that we can speak about?
Yeah, I can think about something. There are a lot of questions that mothers ask. Actually, they are getting deeper and deeper, so it is good. What can we say?
Yeah, I think overall also, even in the 9:30 and the morning 5 o'clock also, you're right, Dr. Pokila, the level of questions and the type of questions being asked shows that there is a deeper reflection and understanding also of their experiences, isn't it? And the self-perception and the fading of the defilements, so on and so forth. I think there is a
interest.
Better recognition now.
The interest has widened, which is good, because initially our interest would be, just to be happy, basically, because we are unhappy most of the time. We feel some pressure of the society. We feel pressures of the family. We feel the pressures of work. We feel everything is pressuring you, kind of us. So the pressure is on someone. That's what we feel. But now with Dhamma, with truth, with that we are discussing every day, now we keep understanding the pressure is me, not the pressure is happening on us. Actually, pressure is the feeling that we have attributed to me, kind of the existence. So how this pressure is arising is due to not knowing or ignorance of this situation, where this due to a vibration that actually started in the the inner zygote, how a telepathy system has worked and synchronizing of this vibrations to occur, and then goes on to become like a bubble of consciousness. I mean, that's a weird way to say that, but yeah, it's a kind of bubble of consciousness in different ways, because the human has 5 aspects of consciousness. We feel it in that way, and some animals would not be like that. So as humans, we know that we have these 5 sensory organs, and when they vibrate very fast, we feel that it is actually happening here. We feel the feel of existence. And then comes the idea of we get the new kind of a new vibration with all the aspects of all the 5 sensory organs, and that is the miraculous part of the humans, the mind. It's actually incredible ability that humans have. That's there for your survival. I mean, human survival. But that ability of new vibration, which has all the features of those 5 sensory organs, is there. You can't actually understand Dhamma without understanding these sensory organs and how they actually coalesce together and make a new vibration. That vibration, how it becomes a reality after that. Because now, when we look around, we never appreciate anything else. We just appreciate trees, we appreciate the, the windows, walls, roof, floor, and bed, something like that. And so the actual basic, our understanding is full of things now, like thoughts. So it's full of things and full of people, full of bonds that we have described between those things, have made our world. So we have a world now. And that world, not only about the world, but also we have a very desire for the world. We want this world to continue. That is where the death becomes so much a bad thing for everyone, because we want to maintain whatever the state that we are in. Even if it's a worm, we would like to maintain that state. Whatever the state, it doesn't matter. Even if you are one cell bacteria, you would like to maintain that. And no one can explain how it happens. It's a feel of existence, and actually preferring or desire to maintain that feel of existence. That is the self-perception or self-vibration. And we understand this, that there's no self separately. This craving for maintaining whatever the status you are, or even beyond that. The humans have something beyond that, because now the world is full of things and stuff, and people or anything. If you describe your world, you can say so many things. And that world, we have a specific cravings for that world. And also now we have some things that we don't like. Because we have cravings for one type of thing, we don't like the other type. So it becomes so complex. And you can actually even harm the whole the world, or you can harm your own dream, because we think that is the way to go. Like if we would be able to change the dream, and we would like to change it, and thinking like that, we will do so many stuff. So that is how we are being trapped in this world, and we believe that we are in a world, and that's why we like it. So we come to know, after studying this Dhamma, we come to know that actually the liking or the desire to exist, desire to maintain this dream, or desire to maintain things, because in sensual world you just want things or people. I want my children to act this way, I want my parents to listen to me, I want my siblings to help me when I'm in need. I want my workplace people to appreciate me when I do something. Things like that. You want a lot of things, and you want some money to maintain a basic good life. So you want things. That's the sensual world. But beyond that, there is a need for maintaining this dream as well. And deeper than that, there is a need for maintaining the feel as well. So that's how
what we described as me, I, me, mine, or I have come to the place. Isn't it, Surangika? Can you add something?
Yeah, and I mean, involuntarily, so you said about humans being different, and finally we have these things and objects and things like that. But all animals or species, even to the point of that microorganism cell that you referred to, that sense of being, that sense of the
Yeah.
ethos above is that involuntary urge. I mean, if we think about even humans, although we've created these objects and called them fancy names and labels, even those, although they've tried to create that variety by calling these things various things and names and colors and so on, and get a kick out of sports, get a kick out of going and watching shows and so on, ultimately what is being satisfied is that involuntary urge that they can't put their finger on, isn't it? And that is that self vibration, the feeling that there is that existent feel, which again involuntarily through the very system gives them that feeling of being alive, and that is the thing that perpetuates this samsaric cycle, because unbeknownst to humans, unbeknownst to animals, unbeknownst to any kind of living organism, that vibration is the thing that's propelling them to kind of go on. They don't know that they're doing it, but they're trying to keep it by grabbing on to, when you say grabbing on, it's again an urge. And it's almost like an itch, isn't it? Like an itch that you can't stop scratching. That's
Yeah,
a very,
true.
very lame kind of example, but it's something that, so yeah, so that is the
And the
thing. But
beauty about being the
yeah,
humans is that only
they can
humans can
find their
actually
way out of it.
understand.
Yeah.
Because you need to understand this. Understanding means involving the mind. And that's the beauty of the mind. And with mind, we understand the actual stimulus, and we understand all three levels of stimulus, and we actually can leave the stimulus aside and get rid of this urge. That is what is called nirvana in the end. So that is the beauty of Dhamma. So it
And
is.
that's why the value of the human atma or existence is given, so much value, isn't it? Because and the fact that the animal realm and any other realm, because of the fact that they can't get out of it, they're just suffering, isn't it? I mean, if you think about the deer and the animals and all that, they're all caught in their own entrapment of the senses, not knowing what to do. They're just living for that moment. They take something, they become a victim of another stronger animal species, and then it goes on and on like that through countless cycles of this samsaric existence. So it has to come to the point of a human existence and have the ability to see through this whole illusion. And that too, I mean, how many people are there on this planet? I mean, if you think about 8 billion, and then even for that 8 billion, is it clear? No, it's not, isn't it? So it's so rare. And there's,
I mean, it is
and then,
very easy to get carried away.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine a person even thinking about, I mean, it's such a rare thing to think about this whole scenario. It's very easy to get carried away and go on till death and just I mean, even in death, you might be like, this is what is to happen, but I'll be born in this place. Something like that. A lot of people who live in this area, I mean, not this area, this side of the world, they would think that, yes, I'll
I'll be born with the God, and they have kind of a satisfaction in that thought. So that some people are not scared about death. When in the other hand, the people who are not believing in even in that can have a worse outcome. But whatsoever the ignorance carries on, never ends, because there is always wanting. This urge that we talked about is actually a vibration. That vibration will be there even though this system breaks down. That vibration has nowhere to go, and then it will definitely synchronize to some other matching vibration. Isn't that samsaric cycle or cycle of birth? It's such a irony that only few people even think about this in this way, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And today I went to the monastery, Dr. Pogula, and met, even if you think about the teachings all across, leave alone, the 8 billion people, and then how many people access the Dhamma. And then even from the Dhamma, how many people actually have access to the true Dhamma? Because if you think about monasteries, and there's so many people in search of the truth, but they are following various types of practices, thinking it is the correct teachings of the Buddha. I met this young boy and was just chatting to him. He had gone to so many monasteries in Melbourne. Then he had moved to Sydney and he's done some there as well. And then he's come to Brisbane now, and he was one of the retreatants at the monastery there. So I asked him what was he practicing. And he's saying, so I tried to explain a little bit, and he said, no, I'm still trying to master the breathing technique. So I said, what breathing technique? Not that I didn't know, but I just asked him. And then he was trying to explain all that. So I gave him a very, very brief explanation about the senses and the world and so on. And then he was trying to tell me about various people and scientists, what they have said about the mind, and the things that you would listen to in your podcasts daily, I'm sure, about consciousness. Not to that extent, he didn't know that much, but he mentioned Copernicus said that, and Galileo said this, and so on and so forth. So before that, I had explained a little bit about Pubenivassanusati in a very brief, simplified manner, about the learned concepts. And then so I said, so who told you about Copernicus and Galileo? And then I said, isn't that also something that you learned? Did you know the Copernicuses of the world and the Galileos of the world? And I said, what about what the Buddha said 2,500 years ago? So he was just completely stunned, because he didn't even realize till I said it that, Copernicus was also something he learned from somebody. So these concepts that we have taken for granted for ever so long, this knowledge that we have taken, that we have accepted, and we now kind of spurt it out, we churn it in our minds, and we say it as if we knew it all the time, isn't it? It's so ingrained in the psyche that we have forgotten, and that is
like the chair.
Dhamma. Yeah, exactly. The chair, the mother, the father, all these.
Yeah, and also the main thing about this Dhamma, actually, truth is, even Lord Buddha actually gave a structure, for us to understand this, fruitless, the stuff, that impermanence. He gave us a lot of examples, and he gave us the like a structure to understand this whole process. But at the end, he does advise to, you know, even put that aside, because that is also just another impermanence, part of impermanent stuff. So that is the beauty of actually Araman's the way of explanation, where you can't actually stick to one thing. The main important aspect of truth is there's no truth. But that to come to that, you have to actually understand the whole thing. Then only you understand there's nothing in nothing, even in nothing, because nothing is also in our mind. When we talk about Shunyata or nothingness, there is also something that we are, kind of, it's just another thought process, thinking, and just another thought. So in that way is the only way to actually understand that none of these things are actually true. That is the beauty of this truth, where there's nothing for you to hang on to, and then actually the feel would be there. Then even the feel, then we go on to discuss that, because whatever you feel is just a part and parcel of whatever the sensory organs you have, and the sensory organs work in its own, as in any vibration would do. Because there was a vibration to begin with, that is the skanda level, or I don't know what is the English word for that, but
the 5 aggregates, yeah.
5 aggregates, yeah. Because it has begun already, there is a kind of 5 aggregates. Yes, you would feel the light, feel the sound, feel the any of these vibrations. Then you understand it's just this vibration we have. And then if we actually understand that, really understand that, then there's a very high chance of feeling the feeling the emptiness in a different way. Because when we think about the emptiness, and we have like a picture of emptiness, but that is not the actual emptiness. Emptiness would be empty of this feel that we have, that feel of existence. And that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And when we understand, when we actually have an experience, then that would actually catch you very, very, by surprise, because that's an experience that you have never had before. And that experience will make you to realize so many things. Whatever the vibration you have now will not get any worse, because the mental projection we had about self stops there. Whatever the defilements you have is still there, but the projection, because whatever the vibration we have get worse because of the projection that we have about self. Because this self projection is damaged now, shattered now, actually that problem is stopping there. The vibration can't go into level of the animals or below that, isn't it? Can you add something? Yeah.
And I mean, even this skanda or the 5 aggregates is also just something that is made up. I mean, a concept that was made up to convey this
message.
Truth.
Yeah.
All these things also fall away ultimately. That is why Aran also says, stop getting hung up on words, I mean, which we all did at some point. But
yes, 100%. Yeah, 100%. And his push is the main important thing that, he reminds everyone, you're thinking, you're thinking, you're thinking. And we are like, oh my goodness, am I still thinking? So then it comes to a point that we understand whatever we are thinking is useless. I mean, we think, yes, we can't stop thinking because we are humans. We will be thinking, but we know that it is anyway valueless. And that state gives you the more opening to the field level. And even the field level we know. And it's just a mirage. And that's it. There's nothing more to actually discuss in that way. If we keep discussing, there's nothing much more to discuss, isn't it? But the challenge is to feel this, and that is why we invite people to try and understand this and see. You might feel it, who knows? Some are very close to it, some are not. It doesn't matter. I mean, trying and understand something is okay. And if you don't understand, that's okay too.
That's why listening, even discussing the Dhamma is also important, because every conversation reinforces one thing. That this is that there is no soul here, and for that understanding to come, there is a traversing of the fact that there is no external reality, the senses, the workings of the mind, the illusion, and that is all, right? Whatever Zoom that you tune into, you're going to hear that same message reinforced. And in order for the thoughts to collapse and to get to the feel, the vibration, is to get the pathways one has to, because one is constantly in the mind, or can be for certain people, that the valuelessness of the thought or the thought process must be completely understood, and not like a voluntary understanding. It must come with that clarity from the true Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, like the Aranwansi's example, that the mirror, when we look at the mirror, we know that there's actually no one there.
Exactly. We are not stopping and reflecting every morning, no, that this is a mirror and I shouldn't be taking the image too seriously. So yeah, we know that even the background, we don't try to take things out of from the mirror. We turn back and check. So how is that? It's just, we know that. Likewise, you will start to realize that none of these things are true, and we will still be in that dream, but it doesn't really matter. And so actually, in the sense, you will be in that situation, but the inside, you won't be actually belonging to that level. And when that understanding is complete, absolutely complete, only that there is that there can be anything that can be said, done in terms of the senses without second guessing, isn't it? Because otherwise what happens is there is a constant second guessing. Or is that the sensor, or is that the self-perception?
Yeah. I think even if someone is like have no interest in the thinking world, or in the sense about any we call them like earthly perceptions, still there's so much to know, so much that we don't know. Kind of ignorance is still there. So that's why the senses are being enjoyed. There's a level there in between that. The original senses would be enjoyed, not actually tree, not the charm of but the sense of Uddipana. I don't know what's the English word for that kind of
like volitional formation, some kind of abhisankarana, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of
Or stimulus.
Stimulation.
Stimulation, yeah.
Kind of a stimulation happens in each sensory organ, and you can't even say sometimes what is there to enjoy, but then there is subtle enjoyment there. So that is what is going to die down, because if this path starts from the correct way, that is with the samadhi or correct view, then only this is going to happen. Otherwise, there's always risk of being trapped in this form world or formless world. It's very rare in these Dhamma discussions, because always Arahan advises about getting trapped in the form world and getting trapped in the formless world, because anyone who is listening to Dhamma can actually feel much better than before, and slightly actually start feeling the truth, and then they will actually understand that it is the truth. But still, if you don't understand the whole full length of it, you can't actually feel the non-vibration momentarily, and that if that is not there, you can misunderstand a lot of things. That if there is a possibility of that. But anyway, because the Noble Friend is explaining all these things here and there all the time, he does that from time to time. He doesn't say it all throughout, because a lot of people can't handle it. It's difficult to handle it. Sometimes it's too much to handle it, because if someone is actually engrossed in the sensual world, it's very difficult to understand about the form world and the formless world. It's useless to even discuss about that in that level. But if someone is understanding all three levels, which happens if you are actually seeing the non-vibration for a moment, you will actually feel all these levels, and then that gives you an idea about what Lord Buddha has said. So, in a way, it is very, very interesting how this, Lord Buddha, without anyone's help, actually understood all about these things and felt every vibration. He had the most, highest way of feel. So he could feel every vibration. He could feel every vibrations, past vibrations too, and future vibrations as well. So he could comment on anything. So you can understand how Lord Buddha's non-vibration is unique in such a way that that non-vibration can actually feel to the extent of every vibration.
Dr. Gopala, I was sorry.
Yeah.
I remember somebody asking you about emotions. I don't know whether it was on the English Zoom or in the Sinhalese one, and I think in relation to the mind sensor. But then, can you explain that as well as the the hormonal thing. So I have heard Aryan Master saying the hormonal reaction is just a hormonal reaction. But at the same time, I have also heard experiences of those who traversed the path to a certain quite advanced stage where the hormonal reaction, I'm not sure how to say it, but the reaction itself is almost subdued or not happening, or I don't know if you can
Yeah, actually,
that through the Dhamma how it happens.
the emotion part is actually going to be there even for a stream mentor. His stream mentor just understood that there is no self, and that the one stimulus is the main reason for either feel of existence to happen, or if the stimulus is not a thing, then feel of existence would not be there. And that understanding, that person or still will be having all the defilements. So all the feelings, everything will be there as normal. But the understanding is that there's no self. So the whatever the changes would be there, but it's just that attribution of those things to the self would be not there. So that actually makes things to die down very quick, because the defilements start to fade too, because no one can actually feel the non-vibration for once without knowing Dhamma. So there's someone who knows Dhamma and who knows that the actually all outside is just a vibration in the mind. And that vibration in the mind is also not a thing that exists. It's just a formation of a new vibration through other 5 vibrations. And the other 5 vibrations also, we are feeling it as a thing because of the past vibration of the stimulus, in the sense the sensory organ. So in that, after understanding all this, only one will actually feel this non-vibration, and then that person will definitely the defilement still will start to die down slowly. And this one, so whatever the reactions of the body, as you said, the hormonal reactions of the mind is the emotions. Reactions of the body and the reactions of the mind will be there, but the power, the magnifying power is the absence of that power is the main thing which is going to happen. So because of that, because we kind of attribute every emotion to myself, every effect of the body to myself, every desire would be mine, every rejection would be mine. All the defilements are mine, basically. But in the stream enterer, the defilements are there. He or she will know that, but then there's no ownership. So it actually starts to die down so much so that it will be definitely felt how much it will die down. So the Olarika, what is the word for Olarika? I'm not sure. Kind of bigger ones would be gone.
Maybe superficial.
Superficial ones will be gone very quickly, because
Yeah.
The magnifying power of the self is not there.
Mm.
But then there can be minute ones where the hormones will be working, but the Vindina means, I think, the
person experiencing it, or the experience, the person, yeah, whatever it is, the system experiencing it.
the experiencing part of it will be not entertained that much. Because of that, the experience would be there, but the experience will not be entertained. So that is the main reason that the experience, value of the experience would be gone. The experience can be there. Tears
So I
can
think
come down.
I think you brought out a good point, Dr. Kokila. The entertaining happens when the attribution to self happens, and when the attribution
Yes.
to self dies because of the proper understanding of this so-called self-perception being an illusion, then the entertaining, it doesn't flow on to entertaining, isn't it? So
Yeah,
that
that's the main
collapses
reason.
as well.
Yes. So that's where there is a path. That's why we are in Marga all the time. Like there's a path, because in path you already know how much more defilements you have. Definitely, you know very well how much more defilements you have, and how much defilements you have succeeded. How do you know? Because of the jnana, the feel that you have about your own defilements. That is the important thing that we talk about. The being a stream enterer means that feel of the 0 point, or zero self vibration. Why it is important is because then that person will never be deceived just by small changes in this system, because you know how much more to go. You know how much things, or it can be even not things. It can be just in the field now. But so it's very important. The function will be there, but the entertaining part of it will not be there. So the function may or may not come. Doesn't matter. We remember in Lord Buddha's time, I think, if I'm wrong, correct me. I think there was a instance where an arahant, a lady, monastic, venerable, was harmed by a person, and there was no issue about that, because it wasn't there was no involvement in that. Lord Buddha asked that question from that venerable. There was no involvement in that act at all, so it was dismissed because there's nothing. It's something like that. So it is we can't actually comment on these things, because being an arahant is completely different experience, because there's nothing at all. You don't feel the feel of existence. So it's a very different experience. So but what we can understand is the body is functioning as normal. The tears
There is
can
no
come.
ownership, isn't it? No ownership, no, yeah.
Yeah, no entertainment. So the what is it? Yeah, that word.
Ujjitati, yeah.
Yeah, that word is very, very appropriate. Where you feel the entertainment of the senses, and that is there even in a small animal where there is no big mind. That is the problem, and where it is in the field level though. in that also there's nothing like that there. So that is the end point that we talk about. But actually, we don't talk too much about these things, but we mainly talk about main points because it is easy to understand. But I'm sure in the future people will be asking more about these things too, because it is such a evolving thing as we talk today. Like everyone is evolving, so everyone is when we understand the way we have now, we kind of think about the next level. That's how we are. So when our greediness or the neediness or the desires for things and people die down, that is a sensual world. That dies down, and then we try to understand what is then this, trying to maintain this dream. What does that mean? And then we understand, then when we try to understand that, when we understand that, we try to understand then what is the next level? What is the this the Nandi or the stimulation or the entertainment in a subtle way. It's not even entertaining ice cream now. It's not that way now. It's entertaining is in very subtle ways. But then you know that if you are entertaining something, definitely that is the self vibration. So you're not deceived by anything, because till the moment of non-vibration, if there's anything that you entertain, that is usually the self vibration. But in another way, in another way, to turn this completely is to understand that it is not the self, it's the sensory organs. That is, we are trying to actually turn this. That's how we turn this. We train ourselves in such a way to understand how these sensory organs work in their own way. And they work because they have started to work, and in that lifetime, until the respiration occurs, there would be some kind of activity. Does it matter? It doesn't matter, isn't it?
And so even the mind in its illusion in that state can work itself up because of the attribution to self and the entertaining, and that itself also contributes to the hormonal reaction as well, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
It seems to be getting fueled by the abhisankarana or the volitional formation, getting bind from one to the other. Yeah.
Even trying to hitting someone, how adrenaline works. So the adrenaline never ceases to work. It's just, until your body is there, adrenaline might work, but the effect is not there. That is the thing.
Yes, so the fueling happens also because of the ignorance. And then if one doesn't, and if the one is in the Dhamma, then the thought and the power to given to the thought breaks down. Each time the wisdom arises, and the thought in its should I say, in all its illusion is visible, and therefore it breaks down, and then it loses its binding power and the momentum and the propulsion, and therefore the power, isn't it? And that it will then not have that reaction which otherwise would kind of fuel that hormone reaction.
Yeah, until there is respiration, all the system will be working, but the power will not be there. So the some of the Aranwanse has once said that some of the basic ones may not even,
Occur, yes.
yeah, they will not happen because the entertaining part is needed for that to survive.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. So
Yeah.
actually, so it works both ways. I mean, when we talk about the emotions which you explained, that
Yes.
also breaks down because of the lack of attribution to self. And then the hormonal reaction, which is generally a normal part of the system, but even that to an extent breaks down because of the fact that the mind is not binding thought after the thought and the volitional formation is not happening, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely amazing.
Can't
Yeah.
finish. I mean, the more you try to talk about it, the beauty of this Dhamma is very, undeniable. And also, when we try to describe it, also, I think I think that is why everyone should actually participate to some discussions also whenever possible. I think when you try to discuss these things, the mind has to work, and also you have to feel it too. So the when Narayana says you are still thinking, you automatically, if someone is very wise enough, will listen to that. Someone might not, but someone might actually listen to that. If you feel that teacher is trying to say something, a wise person will take that and see what is the teacher saying. And then if the teacher is saying you're still thinking, and then you just keep understanding what does it say, what it means, and then the more you feel this Dhamma, because if you are not talking, sometimes that's why I told today morning, or I can't remember, I told that that sometimes we two are like talking because we need to build up a discussion. Sometimes we talk, but if there is someone actually asking a question, like
This will be so different. Exactly.
we three do that, like we do that. But sometimes if it is actually a question, then the keenness of the answer also is really different.
Yeah, quite different. Yeah, because I've noticed when people actually ask you a question, the response is far more, what shall I say, dynamic and live, and then there are points that are made which have not been heard before in that angle. So in all sorts of ways, it benefits not only the person asking the question, but all the other listeners as well, because it almost kind of
some things are even new to me, kind of.
I think it brings forth that wisdom, and it gets expressed in different ways, isn't it?
Yeah, and we can really feel Narayana when Narayana says, sometimes that, one question might brings the most, like some sermons are kind of can't describe. They are such excellent ones. So goes into the depth of state, but sometimes it might not happen. It's the nature. And
and just I was listening to something in the evening, an old one of his, not so old, but he said that because no one is asking questions from him, the correct questions, he hasn't explained even 1,000th of what he knows through the Abhinya knowledge, Abhinya experience.
Yeah, I think the same thing happened to Lord Buddha, I think. And Lord Buddha has actually divulged in one time that even if Lord Buddha tries to say Lord Buddha's own value, that he will not be able to finish. He has told this in a beautiful another way. I can't
Yes,
remember.
I remember
He has
that.
told බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ ගුණ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කියන්න උත්සාහ කරා නම් ඒක කියලා ඉවර කරන්න බෑ කියලා. That's such a thing. And it was such, I mean we kind of cannot feel it. I mean, that's what I say. A lot of things that Aranwanse feels, we don't feel that. So it's very interesting when we say that Lord Buddha's the feel or the wisdom, and the feel is different. Feel is the jnana and the wisdom is the prajna I'm using. There wasn't a one which is matching that. Everyone under him was below that level. So no one could match that. So that's the beauty of Dhamma, and that's why we are worshipping his values, his we haven't stopped worshipping his values even today.
Yeah, we have 2 other people on the Zoom. Dr. Kokila, maybe someone would like to ask something or contribute.
Yes. I think, anyone can contribute to the discussion. So we can't actually, but the actual non-vibration is the same. Non-vibration is the same. These other attributes, like the extent of feel would be the different, an extent of the wisdom would be the difference, because not all arahants could explain Dhamma as normal. No one could explain it as Lord Buddha could do, isn't it?
And that's what I was also thinking about that, because I think just a few days ago also our advisor said that the Abhinya knowledge, and that's what he's trying to, elicit from each one who is following or being on the path. He's trying to make the almost kind of entice the wisdom to come out through the experiential knowledge from each person. But he also said that the experiential knowledge or the wisdom is not the same, isn't it? Each person, depending on how they probably deeply reflected on the Dhamma or various other factors, the way it kind of comes out, and that way that person is able to impart it even to others or explain also is quite different.
Yeah, completely different. And acceptance of this truth is very important too, because some people might, just discard it from the very beginning, not even, keen to listen or keen to, pay attention and see what this is. That's a pity actually, because it's I think open-minded, the people with open mind would not do that. But because of a lot of, there are so many things in Sri Lanka. Aranwanse is doing a sermon, I think.
Yes, I think that's right. They might connect the Zoom to that.
Every person who are listening and who have joined, may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. This is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma discussion series, which we have every day from 2:45 to 4 p.m. We discuss the things disclosed by Lord Buddha initially, and for some time, for several hundreds of years, the true Dhamma has been sort of hidden because there have been lots of things added to in the initial Lord Buddha's teachings. Maybe the influences from the other religions. So we have been actually following something mixed up. And our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, did lots of research and did lots of reading and studying of these things that Lord Buddha has preached long ago. And then finally he himself understood the true Dhamma, and that is what we are following actually. And we are very much to the practical aspect. Actually, there is very little place for lots of knowledge and the theory part, rather than adding more knowledge. With the basic knowledge of true Dhamma, we try to build up the practical aspect, and Aryan Mahanse has taught us 4 steps in our practical experience, which gradually takes the participant from the level where he strongly had myself to the level where it becomes it becomes very obvious that just the system is functioning, and there is no doer, and all misconceptions are the ones that gives rise to the feeling that there is a person or the self who is responsible for all these activities. So that is the basis of the true Dhamma, or we call it Darshanaya. And we try to have that basic analysis initially, and on top of that we try to understand the practical aspect, where the world is created as a thought. Everything is a thought basically, but it gets projected to the outside world, and it's assumed that all these things are existing outside, and I am myself is experiencing that existing world. So this is the biggest myth or the biggest illusion. And the first experience is that first thing that the system has to understand is that these are all creations in the mind. And taking it further, then as the second step, it is explained that there is nothing in the thought also. There is nothing called mind. It's a flow of thoughts, and thoughts are appearing at that moment, or thought is born at that moment, that instant. And if the thoughts which are born at that instant is taken as real, that is where the self is also created. So that is where the Atma Sanya, or the feeling of self-existence, also arise. So in the second step, that is what is tried to convince, that there is nothing permanent called thought also. And further, it's in the what's called when we describe it as a third level, or the third step of the practical experience, where this system understands I'm using the word system for the person because there is no person actually. There's a system which is functioning, and system means there is a series of sensors occurring. Sensor in the sense there is a function of seeing, hearing, and feeling. Mainly three things. Ditta, Sutta, Mutta in Pali. So collective action or collection or merging of these three together the results in the thought. So this process is something continuous, non-stop until the physical body stops functioning. So there is no way of controlling this. So this is an automatic and ongoing process. And finally, the fourth step is fourth step means that understanding or trying to convince that there is no person, no myself in this process. This is just something uncontrollable or unplannable system which is functioning. So these are the basic things that our noble friend R.N. Wahanse trying to explain. It's not easy because the trend has been to going downwards along the river, but here trying to swim upwards. Trying to understand that there is no real world outside, but it is only a creation, is not easy. But you can know it as a knowledge, as something that when you go on listening to these Dhamma discussions, the thoughts sort of give some sort of convincing feeling that yes, I know it. I know that there's nothing outside. There's nothing, no one called mother. But those are actually very superficial knowledge only. But what should happen is that it has to be convinced, or like an example is that it should be like in the hard disk of the computer, not something changeable. Okay, so I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both joined. So, Dr. Kokila, can you add something to? I just started on some basic topic.
Yeah,
Tevasanai.
yeah, Terence. I actually, the last two things that you said about the that this is a process and there's no self, that part is something you feel. Even though we talk in that way, that whole second and third and the fourth one would be something that has to be experienced, and even all the things are the experience, but specifically the fourth, we can think about it. We can say also in the program when we give it as a amatahana, something to understand. We usually think about it in the beginning that this is a process and there's no self, but actually the experience, when you come to that level, the experience has no, because the second part where we talk about that perception has no chair in it, one actually perception has nothing actually in it, it's just a vibration. In that level, it has already gone to the field level. It has no thoughts at all. So that is where the problem is actually, the thinking. Initially we think about the whole four things, but actual experience has no thinking at all. Even the first two, there's no thinking at all in the experience. It's just experience, and that's all. So Yeah, specifically, are there anything like we can talk about? Is there anything that we can talk today? Do we have like, so I think because Shani has, so sometime we couldn't get Shani, and because of the, I think, Buddothpado Yatra, we haven't read the book, so we are just discussing stuff on day-to-day basis, whatever the topic that we come across. Is there anything we can build up the discussion on?
Actually, yesterday or day before yesterday, in your night discussion, 11:30 p.m., I'm trying to remember. Somebody asked about the perception. Was it difference between the perception and the thought? Or she asked something, and you did a nice explanation, and
There's no actual difference. It's just that
yeah.
it's just the way we talk about it. It's if we talk in the thought pattern, that because perception is a word came from Pali, like sanya.
Sanya,
And
yes.
in Sinhala we can talk as in thought. Oh, yeah. When we say chitta kampana, again, thought.
Same, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Actually speaking, the word, I don't know whether the perception gives exactly the meaning that we want to convey with the word sanya. What do you think? I feel that it gives a more superficial meaning. I mean, word sanya gives a very deep meaning, and you can go on. I mean, you can explain in from very various aspects. But this is my feeling. I
Actually,
may be able to.
perception actually can go on. No, I think it is okay. But the thing is,
It's okay. Maybe.
Perception, when we talk about the mind, perception is different. That is chair. But when we come to the feel level, the perception is the light or the sound. That is the feel level. So there is a perception there too. We can't forget it. But even sanya has that same thing. Because manovinyana or the mind perception is kind of different, and main sensory organ, the perception is a feel only. But there also we talk about it as a perception. There's no problem with the perception. It's only the rapidity of the perception that brings the feel of existence or the vijnana or the alive feel. So actual sanya has no problems. Actual perception has no problem. The problem is when it happens so fast, the light, and it brings the alive feel, and that's where the actual perception of self is kind of happening, or the kind of we can talk that you are born in that particular that instance, that stimulus. That is actually difficult to understand, but if you keep listening to Dhamma, you can understand that you are born in every stimulus, and how you are born is when the perception is felt as a thing. How you feel it as a thing is because of the speed, and if you actually get this 100%, you have no doubts about this Dhamma at all. It just has to be felt, though. That is the challenge, I would say. I mean, there's always a challenge in everything. So I think we all have taken that challenge so gracefully. And yeah, I couldn't listen to Aran Hanse's sermon today. I couldn't. I mean, I don't have time.
I just listened to part of the Kurunagala discussion. Just now I was actually
I
listening.
saw it, but I couldn't listen to it.
Yeah, he was one question he was trying to explain. I couldn't listen to the part that he explained. He was asking, what do you mean by uh, all, can you call it these 31 mundane planes? Yes.
hmm
Just everything is in one mind, one thought. How can you explain?
One
And
stimulus.
then one stimulus, yes. And also he was asking right now also one thought, and in 50 years is also another thought, and maybe in your previous birth also it is just one thought. So how can you explain that that all 31 non-mundane planes are in one stimulus? So he was expecting the answers. I couldn't listen to the rest of it. Maybe we can
Yeah.
talk on that topic from what we know, or
Well,
if
it's very
Sarangika has
difficult.
a better. I know.
It's very
If
difficult to
Sarangika
talk
has
in this language, but we can try.
Mm.
Have you listened to that, Surangika? I mean, I couldn't finish it. In the sense, I didn't even start it, but I think it should be very interesting one.
And I know actually when you were saying about it, Dr. Sakuntala, then only I knew that there was such a thing. I haven't.
There's a separate one, actually, some less than 1 hour, short one.
Yeah, I just looked it
Separate
up
one
on
from
my
the
other
morning.
phone. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll have to listen to it later. So,
Yeah,
but
but
essentially the question was somebody asked the question, or Aaron Manse asked the question if it is one stimulus after one stimulus, whether one can experience the 31 planes. Was that the question?
no, how
Yes,
one stimulus is. So how was the
No.
question told in Sinhala?
එක අරමුණේ 31 ලෝක ධාතුවම තියෙනවා කියන එක පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ කොහොමද? Something like that, something to give that meaning.
What do you think, Surangika?
Well, I mean, the experience of the sense of defilements is all at a particular stage. It's one vibration. If you think about the Vatang Vatati thing, it's one vibration. The light, sound, color consciousnesses combine to form another vibration, which is the thought. I.e. mind consciousness, i.e. the thought. And so in that sense, the degree of vibration in that thought, and to what extent the thought has, the object of the thought, the mind object has become a thing, that would dictate in what plane of the 31 planes the vibration echoes, isn't it? That's my take on it, because from that question, it doesn't mean that the stimulus, that one stimulus has all 31 planes in it. That's not what it meant, what it means. What it means is, where is the vibration in that mind object, and how much has that mind object become a thing? To that extent, that would dictate whether it is, I don't know, how do you say, sanya sukuma, whether the perception is the extent of defilement in that perception, or whether it is in which plane, like if you think about the sensual world, the form world, and the formless world, whether that stimulus was based on the sensual desire, the things that form the sensual world, meaning the object has become a thing and the external world has become a thing, then to that extent, the planes of existence that form part of the sense.
What do you think, Sakuntala? Do you have a different one?
More or less same. What I felt was, now, as Surangika said, yes, I mean all 31 are not going to exist in one vibration, because the thought
Why not?
means because it's only at that moment, it is only in one plane. but the plane can change with each thought. That is how I understood. I mean, in this thought, it could be in a sensual level. Even within the sensual level, it could be like, I mean, you call it the hell, heaven, or various levels are described, even the animal level, so that sort of things. And in the form world and non-form world. So any of them, it's only one plane for that particular thought, or for that particular spark, or the vibration. And the next vibration can vary, can be something different. That is how I understood.
Yeah, it, well,
if we clarify that further, Dr. Kokila, so for a stream enterer, so Tapanna, to the extent that the external world is not a reality, then it won't be the 31 planes, but it can be any other stimuli beyond that point, if you know what I'm trying to say. And then where the thought itself is also understood not to be a thing or a reality, then to that extent, the 31 planes will be further restricted or limited in the stimuli that is experienced from moment to moment. Because if one is still on the path and not reached arahathood,
well,
that
even
permanent,
before that, even now, just take a normal person, has not heard Dhamma, nothing at all. Just take us, what is Utachana means
a lay
mundane person or mundane world person. So I don't know whether I could actually come out with the proper thing, what I'm trying to say, because words are very difficult here. But what I'm trying to say is, it is one vibration though. It is whatever the level, it is just one vibration. So when it comes to that vibration is the self-vibration. And the vibration has not changed, whatever whatever the plane, the vibration has not changed. So that vibration, even though the intensity is different, the lower intensities are also at the same vibration. So nothing has changed there. It's just the same vibration with different intensities. So this is the vibration that due to the intensities, we feel the difference in kind of existence, whether it's a sensual world or the form world or non-form world. Usually, most of the time, according to Lord Buddha, most of the vibrations are in this end. What end? The Satrapa end. What is Satrapa? I don't know. the heavy side. So the humans is kind of, is it in the middle? I can't remember now. But I can't remember even the words for Satarapaya. Does anyone remember the animal, the Preta and the Sura and the Niraya? Or is that the 4 things?
Yeah, I think those are the 4, yes.
Yeah.
Preta, Niraya, animal and Asura, no? Asura,
Yeah, I think so. So
Yeah.
the kind of that's kind of the, the usually that is the home. That's what Lord Buddha said. That is the home, in the sense the level of the vibration is mostly that. It doesn't mean that the lower levels can't actually, there is a possibility for the lower level, but until that the power of that, the initial power we get for that initial vibration, that will go for that particular length, and then when that power is gone, eventually this will come to another level of the vibration. So that's why even after the one who tried to basically harm Lord Buddha, the venerable
Devadatta.
the venerable Devadatta, he actually they say he actually is coming to a better place than someone who has gone to Asanya Tale. So just see how ironical is that situation, and the person who has achieved such a lower level because of that person doesn't feel anything, in the sense there's no person. That particular vibration is not vibrating at all. That's the meaning. Asanya is, there's no sanya. But the thing is, even after how many kalpas, whatever the kalpas, still there is a possibility of the vibration. So there's a irony of things here, because Lord Buddha said even that venerable who had tried to harm Lord Buddha is going to be a Pacceka Buddha after going into the lower realm. But someone who has gone to the Asanya, where there's no perception at all, like there's no feel for a long period, there's no feel at all, there's no vibration, there's nothing to talk about, but there's still a possibility that that vibration to happen. So this is the thing, that the vibration, that particular vibration we talk about, the self vibration, is the culprit or the point here. And that self vibration, even though there is no vibration for kalpas, which kalpa is like a long time, which there is no even description in the literature, still you would pass all these good times, and you would pass times and once you get a vibration, the vibration starts, there's no way you will be in a time where you can vibrate into non-vibration or synchronized to non-vibration, because there's no non-vibration to synchronize. So Buddha Shunya Kalpa. So when we talk about these things in this way, you can see even when there is no vibration in the asanya, or there's no perception, means there's no vibration, because it's a field level. This is all in field level, the non-form. So there's still a possibility of vibrating again. So only Lord Buddha could understand this through experience, that these things are such a way, and he told everyone. And this, whatever the vibration we are talking about, whatever the level, this, all the levels, there is a level of the vibration, yes, but the vibration is same. I don't know whether I tried to make the point clear, because it's all confusing. But the point is, it is always the same vibration, even though the intensity is different. I think Suramika tried to say that. So in that, the main importance of humans is that humans are actually kind of the junction or juncture where the deciding factor, because the formless world, whatever the vibration level, it's only a field level. No field level cannot synchronize to non-vibration in that level, so it's useless. Whoever who is having very high intensity vibration, the same vibration, but it's just vibrating so fast or very, very strongly, that can't synchronize to non-vibration either. But this vibration in humans is in such a level that humans have this amazing ability to experience all three levels of intensity in this situation, in this system, in the sense, in this, whatever the time that you're in this so-called human vibration. The human, because there is a level going to the mind, in that beautiful formation of mind, because it is there, all the three levels can be found. Do you get the point? I don't know. I mean, it's only in the humans this powerful ability is there, because once you get into the other level, or the higher, the like very high vibrations, then there's no way that all three are felt, because it's already very high. So it's in one extreme. In the other hand, who is in the non-form level, they are in the other extreme, they can't synchronize to any of these other levels. But specifically humans have this beautiful ability in one stimulus, you can feel this variation in different levels. So at one point, that vibration might synchronize to the Deva vibration. The Aranwansi asks, Mother, would you like to come with me to the Deva field? Then Aranwansi might say the same thing for the Brahma thing. What does that mean? It's only this humans have this ability to synchronize to these various levels, but in the same vibration. Is there anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala?
Now, if it is, if the sensual world experience is there, that means all three levels are there. But I don't know, please correct me. And if
Yes, 100%. But the variation is also there. Because there are people who can be in, because Buddothpado, Venerable Buddothpado, I think the word is correct in here, actually was in Arupa, Dhyana. Yes. So he was in that level that he can't telepathize. So that's where Lord Buddha actually didn't go to those teachers who are already in Arupa Dhyana, because they can't take this Dhamma in that way, because they are already in the field level, and whatever it's very difficult for them to come back to. But
those are the results of the long-standing concentration meditation, isn't it? Those
but that becomes a norm. If you do it for a long time, then it becomes a norm, the normal way of the thing. Because Vakkalata Dikkalasaning means very, very quickly you synchronize to that. Yes. That's a pretty quick one, isn't it? So when it becomes a normal, it becomes a default. It becomes a default, and the default one is going to happen when you are dying anyway. So when people are vibrating all the time in a higher level, it is the norm. It is the default, and they will end up in the high vibration realms, the strong bad levels anyway. But anyway, the point is, it is the same vibration, but in the humans. That is the beauty of the humans, why they can actually go through all these realms and attain Nibbana, or the non-vibration. Because if you are in one extreme, you can't go through all three. And only in humans you can actually get the essence of all three layers and win all three layers and feel the non-vibration. Anything else to add, Surangika?
There was Dr. Kokila, but I was thinking of it in a different angle. So
there are so many angles to think.
Okay. So the Buddothpado Thero example true, he was in one of the, advanced stages of jhana, and that vibration won't become a vibration again, even for, I don't know what, Renma says, 80
If he listen to
kalpas
Lord
or
Buddha, if he
80
listen to Lord
kalpas.
Buddha,
Yeah.
he can attain nirvana, but I can't remember whether he actually did it. I'm not sure.
Yes, so when he goes into that sanya, sukuma, satta sanya, or that long thing, stage, and the vibration is almost non-existent for a long period of time. The danger or the risk is that that vibration after such a long period of time can still occur, and that means one is in the same boat, if you put it colloquially. Meaning in the pratyakshana or layman state, because
Same.
there it is laukika jhanas, how do you say it, a kind of mundane way of, we've talked about, people looking for advanced states of consciousnesses, isn't it, in prior Zoom discussions. So the
But
Buddothpado
even
example,
someone listening to this Dhamma can get into that trouble. Don't misunderstand. They can also get into that trouble. If someone has not got this anatma thing properly and has not in the sense has not attained the stream entering properly and gone in the direction of deyak naha, that thing, I don't know, there's nothing in that sense, they can end up the same way. So there's a risk.
Yeah, true. But if you think about the true Dhamma, anyone who's understood the true Dhamma philosophy and the different stages that the understanding is at, and compare that with the Buddothpado example, there the fact that the self-perception, there's lack of understanding of this whole self-perception, which is why there was an ending up in that stage to begin with, which means that even that the basic understanding of the true Dhamma is not there. Whereas when we consider and Mahansa's explanations about the kriyasit or action minds or whatever you call it, from the point of the Sotapanna path to the Sotapanna state, all those levels, there is that innate understanding to various degrees. True, Dr. Kokira, but at least to certain degrees, there is that understanding of the true Dhamma philosophy, the Satyajnana. And to that extent, there is a liberation, isn't it, from certain planes of existence. Whereas when after so many kalpas, if taking the same example of Buddothpado Thero, that vibration occurs again, that can throw that vibration back into even the lowest realms like the hills that was mentioned a little while ago. Whereas anyone on the path with the true Dhamma understanding would not
I
go
didn't
into
actually
those.
talk about the path. I was talking mainly about the 35, because the question was about the 31 realms. I was trying to discuss why a human vibration, or kind of this human vibration, there's no human vibration, but vibration in this state, in this system, is why it is unique and why it can have all 31 realms in the same vibration. It's very unique to humans. That's what I was trying to say. It is the reason that only humans can actually become a stream enterer. no one else can become the stream mentor. After becoming the stream mentor, it is a different story. We don't have to talk about that. But what I'm trying to say is, to become the stream mentor, why someone has to be a human is because a stream mentor actually pierces all these three levels and become the non-vibration for a moment, and that is the important thing, because only humans can do that. The non-vibration cannot be felt if you haven't gone through all the levels. And then if you have gone through all the levels, you know that, you definitely know about what Lord Buddha has talked about, all these levels, isn't it? Yeah, I was trying to tell about the 31 in the humans in a different way, so that you all can have different angles. But anyway, that is the most important thing about humans. Only humans, this vibration is able to have this in one vibration, not the others. And only humans can enter the stream by feeling non-vibration, by understanding all the three realms. That was what I was trying to say. Well, it's not sure whether it is clear, but I'm trying to say one point, because it's important to understand overall how these things are, why these things are important. But you don't need to know all these to become a stream mentor, but this is what happens. I mean, Sopaka didn't know these things to become a stream mentor. 7-year-old Vishaka didn't know these things to become a stream mentor. So becoming a stream mentor has no need to know all these things. But that is the essence of becoming a human, because only humans have the ability of feeling all these levels and to pierce all these levels through prajna, or wisdom, and also feel it too through jnana. Anything else to add?
I don't know whether I got it correct. One of the 31 realms is possible, and one at a time. Is it correct if I say like that?
If you're talking about one stimulus, is it?
Yes, one stimulus.
Yeah, I mean, we can say that. We can say that because it's in one stimulus you get to the non-vibration too.
Yes.
Yeah, because if we think,
please.
Vibration is reducing in its intensity as the defilements, so ashrama fade away again.
That starts after becoming a stream mentor, yes.
Yes, so if you consider that same example, that scenario, that the stimulus is one after the other. And in one stimulus, it's one of those planes that can be experienced in one stimuli. Yeah,
but all three will be felt when you're trying to when you're trying to then the non-vibration is experienced. So it's all in one particular moment. You can feel everything. That's what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, you will misunderstand that. In when you feel the non-vibration, all the vibrations have been felt. I don't know if you get that point.
Yes, that is because if the sensual world defilements are there, that means the form and the formless is also felt.
Yeah, but when you experience non-vibration, all these feeling levels have passed. So in that particular experience,
It's
you can feel the difference.
Yeah, it's the from the heaviest, or whatever you call it, from the heaviest of defilements, there is a liberation, or there is a cessation, would be a better word, I think. Because of the liberation from the sensual world, then to that extent, those planes of existence are no longer applicable. And then the progression to the form, and then the formless, which is what you're saying, that at the point of non-vibration, there is a complete cessation of all those 31 planes.
In the sense, you actually have felt all that. You actually have felt all that in that. So that's why Lord Buddha is called, has won all three realms, and at the same time, no one can be an arahant, or no one can even achieve the stream and thing in achieving this in one particular moment. But to become that is a quite different thing. And yes, if someone has become that, and that means he has conquered all three realms, and that means he can telepathize to any realm at any time also. So you have to be very, very careful in. I mean, the abilities are different. Different arahants have different abilities. So we know that Mugalan, Venerable Mugalan, had very unique abilities to telepathize into different levels, and that's not everyone would be able to. But we don't have to worry about these things because they are kind of extreme fields that they have. But just remember that it is possible in this humans have that unique ability to have all these levels. And non-vibration can telepathize into anything.
Yeah, but in that sense, I mean, to achieve the non-vibrational state, one surpasses the sensual world, the form and the formless, and is able to still have the sensor level experiences and perceptions. But that's not to say that one telepathizes to those, isn't it? Because if you say telepathizing, it's almost as if it's coming with the entire experience of a sensual world, whereas a truly liberated one would not have.
It's actually becoming that, so it's a bit different.
You're just talking about the sensor level basic experience, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, non-vibration can become any vibration momentarily, and that's a different word actually. You can't say telepathize, I think. But can become any vibration.
But the non-vibration won't go into the lower planes, no?
No, but can feel even the animal. That's why. It doesn't mean anything. It's just non-vibration. Can feel even the Mugalan Thero had weird no, we can't say weird, but weird abilities that nobody had. And Lord Buddha said, yeah, I knew that, but I didn't say because others might. I didn't know that others are able to do that, you know. But these things are not necessary for understanding them.
Dr. Kokila, in very simple words, I mean, there is a chair in front of me, which is very comfortable. That means all three realms are there, all three levels are there, isn't it? I mean, the chair is there, and it has been given a value, and I get the feeling that it is existing. So there is duality, there is something, some form of likeness or wanting.
You are actually putting
in
that example to that. You might not even feel the chair. So you are actually trying to put that by force. Do you
I
think?
thought as much too.
Do you think that chair is a much big thing? So Dr. Sakuntala, I don't think so. I might get a different example and say that because it's useless to actually put it to the chair.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you like most. Then, if I knew, I would have told that and then catch you in an instant. Because chair is just a, people talk about the chair and just try to understand. It's difficult because chair is nothing to them. And if you say your daughter or something, and I don't know whether you have even a daughter, but it's something, then it is easy to say, because actually if it is a thing only, you can really feel this. Otherwise, it's just a story, as if, Kamala woke up in the morning and did this and did that, it's a story. But actually what you feel is different.
Different, yeah.
The chair might actually get burnt and you might not even look at that. But if something happens to your daughter, you might be like very, very confused, shocked and all that. So then only you can really talk about these things. That's why Aranansi was telling that actually if you face something, we can actually feel what you feel. So there's always the tendency for us to lie to ourselves, in the sense not lie, but actually, be either extrapolate it too much or little. Like either over exaggerate or is there a word called under thing? No, I don't know. But whatever, we try to do it over or under. But actually, what you feel is the truth. Feel no cover, no line. Feel is what you feel, and feel has all these 31 things. That's what I'm trying to say. It is the feel has different feels. This vibration also has different vibration levels. And that's where the importance of feel level, because the actual mind can say different things but feel different. So you can feel so much burning inside and at the same time appear calm, because you think it's not cool to cry. You know what I mean? Like you can appear calm because you think it is cool to appear calm at that situation. Don't we do that? I mean, you want to cry, but you don't cry. Because you don't think crying is good in that situation. That's not dumb. It's just what you feel is, original feel is the important thing. Because whatever in the mind is useless. That's not the truth. Mind says so many things, so many different stuff. None of them are true. But what you feel, there's no lying in there. Feel is the truth. Feel has so many feels. Very heavy vibration, very light vibration, and non-vibration is different to the mundane world, so-called non-vibration. That is the problem, because if you don't feel any vibration for a long time, people can misunderstand I'm in non-vibration. Even us can misunderstand if we haven't actually understood what vibration is. That is where the misunderstanding is, because a lot of our mothers say still this, and this is very unique thing which can happen. Because if you don't know what is non-vibration and actual self-vibration, you might say different things and say, I don't feel a vibration at all. Yes, because you haven't had that chance. That's the thing. So best thing is to not judge by the mind and just judge by the feel. That's what Aranwansi is saying. Because what we think can actually manipulate the way we think. In the sense, be manipulated by the way we think.
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't
I
it?
think the mind is so tricky.
Tricky,
That
very tricky.
that example, Dr. Sakuntala, that you discussed with R.N. Vals about 2 days ago, about that flood situation and the water's coming closer to your neighborhood. And,
Yes.
you said that you were slightly worried because you got the news that the water was coming quite close by. But at the same time, if I remember right, you said there was that slight feeling of anxiety, but it didn't go deep. And you felt that inner sense of calmness still prevalent, but in almost at the surface level, there was a slight anxiety, which kind of, if you think about it, it can be relegated to just the sensor. But now that is where the catch or the tricky part of the mind is. The mind can be doing a double take there, and almost saying to oneself, no, this is the sensor, this reaction is the sensor, whereas actually it's not. And I think that's where R.N. Vans was trying to say that it's difficult to take from that, because if one felt the anxiety, then still there is a self there. And one has to have such a good understanding of the true Dhamma in order to be able to distinguish to make the fine distinction between the two, isn't it? And again, the other thing he says is, let's not rest on our laurels and think that everything is fine, and all these little bits of anxieties, little bits of heaviness that we feel occasionally, in rare moments, and put that down to the senses, because it could be the mind itself coming back and almost tricking the system at that point to say, oh no, this is just a sense-driven thing. That itself can come through the mind, isn't it? And again, R.N. Vans said that one has to actually experience the flood itself by it affecting the house, and then one can truly feel. Taking the example of the chili, eating the chili. If you leave the chili on the table and you think about the chili, it's a different experience. But if you actually eat the chili, then only you feel the heat of the chili and go running for water and so on. So thinking about the flood and having the flood come close to the neighborhood is different to the actually experiencing the flood hitting your home and then seeing how it happens. I'm not saying that there is no anxiety when the flood is coming close. There is, but then there is a need to recognize that burden or the self-perception or the heaviness, even in the thought of that flood being closer, isn't it? Leave alone the flood affecting the home.
Yes.
It's very tricky.
And very tricky. And there was a lady who explained her experience, who I think you may have heard her say that she collected only the medicines of her husband, and
But in that instance, Dr. Kokila, you might have also listened to it, but in that instance, she said it's not as if she didn't feel a slight, she used some word. She said it's not as if she didn't feel it, meaning the whole, the experience, it had slightly become probably a cause for slight anxiety, but I think it was the way she said it, wasn't it, Dr. Sakuntala? That was
yes,
the
probably,
clear
yes.
distinction that it had not become a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So very, very fine.
Yeah, Aryan said
Anyway,
that in some
anyway,
extent it's correct. Yeah.
whatever
Yes.
comes as a second thought is just to be discarded.
Yes.
Feel is the important thing. So you go by the feel. Whatever you try to correct yourself by thinking, thinking is, we know by definition. second the second thing in the program also, none of these thoughts are true. So whatever you think is not true. So just simple as that. Don't go by your thoughts. Just go by what you feel, and see whether the feel is if you actually get into the feel, it is much easier and no interpretation of whatsoever. But the thing is, we have to feel the non-vibration too. That is the tricky part. But then only you find the difference between the feel and the non-vibration, or the perception, self-perception, and the non-self-perception. Because there's no non-self-perception as such. It's just the absence of the self-perception. So it just has to. That's the most important thing in the path. And if you have no idea about that, from that onwards, even if you listen to this Dhamma and go on, because Aranwanse once said in an Andolanathmaka Deshana, how a person can go to the level of Anagami and not being Sotapanna. He has definitely said that. Do you remember, Surangika?
Yeah, I remember very well.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say. Even someone who is listening to this Dhamma can go to the feel level and not feel a thing, but still have that self perception very safe, in a very safe corner. Because it can be missed. It is the risk. So that's why we keep reiterating it is Anatma Dhamma or non-self Dhamma, or that's why we keep reiterating the same thing again and again and again, so that no one misses that bit. Because if you go in the path that's saying deyak naha, there's always the risk of going towards that side, because it's so good to feel that. It's very easy. You feel so easy because you feel easy. And the self-perception also likes that. Self-perception always has the survival mode. And that survival mode is so happy, and that person is also happy. Because you don't now feel anything. And you are so content, you won't even go back and think about it unless Aranwanse give a big talk, or what is it called in English? I mean, I don't know whether there's a word for talker in English, but until we get a lesson from teacher, you might be in a very happy corner. That risk is there always, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we try to keep talk about the same thing, so that no one actually get trapped into that corner. Because once you go too far in that, it's
that self-perception gets so high, that person, it is difficult for that person to even change now according to the teacher. Even the teacher says, what teacher says will be put into the bin, because that self-perception is so nicely packed in one corner and very happy and feels that I know Dhamma because I know Dhamma. Because I know Dhamma. So that is the risk.
And I think it was Asanti this morning in the Zoom. She also brought out the point about, understanding who this so-called I or self-perception is, and not going on about the sensors, because then it feels as if the sensors are there, and there is
And
an
I
I
am
with
there
the
too.
sensors, and there are two different things. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
there's always
yeah.
this risk.
Mm.
And there is always to a level only people will take things also. Once threatened, this self-perception is very tricky. The self-thought is tricky, yes, but self-perception is also very tricky, because once feel attacked, you just withdraw, and into a safe corner, so that you will not even like to hear what teacher says.
Yeah.
And so someone has to have very good luck. I mean, not luck only, but there's a very, very, very flexible, open mind will only get this, I think, because you have a definite ear for the teacher, you have a definite view about non-vibration. No one can fail. I think being humble and being true to what you feel and be open book or open paper for your teacher is the best thing, I would say. I think we are running into the 4:00 Zoom discussion, and thank you all the Dharma friends for coming for a beautiful discussion today. And I think we try our best to give this in English language. And Divashi Paran Wahanse, we salute him for whatever his endeavors in trying to give this to every humankind, and we try our best to help him as well. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you.
Sarnai, Dr. Kofi.
Sarnai, Dr. Langika, Sarnai.
we can talk about it because we have like a kind of a communication method, and we can talk about our view about me and me, mine, myself. But the main important thing is how self-view has originated. So in the humans only we can discuss about self-view and actually try to understand that, and actually the humans have the ability to touch the, or in kind of co-vibrate into self, non-self level. So like every day we talk about no self angle, no self perception, in the sense non-vibration. We talk about it every day. It's not easy for us to actually become that, but we don't stop talking about it, because the more we talk about it, more powerful it gets and more consolidated it becomes, and the feeling can arise. Once you understand that there's no point in actual this dream, the value of the dream is the thing that we feel as we are living, so that will go down. So the value we have given to the dream is can become so subtle, and the self-perception also becomes subtle. So you have to understand this in order to understand the various forms of self-perception. So we have Surangika also. Is there any possibility we do have a discussion today? I don't know if there is any program in Buddothpado Sahanayatra. Anyone can take over this at any point, but until such time we'll keep having like a discussion in English medium, in English language. Is it possible, Surangika? Or I can see Dr. Sakuntala also. Any one of you can actually join.
Dr. Kokila.
Theruwan Sannai.
Theruwan Sannai, Dhamma Friends, pay a homage to Buddothpado Mahansa. I think there was probably no activity today, but as you said, I think they're welcome to take over the Zoom for any activity that they want to show via Zoom. I was listening a little while ago to the morning Zoom. I think Dr. Sakuntala had raised a question with Aryan Vahansa, Dr. Kokila. I think I just heard the last 1 minute of your conversation before joining the Zoom, the aspect that you said about how the perception also becomes more subtle and subtle. And I suppose because of that, it is something that is difficult for people to figure out. And that is where I think sometimes the bit of muddling up and confusion arises. Dr. Sakuntala, perhaps you can, I think there was a good conversation and a discussion with various people. Based on that conversation, I recall Aryan Vahanse didn't have a good reception. So halfway through, he, I think, went out of the Zoom, but there was, I think, Manil and some others as well who joined into that same discussion. And I think that was quite a good discussion. Perhaps we can raise that with Dr. Kokila again.
Yes. Yes, actually, initially what I mentioned was that the self-perception, right at the beginning, a person who try to understand this Dhamma in the way that our noble friend explains to us. Initially, what we pick up is something which is very obvious, the superficial or the crude ones, I would say, defined ones. So we feel that we don't get angry like earlier. we don't crave for things like we did earlier. So that sort of level is something lots of people identify. And then if you are not careful, sometimes a small, number of people or a small percentage will stop at that level, thinking that I don't get angry now. I'm quiet and I don't crave and go behind the things. I'm not clinging to my children or grandchildren, etc. So superficial rubble is removed. So a person can stop at that level unless the noble friend gives a little knock and wake up the person and say that this is not the place, this is not what you have to stop at. Beyond that level, then a person will start sort of finding in the finer things where the self-perception is identified, and small events maybe at home front or when you go out, the small incidents which are not very obvious, the person will identify, this is me, the self-perception is here. So like that, the minor things will come up. And further, beyond that, what is more important, or what was actually disclosed by Lord Buddha, is the level, the final level, where sometimes a person might feel that I have now seen the what is the word for the shunyatavaya? In what can
Maybe nothingness.
nothingness. Okay, yes. So we hear a lot of people in the Zoom discussion say that I don't have any fire within me and I am very neutral and I don't feel that there is a value to the thought, so I'm quite okay. So in such situations, that's much finer and much trickier place where myself, a good myself, appreciable myself is remaining, where the thought is that I don't feel that the world is there and I'm not taking the things as valued things, but a good person, an improved person, or a person who has understood the Dhamma teaching remains there. So that is one of the major pitfalls, I would say, unless the noble friend again says that where are you going like that. So that is one of the things that we very often hear, and we ourselves have felt it, and lots of instances where Aryan Mahanse says that that is you, that is your ego. So that is one of the facts that I was trying to explain. And there was one lady who was explaining her experiences. She more or less said that the same thing, and she's in the day-to-day life, she really feels very light and very tranquil in her mind, and the defilements are almost not there, and she understands that these are the sense faculty function. That's all only a vibration. So that part I felt that it was knowledge than something she understood. There was another mother actually. She's from Anuradhapura. She gave a very good experience actually. Her house has been flooded. And within sort of minutes, like, they had to take a decision about leaving the house, and her husband is a heart patient, and her son was at home, and there was no time actually to collect anything, any valuable. And only thing that she could pick up was the medicines of her husband, and she left. And she explained beautifully that, I mean, she was not feeling any sort of heaviness in her mind of the fact that she had to leave everything and go. She said she has been listening to them for about, I think, if I remember correctly, about 2 years. And it was a wonderful experience that she got with this disastrous situation. So I think these are the facts, or these are the experiences which are worth mentioning, because you have to actually face to some sort of challenging situation. Otherwise, you cannot test yourself. Sometimes many people, I mean, including myself, I'm sure, I mean, when the home front is very sort of calm and quiet and no challenges and no problems and sort of flowing very smoothly, you don't realize the situation, you don't realize the challenges, you don't realize your hidden defilements. And this, I think these present the experiences for many people, it's an important way to check yourself. And then R.N. Vahase explained about the current, or the current, which is not a thing. I don't know whether I have given the sort of correct wording for that. Deyak nowana ginnak. That was how he used it. Actually, he asked me whether I have experienced, and my answer was not complete, and he didn't accept that as correct. But that mother who explained that example that I just gave, her explanation was taken as correct. So that means, I mean, you can feel as a in your mind, you feel that some sadness or some form of stress, because that is just simply a product of the mind sensor. But if that product or that thought is not given a value, then it's just becomes another sensor function only. That sort of situation. And also R.N. Vahase was explaining, there were some people who came to collect the donations. Some have lost many things. Some have lost their vehicles, and houses were underwater, and they didn't have any clothes even to wear, even to change. But they were with a smile, and they looked very relaxed. So that sort of a situation, those are the examples, he said, that where still they have a fire within them, but the fire is not given a value, and that fire is also just another sensor function only. I think those are the things, if I could remember. Anything else to add, Surangika? I don't know whether you could listen to the whole thing.
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I mean, I wasn't paying full attention to it, listening to it here and there, but I think you captured some of the essential points of the various conversations. So, and Dr. Kokila, I think what was I think there was another person right at the end also who was saying various things. And I think the point is that when the common pitfall, as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, is the thing where people say one feels the peace, one feels the calmness, whilst the self-perception is still evident, isn't it? And there is a person feeling the calm, there's a person feeling the shunyatava or nothingness. And that becomes evident only when the person starts talking on Zoom. So what Aryan Mahansa was trying to emphasize and draw out from anyone coming onto the Zoom is that the feeling of nothingness or the feeling of emptiness and non-self perception is not something that is just understood, but it is felt. And if it is felt, the way that any kind of thing is articulated on Zoom, from that it becomes evident whether the person is still holding on to a person and self-perception and talking about an experience of non-self-perception, or whether it is in fact the experience of non-perception, self-perception that is being said by the way it is being said, isn't it? So because I think he also used the common example of the salt, and saying how can you express how salt tastes through words, because that is something that has to be felt. The other example he gave was that little Samanera who went ahead and told the person who was trying to murder the other monks, saying that, they are not suitable, just, take me and let me be the sacrifice. So if you think about those words, the words don't say anything like I am nothingness, or I have become arahat, or I am feeling calm and there is an inner transformation. That is what Aryan Mahansa was trying to say there. None of those words were ever used. All that Samanera monk said to the the rogue or whoever it was leave the other monks alone. If you need someone to be a victim of whatever your scheme, I'm available, and I'm offering myself. That's all. Even if the person says I am offering myself, the word I or myself doesn't have the self-perception in it. So you can't take the words and say that that person has an I, that person has self-perception because he used the word I or myself. No, it is the way it is being said and the feeling that Aryan Mahansa was saying needs to be the non-self-perception. Dr. Kokula, if you can explain that a little bit more, because it is when people go to articulate, he said the story, the articulation gives away the self-perception.
Yeah, actually, it is, this truth is now. It is what you feel now. So if a noble friend is listening and the sense, whatever the noble friend feels, is the other end vibration. So if it is, it would be different levels. It is correctly said, if there are 8 billion people, the vibrations are kind of 8 billion types. How a noble friend can understand, or actually feel, the word understand is wrong, feel that is now, not then. So actually he's not listening to the actual story sometimes. He can feel it now. So that when you listen to the thing, it's mainly how he can feel the other vibration, how strong the other vibration would be the actual marker for whatever the answer. Because the answer can be like Lord Buddha, I don't remember the name of the Venerable, but I don't know whether it's Buddothpado Venerable, but there was a time that Venerable said, I am in whatever dhyana, the highest dhyana. But you know how Lord Buddha would understand that, how Lord Buddha would understand that he's, whatever dhyana it is, whatever the meditative state that Venerable is, how the noble friend is going to feel that that this is not working, in the sense that the way, it's not even the sound, it's how do I say that?
It's probably the vibration that can be sensed, isn't it? The self vibration.
Yeah. Even the self view, you can actually get it. You can actually get
Theransana, you're on mute.
No, sorry,
Yeah.
I just had to mute because the kids
Okay.
came in. So, the self view also can be felt if you kind of listen to 100 people day-to-day life. If you feel like when you listen to, okay, just listen to 20 people maybe, or 10, so you can see how different the vibrations are, and how deep, or how it's not the word deep, actually, how strong that vibration is too. But it is the same vibration, isn't it? Like it can be one day, one person might appear very calm, and at the same time, the same person might talk differently in another day. So it's very difficult to say, but the noble friend is going to feel it on that quiet moment, and that's it. But then, if the noble friend has the association for 2 years or something, if you have been under the same teacher for 2 years, just imagine, and the noble friend, the teacher, it has an idea how much, and okay, how much is it now, how strong the vibration is. But this is from second person perspective. Just remember, this is second person perspective we are talking about. Now, the most difficult part is the first person kind of perspective. What is that? Like getting it here, feeling it as you are someone else. This is the most interesting thing, I would say, because once the self will is broken or shattered, or whatever the word we use, or has no power, the self will be having no power. You know that the self vibration is kind of a construct, because we thought it is there forever. But now, if you have the non self perception, you know that the self perception is a construct. So with the help of the noble friend, that how self perception is a construct. You just can't be like imagining that. You have to feel that too. That how do you feel that? You have to feel the non self perception or absence of vibration. So whenever someone feels that momentarily, like a fraction of a second, whatever, that brings you so much light to this picture. What is the light? There are several things. Several things would be, we understand that what is this, how this sensory organs work, how there is no self in any of them, and how there is no self in the body or in the mind, and how there is no self in the at all, like at all. So in that sense, when the self view is broken, do you think that person would take the outside as, outside for granted? No, like that is a complete kind of understanding we have. It's not that the person has no defilements. He completely has it. But the problem is, not the problem actually, good thing is, whatever said and done, that system is sure that whatever the defilements are, there's no self. How? By experience. So, defilements have no owner means this can't be explained in such a way, because it's a kind of understanding, very deep knowing kind of thing, where that the glass, when you look into a glass, that you see things that is not true, like that, that everything is kind of a perception. You still feel that. All the perceptions are kind of still true. Your dream, you're still in the dream. But the extension to the outside is not there. So someone who has felt this non-vibration, at least for a moment, will have a kind of a meditative state which is not limited to any posture, anything, nothing at all, whatever. So that is very specific thing, that it is not related to any posture or anything at all, that the person can't be taught again. Even Lord Buddha can't come back and say, this tree is there, that is there. See that tree that is there. See, the one you who is seeing that is you. You can't do that, because now after listening to Dhamma and feeling that whole thing is kind of a self-perception, is actually feeling you here kind of thing, and that is a misnomer, like a I don't know whether you can call it misfeeling. Yeah. So no, you can't do that. You can't do that, because definitely that it's very evident that it is a perception now. So knowing that it's actually a perception also, that self, we feel it as gross now, like the self, yes, this I'm Kokila, I'm a doctor, or whatever, these things, but then if everything is a perception, it's kind of like a joke, it's there's nothing to talk. So then no one likes to keep talk about jokes. So we can joke about it if you want, but what I'm saying is, if someone is aware that everything is a perception in the mind, even the body, the self, even the me, my mind, if you know that it's a perception, that's a win-win. That's a win-win. But that's where that you will have a non-breakable kind of a meditative state that stream winner would have. No problem. But it's a very minimal kind of a meditative state compared to an arahant, where there's no defilements at all, but this person would have all the defilements, but still the perception level is well understood, well felt. Then the person understands